Welcome to a Delco Nerd Network podcast. I am your host, Anthony Ragucci, and this is Replay, Relive, and Reexperience, or as we like to call it, Re3s, where, you guessed it, we relive, we replay, and we re-experience our favorite video games. In this edition of Re3, it's going to be Halo. We're going to be going through the Halo franchise, starting with, obviously, Halo Combat Evolved, and ending with Halo 5 Guardians in anticipation for Halo Infinite. Here to go on Master Chief Saga with me, as always, the triple threat, Chris Trio.
Mr. Ragucci, how are you?
Pretty good, man.
It's good to hear.
And a returning guest. You saw him on Metro Exodus in 2019. Our hot take on that a little bit ago. It's Delaware County's own Chris Geddes. Welcome back.
What's up, guys? How's everyone?
Fantastic, man. How are you?
Good. I'm good.
I'd be better if I could nail the intro.
It's all right. You'll get there. First time. First time's a charm.
So, maybe a little explanation about what we're going to be doing here for our first episode. So yeah, as the title and what I just said, we're going to be playing through all the Halo games, not including Halo Wars 1 and 2, and the Spartan Assault game.
Dave and Buster's game.
Yeah, we're not going to be doing that one.
I bought the arcade cabinet.
Well, now we got
It cost me $2,000.
Yeah. I can't return it.
So we're going to be playing the mainline Halo games, including Reach and ODST, in pretty much release order. So when we get to Halo 3, we'll play ODST and Reach, and then we'll do 4 and 5. So we're obviously, like I said, we'll be starting with Combat Evolved. But before we get into talking about the game, to get into a little background, obviously this game is pretty significant in a lot of ways to not only our generation, but gaming as a whole. So,
Absolutely.
Guys, starting with, let's start with Trio. What is your experience with Halo Combat Evolved back in the old 2001?
Definitely one of the earliest memories of video games that I have is playing a Halo game. Probably this Halo. And then, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I just remember loving it. He is the mascot of Xbox. I feel like that was, if you had a
100%.
console back then, you were playing Halo, you were loving it. I remember really enjoying the story. I remember being like, this is what I love. I want to play more video games. It was definitely a big part of what drove me into it, especially like looking back. Like I said, one of the earliest memories I have.
Chris?
Yeah. I was not allowed to play my dad's Xbox, so I missed out on Halo and Halo 2, really. I didn't get to them. I played a lot of LAN parties though in Halo 1, and that was some of the best times ever.
Yeah.
Like 10 guys in like the basement, and we're just playing on, I can't even remember the map names for the multiplayer.
Yeah, like was Blood Gulch in that one?
Yeah.
Blood Gulch is in 1.
Blood Gulch
what I
is
thought.
in 1.
So in like 2, it's like Battle Creek, Lockout, I think. Yeah, ship. There's one like ship, not shipmaster, ship something, midship.
That
I
sounds-
hate midship.
Is that
Hate
the
midship.
one where it's literally just like
You're in a
around-
Covenant ship,
Covenant
and
ship.
it's
Yeah,
been
like, is that-
remade a few times.
Yeah, isn't it in Halo
Too
5?
much.
I'm pretty sure.
I think it's been like all
It's
the
it's
Halos.
in all of them.
It's basically like that circular room, right?
Yeah,
Where
yeah.
you're
Oh,
just
yeah.
in. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so I have a similar experience to Chris where like I didn't have an Xbox, period. So how I experienced Halo was going to friends and playing it there. My buddy Chris Martinelli, shout out to him. I remember like the first time like I saw Halo in the Pillar of Autumn level, and I was like, this is awesome, and I'm also somewhat terrified because of the elites going ward. Like I was like I just remember Halo, like, and especially like games at the time like kind of being scary in a way, even though Halo like wasn't scary. Like the aliens just
Absolutely. I know exactly what you mean.
kind of just freaked me out. Like those old, even the like replaying this, the ward war just kind of like
It brings back
Yeah,
memories.
there's
it really bothers me.
Yeah.
It's
No,
like
I understand.
it's scary.
I don't like that.
Yeah, like I remember us like playing that first level and then us beating the campaign. Like I have a lot of memories of not so much Halo 2, but really just Halo Combat Evolved. I really remember the first time playing it and like going home from his house, and I'm like in my mom's car, and I'm like do you have sometimes memories from childhood where you remember like exactly what you thought about when? Like I remember like the turn we were at, and I was thinking about like the.
I
Pillar
need
of
me
Autumn.
one of
Like,
them.
I remember it. I don't know why. Probably because it was the first time I played it, and I was like, "This is awesome."
I need more.
I'm scared, but I want more.
Yeah.
So that's
I'm
my
scared,
experience.
but I like it.
Yeah, and this Halo kind of like opens the doors for like our generation.
And I mean, it's like
probably
so-
a lot of first people's like video game experience to
I mean,
some
it's
degree.
so culturally
degree, yeah.
significant. I mean, truly, like Master Chief, like we said before, like if you don't know him by name, you know that character is a video game character,
right? And you know you've seen
you've seen the
been
armor,
places.
you've seen,
you know
he's been places.
He's been places.
Tell you,
but he's in Fortnite.
Yeah, he's in
for
Fortnite
God's
now.
sakes. Like he is one of the video game mascots you think of when you think of your Sonics, when you think of your Marios. It's truly is like he is Xbox's guy. Xbox's
right.
Yeah.
And speaking of that beginning, obviously Halo was made by Bungie Incorporated. They are an American video game developer based in Bellevue, Washington. The company was established in May 1991 by Alex Serobian. Originally based in Chicago, the company concentrated on Macintosh games by its early years and created two successful video games, Marathon, which will be referenced a lot in Halo,
Definitely,
and Myth. An offshoot studio, Bungie West, produced Oni in 2020. I have to say 2001 because 2001 doesn't really sound good. and they were owned by Take-Two. Microsoft acquired Bungie in 2000 and his project Halo Combat Evolved. They repurposed that as a launch title for Xbox, and Halo became Xbox's killer app, selling millions of copies and spawning the Halo series, and the rest is literally fucking history.
And that is that was a launch title, correct?
Right.
Halo?
Yes.
Like Xbox came out, Halo was a launch title, and this is the first and only time, if Infinite wasn't delayed, it would have been a launch title. But like, Halo Combat Evolved is the only Halo that was ever a launch title.
I would really.
It doesn't seem like that.
No,
though.
but I would love to see where Xbox's numbers would be at right now if that were the launch title.
It would be a
the
game
Series X.
changer,
I really
for
think because obviously I think
Probably
they're
wouldn't
both,
be doing this podcast.
Well, no, yeah, that's true.
No, seriously.
No, it's so true. No, and honestly, it's just weird to think about how like I don't know what was it like. I guess there were a few good launch titles on like Xbox One and like PS4, right? What were like I'm trying to think. Was
Xbox?
It
Xbox
one
One.
like
and
last?
PS4.
Yeah.
I know.
No, on Xbox One, I feel like there wasn't really
on launch. I got Battlefield 4 and
Love that game.
Black Flag, and Rise: Son of Rome came out.
Oh yeah,
that.
then that was gonna be a Connect game, right?
Yeah,
And
well,
then they
I
kinda,
think it
like,
was a
no,
Kinect
it did.
game.
Oh, it was a
did.
Kinect game.
Yeah, not a full
Okay.
Kinect game, but it had integration.
Remember when
Yeah.
everyone was like, "Why we're not going to put a camera in our freaking house? Are you insane?
Uh-huh.
We're going to put microphones
my
in there."
Kinect sat under that TV until I pulled out my Xbox One for my Series X. I'm not fucking around.
No, it's just I don't know. It's kind of funny, and I'm not going to go off on a huge tangent here to think about. Like I remember being about like people like I don't want a camera on me all the time in my living room. Now we have Alexa and shit. It's like, but I do want a microphone at all
Listen
times.
to everything I say.
Yeah, like it's funny. But anyways, yes, it is really interesting that no other Halo games have launched with the Xboxes.
Right.
Very
Yeah.
surprising, actually.
Yeah, it close, but not.
Yeah,
you know,
but no cigar.
That's that. I was like, that's the expression I was looking
A
for.
lot of other big games that came out in 2001 too.
Oh, like what?
GTA 3,
Okay.
Silent Hill 2, Devil May Cry,
Ooh.
Metal Gear Solid 2.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Final
MGS.
Fantasy 10 and Super Smash Brothers Melee.
What a weird when you look at games at what years they come out when you're not in the year, it seems so fucking strange.
Yeah.
Like even some of these like more recent years, like if we rattled off like 2015, I know MGS5 came out in 2015, and then if you name some games, it's like I don't know if I like remember that. Was I there for that? Like,
What is happening?
like that's crazy. And like there's some like every game you listed is like super high profile.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. Like
Yeah.
GTA 3, like GTA, like that was the first GTA game that was kind of get going. But Halo did release on November 15th, 2001. So Halo started, this is a little background about Halo. I sort of slightly mentioned it, but Halo started as an RTS. And it evolved into a third-person shooter, and then it evolved into a first-person shooter. And the first-person shooter part is where Microsoft came in and they developed Halo fully.
Yeah, I absolutely had no idea that was a thing. That's actually interesting. I would never have guessed. Like I've seen.
I don't think most people know that.
Yeah, that's it's a fun one to bring up.
Like I've seen
a little bit
some
of
of
trivia. Bar trivia.
yeah,
I like that.
I've seen some of like the early Halo, like when it was maybe it wasn't third person, but the cutscenes were in third person. Like Master Chief and a warthog like comes out of this cave and he like lands on a cliff, and then like elites and ghosts kind of come up, but like they're very early like concept designs. Like they look as
They look similar. I mean,
Right.
they definitely didn't change the models that much, except for Master Chief. He had a little backpack on him.
Oh yeah, and then
Yeah.
The
like,
demo, yeah.
Yeah,
I think I've
And
actually
like a
seen
little
that.
antenna.
Yeah, so,
Interesting.
so this game was supposed to be on Mac and PC. Steve Jobs kind of saw it at Macworld 99 and he was impressed. And he took note in Bungie and he was like, this is going to, sell. I wanted to say systems, but
this is going to
a PC and Mac.
This is going to sell well.
A computer.
Yes.
They're going to sell units. That's a better term.
Computer gaming was like the big thing, right?
Right. Shooters.
Yeah.
I mean,
Unreal Tournament.
Regardless of the fact this isn't a shooter yet, but shooters were played on PC. And
wait, it's not a shooter. What is it at this point? I'm confused.
It's still an RTS. It's still the RTS.
Oh, it's still the RTS.
Yeah.
But like
PC gaming was a lot of shooters and like Doom.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah.
So,
I always did hear that. Like
you didn't play shooters on consoles back in the day. No. That just wasn't a thing. Halo was the first, and I mean literally the first shooter that proved that you can do FPS on a console extremely
and
well.
Also, isn't that like a big issue that people have with like the cross-gen or the cross-play thing of like, isn't it like
that you can play
that you feel like you have a better
console?
you feel or you have like a more advantage
PC.
on PC
Yeah.
because it seems like honestly it's become just like I was playing Squadrons and that's cross-platform.
Oh,
and
is
people
it?
and
I don't see that really could be that much of a.
that's the thing. So like I feel like games like that I don't seem to.
A few years ago there was a conversation. I specifically remember. I think it was CS:GO because Counter-Strike is that kind of game where it was like the crossplay was like talked about, but like Counter-Strike is like a fucking
through the orange box, right? Are we?
No,
oh no, we're not that far yet.
CS:GO wasn't on the orange box. CS:GO came out in like 20. Maybe like
oh yeah, CS:GO, it was Counter-Strike Go, Team Fortress 2, and the Half-Life games on the orange box.
No,
it
was Team Fortress 2, Half-Life Episode 1 and 2, like 3 Half-Life games, and then Portal.
Oh, you know what? That was it. Yeah, it was an arcade game.
Yes,
yeah,
CS:GO was like fully. But anyway, that's a hardcore game.
Yeah,
like we're turning our keyboard sideways. Like we're getting real into it. Like, but like
that,
seriously,
what does that do?
It's just a preference of like.
Does it? So
maybe
can you
know.
change?
I have no idea. I don't do that. No, sometimes I'll do ESDF instead of WASD.
It brings me joy though.
Really?
To think,
yeah, like my big hands. Sometimes I just like it. Just feels easier for me to do ESDF than WASD. But
no,
interesting.
Yeah, weird. Yeah,
it is funny just to think like back in the day. It brings me joy that they were just like, why are you turning that sideways? You don't. It's a trick. You don't need to know. Yeah, like you'll know when you're.
I'm just better.
Meanwhile, the guy's just like did it just because like it looks cool.
So while Bungie is making this game, and I guess it's evolving into a third-person shooter at this point, they hit some financial trouble because Halo was so groundbreaking. They simply just ran out of money. Like they was just like they were, and it makes sense if you're changing from an RTS to a third-person shooter.
Yeah,
you're probably like rehauling your game. To
this
some
might
degree.
be too nitty-gritty. What engine is this? Like, do they know? Like, yeah.
Honestly, it's like Chris. I don't even know if you want to look it up. It's probably some internal engine with no name.
Like so, like how did I can't even? I guess that's a whole nother podcast into how video games are made. But like back then, I can't imagine the process.
If Halo
that
Combat
goes
Evolved was on that engine, it might have a name.
It's a mix of 2 engines.
Interesting.
Yeah,
because like I don't. It's always interesting. Like I feel like we hear a lot about game engines now. Even what didn't Unreal 4 or 5 just release like a trailer or something?
With the metahumans thing.
Yeah, and like it does. It looks fucking insane.
And that's I mean, I don't know if you really understood what that trailer was. That was like anyone can make like an NPC.
That's what I thought.
Like, this is weird.
Yeah, no,
this is crazy.
It's insane stuff. But no, that's really interesting to me. The idea of that they were like, yeah, we just ran out of money. Like, I guess that had, like,
so Microsoft steps in and be like, hey, we're gonna give you an offer. We'll put Halo on Xbox exclusively as a launch title.
Yeah. They
took it, and pretty much the rest is history. Halo becomes almost an instant hit. First time since GoldenEye a shooter has made an impact on consoles. And GoldenEye is a very different type of shooter. It's like a stick shooter.
Well, yeah, and that was like, I wonder if they still use that same technology in Halo of like, it's basically like a ray gun. Like there's no, like, how bullets actually act as bullets now. Like back then it was like more, it was like you aim at something and it's like it's always a connecting beam.
Like a hit scan.
Yes, almost or something like that. But like now it's actually bullets travel like independently. I can't remember what the point I was asking to make.
So Combat Evolved, it was, there's 2 engines actually. Okay. It's running on the old Bungie engine, which is what it says right here, and the Saber 3D engine, which is a Russian studio that remade the new anniversary graphics for both Halo 1 and 2.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Oh wow. It's interesting that Bungie made their own internal engine. Even
I was gonna say we'll probably get into talking about the anniversary differences, and like there are some differences, but we want you guys to play along with us. I think it'll be a pretty cool experience if you're playing these levels as we're talking about them. So where can you play Halo Combat Evolved? Well, if you want to play literally the original, it's obviously on Xbox. It is also on, if you have a copy, which I do, I have a copy of Halo 1 on Games for Windows PC as a disc.
Really?
That's how I played Halo the first time.
Oh,
so this
wow.
came out in 2003. It's also on Mac, but that's how like I experienced Halo solo without going to like a friend's house. My dad bought it on PC, and that's how I played it.
Yeah.
Wow.
True story.
Can't verify.
It's also
No.
on the 360 Marketplace, which I'm not even sure if that's around, but that came out in 2007. There's the original Halo Combat
Honestly,
Evolved
I bet you
Anniversary.
can totally buy that solo on the Microsoft, like on your Xbox Series X.
Yeah, but this
Yeah.
is like the 360.
So
So I don't know if that
interesting.
marketplace even still exists.
No, yeah.
Ripped all the avatars, right?
Oh
All the
yeah,
360 avatars. They'll never wake up.
they're
They're like
your
it's like
face.
it's like
Your face was just like
it's like the room in Westworld with all like the non-active like NPCs.
they're all just, like, dead.
They're just never gonna wake up.
So yeah, you can play the remaster Halo Combat Evolved, which came out in 2011 on the 360, or you can play it in the Master Chief Collection, which is probably most likely how we're all going to play this.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
us
how I'm
three,
playing it.
Yeah,
anyone
yeah.
listening, you're probably going to play through the Master Chief
Nowadays,
Collection.
100%.
So the Master Chief Collection's on Xbox One, Series X and S. It's on PC via Steam or the Xbox Store or Game Pass. There's a lot of ways to get the Master Chief Collection.
Can I say I might be committing the ultimate sin? I am playing with a PS4 controller because I do not have an Xbox controller.
So
Get out now.
All right, I'm leaving.
so do your inputs still come up as like A and B
Yeah.
and stuff?
Yes.
Is it confusing?
No.
Really?
Kind of just like A, B, X, Y, X circle, square, triangle.
Yeah, I mean, I guess as
Because like you're not looking down at your
Yeah,
as,
I kind of.
as like, you know, as hardcore gamers as we are, controllers, like I can switch from
Only
PS5
thing
to Xbox and like have no issue at all.
Sometimes the X still throws me off though. It'll say press X.
Yeah,
And I'm
yeah.
like,
yeah.
That's the one that's truly really only gets me.
So let's get into it. Let's play Halo Combat Evolved. Starting with our first level, the Pillar of Autumn. I'm going to give a brief synopsis of each level at the start. For Halo 1, it's very simple as to exactly what everything is. So we're also going to be not necessarily just going over the gameplay and like the main story. We're going to be talking about a lot of lore, getting nitty gritty on the guns, the people, the places, I think I said guns, vehicles. We're going to be talking about all that stuff. So this is not only going to be just like, us replaying the game, but kind of like explaining like what Halo is, for lack of a better term. Like we're going over the whole series,
What is Halo? That question will be answered today. Back to you, Gooch.
I'm trying to think do we talk? Well, not necessarily. We'll see. We'll see when we talk
Wait
about
a
Halo. So the Pillar of Autumn is the first campaign level of Halo Combat Evolved and the Halo trilogy. The UNSC Pillar of Autumn, having escaped the destruction of Reach, has arrived near a strange object. Unfortunately, the Covenant, who are here as well, having beaten the Autumn to the object and attacked the ship. Master Chief Petty Officer Spartan John 117 is awakened from his cryosleep and makes his way to the bridge of the titular ship to be briefed by Captain Jacob Keyes about their current situation. After the brief meeting, Master Chief, with his AI companion Cortana, makes his way off the ship via a Bumblebee escape pod. So that is where we're at. Probably the big thing we got to get into is who exactly are the UNSC. The United Nations Space Command, more commonly known as the UNSC, is the military exploration and scientific agency of the unified Earth government.
Can I just say I like military better?
Military.
Is that how I said
Yeah,
it?
kind of sounded
Military,
military.
uh-huh.
Anyways, continue.
French podcast now.
Or Military Sans Frontières, like an MGS Peace Walker. We're getting, we're bringing in the French. Yeah, so this is the Earth's essentially like it's essentially the Earth Army and like the Earth Marines and everything. Even though there's
So
Marines,
Earth
they do
is
everything.
united at this point in history.
I guess they really don't like it. It's funny.
They
It's
don't
kinda
talk
like
about,
Mass
like,
Effect.
local
They
politics.
don't talk about Earth too much
Yeah.
in this series.
That's
Just the
what I was
fact that it
thinking.
exists,
So it seems like Earth is just like, now we're all Earthlings.
right?
Kinda,
Just like
yeah.
in Mass Effect.
Yeah.
That Earth is like humanity is everyone.
Yeah.
Humanity.
Yeah.
It's there's no.
There's
it's
no, we're not
black, white,
United
Indian.
States. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Everything is unified, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
So, talk about the UNSC. We're dealing with the Human Covenant War, but there's some background that you definitely need to know as a player getting into this game, getting into the lore, is essentially the insurrection, the human insurrection that happens before the Human Covenant War. So in 2492, the colony of Far Isle was razed by nuclear weapons after a massive uprising, creating a newfound reason to rebel. The Callisto incident in 2494 would begin a bloody struggle between groups of terrorists or freedom fighters who wanted independence, and they fight the UNSC for pretty much 30 years. And this is kind of, I guess, where the modern day version of the UNSC starts to form. The Spartans start to exist. This is kind of where the balls are rolling. The Spartans come into the picture as a reaction. The Spartan 2 program is created to deal with these human insurrections, which seems like an overkill.
Yeah, I know. It's like, wow.
They create these like fucking super soldiers to fight people. Like it really it
No,
does
it's
seem
insane.
like
Some messed up stuff.
Yeah.
this is like what was like
What was
okay.
the thought process here?
Right. It's like how deadly were these
Yeah.
like uprisings that like okay, we're gonna create an entire unit.
And this
To
was
just
this was
decimate
before
them.
they knew about
And
the
this
Covenant.
is about the this is for the Spartan 1
Or
program.
did they?
And no, this is Spartan 2. Oh. So that was created by Catherine Halsey, who we're going to talk about, and like you just mentioned, Halo 4 kind of gets into that, where like Halsey is asked like, you created the Spartan 2s not to fight the Covenant, but that's what they ended up doing. Like you created like these army of super soldiers to fight an insurrection, but they didn't do that at all.
No,
so
and they
like
just
why like
What was the point here?
right?
Yeah.
And she's put on like trial. And
For
because of,
war crimes.
yeah, because she essentially
She
we're-
couldn't. Yeah.
Some
we're
messed
gonna-
up shit.
we're gonna get into it. Yeah, we'll get into it. I don't want to spoil what Catherine Halsey does. But then 30 years after that, or 30 years of the insurrection, the Human Covenant War starts. That's a few decades. And then this game is taking place in the final year of the war. Reach and the current time of 2552 is the
Start date 2552.
and this whole series takes place during that year. You have the exact dates, right?
The first game is 3 days.
Okay.
The 19th to the 22nd
Wait,
of
the entire
2552.
series takes place over how much? A year.
That year.
Even
Yeah,
up
I
to
don't
Halo
think-
5.
I think it's a few weeks.
Well, at least 1, 2, and 3.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't because then obviously
How
So
long
one
that?
is
I
3
wonder-
days.
1 is 3 days. September 19th, 2552 to September 21st, 2552. 22nd, I'm sorry. 2552.
Interesting. Yeah. That's one thing in games. The
Timeline wise, is not
like the
it's
progression
tough
of
to
time
narrate that,
kind
yeah.
of gets like lost, and it's interesting. It's like, oh yeah, Halo 1 was literally just 3 days, and I mean it makes sense. Like nighttime does happen in the
Yeah.
game,
Yeah.
but it's not like explicitly stated.
Of course.
All right, so the game opens up.
Cortana, all I need to know is did we lose them?
I think we both know the answer to that.
So we open up to that shot of the Pillar of Autumn kind of like just coming through slip space, and Captain Keyes and Cortana are pretty much like, oh shit, I hope we just got
Can't
away.
believe we made it. Yeah.
Boy, fuck, you didn't get away. And yeah, they're coming up on Halo, and that is pretty much our first cutscene. The UNSC is going on high alert. Johnson
There's
is
a lot of dialogue in like that first cutscene.
yeah,
like stuff that you
Johnson's
wouldn't know.
assembling the men. There you go.
Yeah, there's just like stuff that you wouldn't really know. Like they're
you
calling out
weren't-
all these call signs and stuff, and you're playing the game for the first time. You're like, huh? Like,
What's
what
that?
what is this?
Who are
What's
you?
going on? Like,
Yeah.
who
Where
are
are
the
we?
Covenant? What is?
Yeah.
Right, and I think that's a great question of like what was Reach at the time, and let's get into it. Let's get into the UNSC Pillar of Autumn, which is a Halcyon class light cruiser operated through most of the Human Covenant War. Prior to the fall of Reach, the Pillar of Autumn was selected to support Operation Red Flag, a Spartan 2 project to capture Covenant leaders, aka Prophets. Captain Jacob Keyes was placed in command. The operation was forestalled by the Covenant assault on Reach, and the cruiser was one of the few UNSC survivors that fled the system, having lost most of the intended Spartan 2 passengers. So the Pillar of Autumn was the main fighting force behind what was, I guess, the last operation of the Human Covenant War to capture leaders and end this thing. That just didn't fucking happen at all. So it's kind of funny, like, before researching this, I don't think I knew that like Captain Keyes was like that any of that was supposed to happen with the Pillar of Autumn.
Interesting.
And the only Spartan on it is Master Chief, and it's not in Halo 1, but we find out not his partner, but one of his squad mates, Linda, is on the ship too. And they get into it in the first strike and stuff, and it's like, oh
shit!
Like this is real. Like it's interesting. Like
Yeah.
Master Chief was like, it's not like they were just transporting him; they were transporting like the entire Spartan 2 battalion.
You wouldn't know about Linda in the original game that was added in the anniversary.
Oh, do they mention her within the within the anniversary? I mean, like
within the anniversary. Yeah, the only time you see it is when you come out at like the first mission and you're walking through the Pillar of Autumn. You'll see it has like Master Chief's vitals and then another one, and it's Linda.
Yeah,
she's all
her
it's all
call
red.
sign's like B.
054B.
Wow.
Yeah, I mentioned it. It's somewhere in here. But yeah, so that's the first cutscene, and Johnson has a speech that actually, what's cool, we'll talk about a few things like that, is difficulty determinant. Like, I think every difficulty has a different speech.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I have the normal and the
read them off.
So on normal, he says, once again, it is our job to finish what the Flyboys started. We are leaving this ship's platoon and engaging the Covenant on solid ground. When we meet the enemy, we will rip their skulls from their spines and toss them away laughing. Am I right, Marines?
Sir, yes, sir.
And on Legendary, this is probably my favorite one. Yeah. Men, we led those dumb bugs out to the middle of nowhere to keep them from getting their filthy claws on Earth. But we stumbled onto something. They're so hot for it that they're scrambling over each other to get it. Well, I don't care if it's God's own anti-son-of-a-bitch machine or a giant hula hoop. We're not going to let them have it. What we will let them have is a belly full of lead and a pool of their own blood to drown in. Am I right, Marines?
Sir, yes, sir!
What the hell is a son-of-a-bitch machine?
Anti-son-of-a-bitch machine.
What is that?
Like, what is that dialogue?
I don't know.
Like, what does that mean?
Are you a son of a bitch? Get the fuck out of here.
What does that mean? To play us out.
You mean to end the show? Yeah. Oh, okay.
So yeah, and then after that speech, Chief is the pin. I think one of the Marines is like, pins blow, coming in hot.
Cracking the case in 30 seconds. He's hot, blowing the pins in 5.
And Chief kind of gets out of the cryopod for the first time. So who exactly is the Master Chief? Full name, Master Chief Petty Officer John 117, more commonly known as the Master Chief, is a Spartan 2 commando of the UNSC Naval Special Warfare Command. He's the protagonist and the main character in both the Halo trilogy and the Reclaimer saga. Halo trilogy, the first 3 games. Reclaimer saga, 1 to Infinite.
Wait, I'm sorry. Did you say 1 to Infinite?
Yeah, every mainline Halo game
is called the
Reclaimer saga.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I guess if they ever want to do Halo after Infinite, it's not Master Chief, which is really what I'm actually hype about in Infinite is we are ending
wasn't
Master
kind
Chief's
of that
story.
the whole point of 5? But then people were like, "What the heck?"
Well, they lied about 5.
Well,
Was 5 supposed to be the last one?
No, I meant like 5C. Like it
Kind of felt like Spartan Lock was
was supposed to be like the new one, and then they were like,
that.
everyone was like,
yeah, no.
Well, the marketing material was fine.
bad.
I'm actually interested when
Well,
we get to it. Is not really what the game is about.
Not
Like,
at
they're
all.
not at war with each other, and then they're not like fighting.
No.
Like they are, but they really aren't. Like it's not what the story is about.
barely. Yeah, we'll get into that.
Yeah. So, with over 30 years of active duty service, he's become one of the most decorated war veterans in the United Nations Space Command, earning every known UNSC medal except the Prisoner of War medal, which is getting captured. It's the Purple Heart, essentially. So he's just
So
that fucking
he's just
he
good at
didn't
his
get
job.
the bitch medal, is what you're saying. All right,
pretty much. John was born in 2511 and lived with his mother and father in Elysium City on the colony world of Hernandez 2. Dr. Catherine Halsey identified John as an ideal physical and mental candidate for the 150-strong preliminary pool of the Spartan 2 program when he was 6. He stood a head taller than the majority of his schoolmates, had greater physical performance proportions. All 3 of those can apply, and possessed greater strength, superior reflexes, and aggressive drive for success. Later that same year, John and 74 other 6-year-old children were conscripted. They were covertly kidnapped from their homes and replaced by Flash clones. this is where the war crimes of it comes
Yeah.
in.
Yeah.
Because I don't think the
Yeah, the
UNSC
kidnapping.
knew that.
They assumed that they had gotten them through actual like
recruitment or
It's interesting that the UNSC didn't know that at all.
well,
Like,
they were.
this is the first time
But
I'm
I think
actually
that
thinking
shows you
about it.
kind of how they were kind of just like also like, well, do what you. Oh, you got them from a legit place. Okay, like they weren't really asking
kind of
too
read
many
it
que-
off and like,
I'll take your word for
And
it.
the interesting part about the clones is all of them would die a year later from neurological problems stemming from the imperfect cloning process, covering up the kidnappings. So it's just like they kidnapped them and then they all just died. So
That makes sense.
I'm curious how you get away with 74 kids dying in the same
Well,
year.
you assume
Yeah.
that they're not all from the same place. I mean, 74 kids die a day probably here, like on Earth.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point.
Like there's like easily like
but these colonies, I mean, I guess I don't know, but I would imagine Earth. Yeah, I mean, I guess we don't really know how big colonies are, but I mean, like from other sci-fi games like Mass Effect, like these colonies are definitely don't seem that big, and
It
it's like
seems to
there's
me that
one
they have-
city, and it's not like the rest of the planet. It seems to be inhabitable, and I guess that's kind of how I'm seeing it. Is like,
well, if it's like one kid from each colony or so, I don't know how many colonies there are, but I feel like
lot, I
that
would
would
assume.
that would kind of just fly under the rug.
So, John, along with the cannons, were taken to the planet Reach, which is where they train the Spartans. That's
How old was he when he was kidnapped?
6.
6.
Oh wow, so they started him early.
Dr. Halsey informed them of the Spartan 2 program and how they would be the protectors of Earth and all her colonies. The next morning, John discovered his service tag. Stitched into his training uniform was his new name, John 117. So I don't think there's actually a last name for him. I mean, they just
Well, that they can't like. Obviously, there's probably like he had a last
right,
name,
but I don't even think like Bungie
Even
made
care-
one
yeah.
for him because I probably
Because
would
they're like, what's the point? Yeah,
Like a John Doe.
literally, I think that's
Yeah.
probably was the idea. Probably, yeah.
What naming him
Just
John?
John,
like a
yeah,
John
just
Doe.
it's a generic.
That's
John.
like John Jack, like Bioshock's protagonist's
Exactly.
name is Jack. It's a very like just
It's just a very bland guy name.
Yeah.
Shepard's name is John.
Yeah,
A lot of Johns.
right.
Yeah.
Wow.
John is just a
John's like that, like
John
Smith.
Michael,
John, yeah,
Chris.
like, you know,
Come on,
Yeah.
there's literally 2 of them sitting at the table right now.
you don't know who I am.
And we can't really talk about Master Chief without talking about his armor. So the armor he's wearing in Halo 1 is the Mjolnir Power Assault Armor, or the Mark V. And this is the 5th of 7 versions of the Mjolnir Powered Assault Armor. The suit was issued by members of Noble Team, who we'll talk about in Reach, on November 24th, 2551, and the remaining Spartan 2 commandos on August 29th, 2552, and was in service until October of that same year, which it was replaced by 6. So Master Chief wears this armor for just 1. And then
Gotcha.
he switches. I think it's 6. I could be wrong, but I think it actually is 6. But he's wearing this suit for this whole game. Yeah. So this is where we hit our tutorial, where what difficulty you guys
Normal.
on?
I'm on normal.
Normal.
I'm on
Yeah,
easy.
I'm on
Yeah,
normal.
so it's there.
Yeah,
It's
so
there
we
on
all
normal.
do the tutorial, and the tutorial is kind of funny because it is like look up, look down, invert. I don't like this.
that.
Yeah.
Back out.
Invert. Why is this? Why?
Yeah, like, and it's kind of funny because like games now, like if we have tutorials, they are not like this at all.
No, they're
This is
much
a product
more.
of the generation for sure.
Yeah, I know. Actually,
Much
yeah.
more like
They're
I
much more
feel
just part. Like they kind of make it like narratively something a little bit more than
interactive-
it.
way more interactive.
Yeah.
Right. You're literally like, as soon as you start up the game, they charge up your shields and like, you're not doing anything. You're literally just
Standing
doing
there.
this tutorial and nothing else is going on. And, it makes sense at the time, 2001, like not, there's not like gamers, like,
Gamers.
whatever that means.
Yeah.
Not like people picking up Halo 1 are like, like I said, it was some of people's first introduction into gaming. And,
Yeah.
gaming wasn't this worldwide phenomenon that it is now. It kind of was to an extent, but like not everyone was playing video games.
Absolutely,
Halo
yeah.
1, I think,
This
definitely
was kind of the
changed that.
starter, the fire that started. I don't
Definitely
know. Yeah.
sent the consoles going, huh?
Absolutely,
Yeah, I mean,
especially Xbox.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
obviously.
PlayStation I think was out at this
PS2?
point. I'm not sure about GameCube.
PS1?
No,
It was
PS2.
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 Right?
It was
By the
PS2.
time Xbox came out,
Okay,
it was
yeah.
PS2, I think. Yeah, right.
and then we take the walk to the main deck. As the Pillar of Autumn's getting attacked, you like run past an elite. You don't have a gun. It's it's like
he runs away from you.
Yeah, it's like literally classic like shooter like back in the day. Like you just don't start with a gun. Usually now it's like Doom. Like they throw you a gun and you're
Immediately
fucking gunning people down.
They didn't want you to kill all the NPCs, baby, pretty much.
Which you can do as soon as you get the pistol.
You gotta leave. You gotta walk out, and then he'll pull it back. You can walk back in. And
it's like, hey guys, king.
It was loaded.
Yeah. Oh, got it.
You know, it's fun. I'll get to it. I'm gonna talk about it. So we get to the main deck, and Master Chief speaks his first words.
Captain Keyes.
Captain Keyes.
Captain Keyes.
Literally says nothing until this point. It's kind of funny, and like Master Chief like is a man of few words, but like, in this game he doesn't talk that much at all. He talks to Cortana. Period. He talks to Cortana the most. And he's not really interacting with like a lot of people. Like if you notice, like most of his missions, like he has Marines, but like he's usually like doing his own thing, like all the time.
I feel like he was kind of inspired by the Doom guy.
Absolutely, I was thinking the same exact thing.
Kind of
just with a little bit more attitude.
Yeah,
or not attitude, but more, just a slight more personality.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So let's talk about our boy here, Captain Jacob Keyes. He was a legendary naval officer and one of the most brilliant tacticians in the UNSC Navy. He commanded great respect as a highly skilled strategist and an inspirational leader to those under his command. He has many decorations, 35 years of combat experience against the Covenant, and the ability to keep a secret made him the utmost natural choice to command the Pillar of Autumn and its most secret cargo, Spartan 2s, or I guess in this case just Chief. And one of his like character traits is like he had the pipe, which I'm trying to remember.
I don't even remember him having a pipe.
I don't think he had it in the beginning. At least I don't remember. I don't remember.
It's on the ground when we find him later. I guess I won't spoil it.
Yeah.
Even though this game.
Yeah, that's like funny. I really don't. I don't remember that.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Yeah, he has this pipe. So Captain Keyes was chosen by Dr. Catherine Halsey to assist her with the tasking of studying approved subjects for the Spartan 2 program. So he was there alongside Halsey on Hernandez 2 when they were looking at Chief.
Makes sense.
The first child they had observed for Spartan 2 was Subject 117, John.
Of course, the best.
Which is interesting.
Yep. First is the best.
First guy was the best. Like, guess you lucked out. Didn't really
I'm still confused on why he just got on the ship early at Reach. He's like, guys, I'm tired today. I want to go lay down in my cryopod.
I think I actually get to it in this next thing.
Oh, cool.
So at Reach, Keyes was given an important mission to transport Spartan super soldiers deep into Covenant space in order to capture a prophet, who would be then used to ransom at the end of the Human Covenant War. As a part of this command, Keyes was given control over the UNSC Pillar of Autumn. Before the Autumn could leave Reach for slip space, which is like faster than light travel, going like quick distances.
Warp speed, basically.
Yeah. Reach was attacked by the Covenant. His mission was scrubbed. Keyes offloaded most of the Spartans to the surface of the planet. He then tried to aid
help. I get that. Yeah,
he then tried to aid the defense of Reach and even destroyed a supercruiser, which you actually see in the game Reach. But his efforts were in vain. He could only pick up John 117 along with Spartan 058 Linda.
058.
Yeah. And well, it says her tag Linda and a handful of Marines from the station just in time to flee the pursuing Covenant. So I guess I don't know if he's in cryo sleep then. I'm probably not.
Well, I mean, at the little Easter egg at the end.
Yeah,
you can
Reach.
look right.
In Reach, you can like in the last level when like you're on the Autumn, like I think you just hold
right on the
and he's
the
just
stick.
like, hey.
Yeah, he's just sitting there.
It's like, hey, I'm ready. I'm fucking ready.
So at some point after retrieving 117, Keyes docked the Pillar of Autumn at the Assad ship breaking yards while waiting for to receive a fragment of Cortana from Noble 6. So again, we'll talk about that in Reach. He was born on Earth, and he was also in an intimate relationship with Dr. Catherine Halsey, and they gave birth to his daughter Miranda Keyes, who we'll talk about in 2. She's a main character.
I did not know that.
I didn't know that either. Actually, wow.
I don't think I knew that Catherine Halsey was Miranda Keyes' mom. I knew Jacob Keyes, Miranda Keyes. It's pretty obvious.
Made sense, yeah.
Right, yeah. So they're never married.
I would not have known that.
Bang. You know?
They
just bang.
We'll bang, okay.
Yeah, we'll bang, okay.
We'll bang. You have
come
my
back
kid.
to the ship immediately. Yeah. Do you know that meme? Do you know what we're talking about? This is a Mass Effect 3.
It's the gamer poops.
Yeah, it's like a YouTube poop. I don't like that's like a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
that's what it is.
I love it.
And of course, in this cutscene, we also talk to Cortana for the first time, who is integrated into this ship and will eventually integrate with Chief. Cortana, UNSC Artificial Intelligence, is a smart artificial intelligence construct. She is one of the most important figures in the Human Covenant War and was also Master Chief's partner in various combat missions. I need to change. So when it says Chief in the bios, it says John 117. It's so much easier to just say the Master Chief.
The Master Chief.
I got to change as I go through. Gotta make sure to change that. It just doesn't sound.
John
cool.
117. Yeah.
Yeah, it just doesn't sound.
Master,
I want to sound
Chief.
cool.
Yeah,
You know.
Come on.
Cortana was created using a flash clone copy of Dr. Catherine Halsey's brain. 20 flash clone brains were created, but only 2 survived. One of the 2 survivors was used to create Cortana. So, I don't know if you understand that.
It's
Cortana is Halsey.
She is, but like,
She's actually
did
voiced.
she know? But I know that.
Same
But does
voice
she
actor, yeah.
know that Cortana?
Yes.
She does.
Yes.
She realizes
Cortana
she is a
real-
copy of her consciousness. But there obviously are different people in the way of like, she seems a little bit more
Nicer.
genuine. Yeah, I don't. even
Catherine
know.
Halsey's kind of a bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's not really very
I
personable.
really like the way she's kind of a bitch.
She's
just to
not.
be
I mean,
honest.
she's
No,
not. She's very
She's very ends justify the means type
right.
of person.
She's
of
like, I almost said egghead. You know what I hate about Halo 4? How Palmer says egghead, calls the scientist eggs heads.
Oh, that's right.
I fucking
Oh,
hate
man.
it. I'm like, it's such a dumb term. I almost said it.
yeah, I
Like,
really don't understand it. It's like, is it what? It's just because they have a big head? Like I don't know. Like what is it at? Like
it's not literal, Tria.
no, but I get it. But like,
No, I know.
where-
I know. I thought. Are you?
Tell me. No.
I don't understand. Are they smart?
Are they smart? Like,
egghead?
why is it? Why did they associate an egghead with a smart person? Gooch, answer now.
I don't know.
Continue.
On
discover this
November
my own.
7th, 2549, Cortana was first activated on Reach. She was one of at least 2 AIs that were created from Dr. Halsey's brain, the other being her predecessor, Kalmia, who was a similar smart AI. Actually, I looked at the wiki. There's not much on her.
Interesting.
Cortana first met Master Chief prior to the fall of Reach when she was integrated into his Mjolnir Mark V. Cortana was installed to the Pillar of Autumn to run the ship's shakedown and oversee refit of the ship. She also developed a deep personal relationship to Master Chief that would only grow stronger throughout their ventures, which we are going to pretty much talk about at some point. Cortana's primary mission was to aid the Spartan 2s in the infiltration of a Covenant vessel, capturing a prophet. The UNSC would then try to bargain for peace. So she was the lead AI. And actually, it's funny. You interact in Halo Wars, there's AI. There's a clear difference between Cortana and every
other AI. Yeah, I agree.
Like, and I think they're in Halo 4 too. They're you know,
No,
the
yeah, I
other
remember the
AIs
new
sound
shit.
like stereotypical AIs. They're
Yeah.
not like super intelligent.
not as-
Cortana
yeah.
is clearly like
Like a
cognizant,
like a fully cognizant
has a
like,
personality,
yeah.
right? Like it's
No,
clearly
I
different.
I noticed that too.
So
Yeah.
there's 2 AIs on the Pillar of Autumn. One, obviously Cortana, and the other one's Wesley.
Oh,
or Wellesley. He's in Fireteam Raven and the Flood. That's the only time you'll ever hear about him.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, it was in Fall of Reach they talked about it. I'm looking it up right now. I remember specifically that
Yeah.
I do remember another AI.
I guess that makes sense. I don't think she was originally supposed to interface with the Pillar of Autumn. All ships have an AI.
Yeah.
So Infinity's in 4, Lasky talks to it a lot.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Yeah. And he's, I think he looks like a pilot, if I remember correctly.
Oh, I do
I think
remember
you're-
that.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
you're 100% right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they just, he like clearly talks not as like sentient as Cortana,
Yeah. Totally.
which is going to play into her story eventually. All right, so we finished that cutscene. Keys gives us his personal side.
Don't keep it loaded, son. You'll have to find ammo as you go.
it's immediately.
He doesn't give you ammo, does he?
it already has
But it has
ammo.
that, like you
It
don't
has
pick
ammo
up
when
as soon as you
out.
walk out of the thing, and you're like
Yeah,
cock it. and
he
you're
cocks
like,
it back, and it's like it's missing like 3 or
The
4
classic.
rounds.
I guess
Yeah.
maybe he had ammo on him.
Maybe.
Well,
Well, there's actually a funny, not a funny story, a cool story. I read in, I think it was in the Flood. There's a point where
Did you actually
later-
read that book?
I didn't. I've listened to some pieces of it.
I read the First Strike in middle school.
Yeah.
because that was cool.
There's
Gooch.
I read
there's
video game books.
a scene or in the book where they're getting ready. The Covenant's already on board the ship, and stealth elites actually make their way to the bridge, and Keyes is still there, and everyone's still there, and he's like, he goes to the Marine next to him. He's like, "Son, can I borrow your pistol?" And the Marine's like, "I kind of don't want to be without my pistol, but sure." And he hands it to him, kind of inspects it, looks it around, aims it, shoots an elite right in the head.
It was just standing there.
Yeah, drops
cool.
an elite, and he gives it back to him. He's like, "That's a nice sidearm you got there." He's such a badass. They talk a lot about him in the books.
I love it.
This pistol is called the the M6D personal defense weapon system. I love when they call guns weapon systems. It's actually very common.
Yeah.
In the official names of guns, they call them weapon systems, aka the Halo 1 pistol.
Yep.
Otherwise known as the M6D Magnum sidearm, is a United Nations Space Command sidearm and is one of the variants created at Misrai Armory. Misrai Armory is like where all the shit's created. I think Misrai is a planet, if I remember.
All the UNSC weapons?
Yeah,
Okay.
like Mjolnir's created there. I think like most of the Spartans' equipment is created there, if I remember correctly. The M60 pistol is an upsized UNSC handgun issued to Navy officers. This model has been upscaled for use by Spartan 2s and Mjolnir armor. Even though the Spartan issue pistols are larger than the standard issue variants, they can still share magazines. It's a semi-automatic, recoil-operated, magazine-fed, large-bore handgun and is controllable even during rapid fire, although it costs an accuracy. Interesting that they would write into the lore it has a big hand grip for Spartans. It's kind of cool.
No,
like,
'cause
that
it
they
does
thought
make
about
sense
it
that,
because their
like-
fucking hands are probably like as big as like your.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
definitely your head or
Well, how big? He's like 7 feet in the armor, right? 7 feet tall.
Something like that. And I know
Yeah.
I've read somewhere that he's 6'7".
6'7" out of the armor,
Yeah.
7 foot, like
And
1,000 pounds.
Yeah, 1,000 pound in the armor. And a tank. Anyways,
1,000. No, just naturally it's 1,000.
I mean, hey, I don't know. I might have guessed that at first.
And as soon as we get out of the cockpit, the main cabin, we encounter our first few enemies. So this episode is going to be heavy lore because it's our first time like running into like half the enemies
these
of the
people.
series.
Yeah,
And then,
a lot of weapons and
as we go on, it'll be less of this stuff. But as our first encounters of these stuff, we kind of want to talk about it, give you a little fun facts.
Little taste. Little
So
tidbit.
let's meet the grunt or the ungoy. They're a sapient species of squat, bipedal, xenoarthropodal, vertebroid life forms.
I'm
that
sorry,
10
please
times
say
fast.
that more. Like 3 more times.
Squat,
Like,
bipedal, xenoarthropodal, vertebroid.
okay, love it. Continue.
Life
Sounds good.
forms.
Just
in
want to
the
make sure I heard you right.
in the unified races of the Covenant. They are they're the fourth species to be assimilated into the Covenant and the lowest ranking species in the hierarchy. They suffer frequent mistreatment by almost every other race, particularly the Kigar, aka the Jackals, and are primarily used as laborers in peacetime and cannon fodder in war.
it's a shame, man.
There's a lot of
They're literal
racism in the
grunts.
Covenant, and it really comes to a head in 2 when there's the schism between the brutes and the elites.
How many races are there? Like, do we know? Like, because I know there's
Jackals,
obviously the
hunters, grunts, elites, brutes, prophets,
Sentinels
engineers are
Same
are
thing.
technically a
engineer-
race.
That's right. Yeah, ODST.
So 7?
Yeah, right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And they're
7.
all from different species. That's interesting. I didn't.
Yes,
think
they're
of-
all from different planets. Yeah,
Did you say drones? I don't know.
8
Okay,
drones.
drones.
Yeah, I think that's it. I don't think
what
we
are the
missed it.
drones again?
The bugs.
The little
Oh,
green bugs.
duh,
Yeah.
Fuck, I forgot about them.
Annoying buggers.
The
my
race was
God.
one of the last to be absorbed into the Covenant, and the second Covenant species to be encountered by humans. They are referred to by grunts by humans as they are considered weak in comparison to their superiors because they perform the majority of their physical labor required by the Covenant, and they lack the knowledge of Covenant. They lack the knowledge of combat compared to other Covenant species. So it doesn't sound like they were a militaristic race.
They were just kind of like,
They were
hey,
just like-
we need bodies.
And yeah,
Right, come on.
like, and you guys, we're willing to join. Yeah.
So we don't encounter all these ranks here, but there are a lot of ranks: ultra, special operations, heavy, major, and minor. The minor are the orange ones. The major, the red. Special operations I think have masks on.
I think so.
Heavier fuel rod
Fuel
cannon,
rods.
and it's pretty much like that for the
Yep.
whole series. Little trivia. Since Bahalo, their home planet, has a methane atmosphere, the Ungoi wear methane tanks to breathe. However, in gameplay, they can still survive without methane tanks. Fun fact. And this is actually a funner fact. In 2018's Ready Player One, an Ungoi can see charging into the battlefield. And I assume that's that last scene in the
Big
end.
scene. The big What the hell would you call that?
I don't
The
even-
big fight scene.
The big, the big one, the war, the war. Yeah. All right. And of course, you can't have a grunt without a plasma pistol. You possibly could have picked one up here. The Type 25 directed energy pistol, also known as the plasma pistol, is a Covenant infantry firearm commonly wielded by the smaller Covenant members. The plasma pistol is a directed energy weapon, reversed engineered from Forerunner tech. There are a few guns in the Covenant arsenal, which I didn't know are Forerunner technology,
I didn't know that either.
which is interesting that they would like imagine like your pistol is like, oh yeah, we didn't make our guns, we just, or maybe they had guns prior and they like reversed Forerunner tech and made weapons out of them. And it uses plasma if it didn't.
Well, we'll get into
wasn't
that because
obvious.
of the Needler. The Needler's like
I think the Needler is one of the
reverse engineered Forerunner weapons.
Right.
Yeah.
The plasma pistol in Combat Evolved is notable for its traits, which made it rather overpowered. Although technically semi-automatic, it has no pause between shots, meaning that it fires as fast as you can pull the trigger. Another advantage of the plasma pistol is its accuracy. Even when fired from a long range, there's no kickback. Shots are simply continue to go straight where they were shot from the center of the reticle. And the only noticeable accuracy issue is a slight downward arc presented in each shot fired. If you're made idle, Master Chief will kind of pull off the top. All Halo 1's weapons have like some unique idle animation, which is really cool. And
It's
I
like
think
little things like that, man.
right. I
really
think games today like don't have those kind of Easter egg things. Like
Yeah,
they like
definitely.
none
Yeah,
of
only
them.
it's weird. Like, you know what I feel like really does it well? I've been playing again. It's Red Dead. Like his a lot of Arthur's like idle animations are like really cool in it. Like he's like,
Oh, yeah?
like spit on the ground. He like checks his he does all these things with his hat. Like I feel like there aren't a ton of those.
I don't think I've
especially in-
actually stood in Red Dead for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Seen
sit there. He
that
like
stuff.
he'll like start. I think after a while he sits down too. And like, he
Really?
just Oh yeah, random tangent. And Red Dead.
Wait, what? What was that?
Only thing that annoys me.
Wait, what was that?
Only thing that annoys me, random tangent, in Red Dead is that like on Red Dead Online you can kind of sit there and just it's an immersion thing. You can sit there and like smoke a cigar for a while, but if you use a cigar on the single player, you just kind of goes like, and then he throws it right away. Like, you just wasted
sucks
that.
it down.
God damn it, man. But anyways, I'm sorry.
They're probably expensive back
Yeah,
then, right?
definitely.
You're okay.
Continue.
Are we gonna? Oh, you don't want to talk about Red Dead?
Oh, no, I mean I could go on for hours.
Now this is a
about
Red Dead podcast.
Yeah.
Another one of the guns you're probably picking up is the assault rifle. The MA5B individual combat weapon system is a standard issue service rifle for the Marines. The MA5B is a air-cooled, gas-operated, magazine-fed weapon designed for automatic fire. The rifle is a bullpup design, which means the clip loads in the stock, which is a European design. I think it's French. I'll get to actually that.
English guns too, like the L85, Battlefield 4, L85, like AUG, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's
that's
no
insane.
no American guns are bullpup design. We I don't even know what that kind of type of gun is, but we have normal in the middle mags.
We have
Normal
normal
in
guns
the
here.
We're regular over here.
It's made of titanium alloy and polymer. The M85 rifle can be outfitted with a number of modifications, including suppressors, grenade launcher, and a flashlight, and more.
It's weird because you don't see
Any of,
the
like,
suppressors. They're
never
actually in Left 4 Dead. You can like download different models of those weapons, and they have different models of like the DMR, assault rifle.
I think a lot of them are in
Yeah.
5.
Oh, really?
You can get some
That's
weird
right, 'cause
guns
you can get
in
like
5.
No, you can.
That's
Yeah,
right.
you can
Yeah.
play like with old. Yeah, you're right. 100%.
So the big disadvantage is the accuracy sucks, but when you're far away.
Its reticle's huge in
Dude,
Combat
It's a
Evolved.
fucking circle. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
that
it's-
60 clip mag is outrageous.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, you
it's-
blow-
Mow people
what
down.
what assault rifle has 60 rounds in it? Like that's fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's
like
insane.
most of them are like 20 something.
20, 30.
Imagine
Well,
having
that's just
you have 3 times the ammo with this thing.
Yeah, but it's funny because then it's not even that power. Like I feel like that's because it's not as powerful. Like they're saying it's really powerful, but it's kind of not. Like you have to run through your whole clip. I feel like to
The
destroy.
clip's small. Like,
Yeah.
how do you
Like,
get
it
60
feels-
rounds
it's
in
funny,
that small
that's the thing.
clip?
Oh
Like,
yeah,
But it doesn't even feel like it's 60 rounds to me.
Because it
Like when I
shoots so
blow through it,
fast.
it shoots
Yeah,
so
yeah.
quickly. Yeah.
Little trivia about this gun. Going back to the bullpup thing. Robert McLeese at Bungie has gone on record comparing the basic design of the assault rifle to that of the FN F2000, which if you played Modern Warfare 2 is the last assault rifle I think
Yeah,
you get.
that is the last
what
assault
a
rifle.
callback. Yeah, so again, that gun reloads from the back, and it's kind of just like a big piece of metal.
Like plastic and metal.
Right. I feel like the U.S. design guns are pretty like not unique, but like
Standard?
Their look is not really big and bulky,
No.
whereas like these bullpup design guns are just
A
kind
lot
of
of
like
meat on the bones. Yeah.
right. That's a good way to put it. There's a compass on this thing, which always points north, if you probably noticed.
Yep.
We are also we definitely have encountered some elites at this point. The Sangheili, known to the humans as the elites, are a saurian species of strong, proud, and intelligent warriors, as well as skilled combat tacticians. The Sangheili are named after their home planet, Sanghelos. Due to their skill in combat, the Sangheili have formed the military backbone of the Covenant for almost the entirety of its existence. They had a fierce rivalry with the...
Rivalry.
I like rivalries.
All right, guys. All right.
Sorry.
Continue.
All right. You want me to leave?
No, I mean, hey, yeah, sure. Get the hell out of here.
Fierce rivalry with the
I'll take it.
Rivalry with
The rivalry with the Covenant.
I'm not cutting this out.
No, absolutely not.
A fierce rivalry with
it
the
Perfect.
all right Girolhani, which are the brutes, which finally boiled. All right, it's not funny. It's not funny.
Sorry.
Now I'm struggling. It finally boiled over to open hatred during the Great Schism and the conclusion of the Human Covenant War. So that's 2 and 3.
Gotcha.
The ranks we encounter here are minor and major. There's kind of a bunch of elite ranks, and I guess as the games progress, there's different ones. Some trivia: the dialogue spoken by the Sangheili,
Warp.
right, is made by so that sound, the wart is made by reversing and slowing down the clips of Johnson saying "go go go," which is very interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
I wonder why they chose to do that. What about
They
the
just probably wanted something very like.
what? I'm
nothing
curious about
done
the
in-
screams. Are the screams slow down like the
Could be.
There's like over 8,000 lines of dialogue in this game, and they're all like, most of them are randomly.
Like,
Yeah,
random
like
the
ones.
randomly
Marines say a lot
Yeah.
of weird shit.
Yeah, well,
they
it's-
do throughout the whole
Marines.
series.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's definitely a lot of callbacks to Alien because they said the game
Absolutely.
is definitely heavily
Oh,
inspired by
yeah.
Alien. Yeah, they have a lot
Wow,
of like.
good point.
yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely
the
in even
Marines
their
are that
designs
vibe.
for
Yep.
sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. I actually didn't even think about that. The Sangheili culture is comparable to that of the ancient Spartans of Sparta and the samurai of feudal Japan from humanity's past. Rank is achieved by succession, and much of their lives revolves around war. Also, their sense of honor and ritualistic suicide are similar to that of feudal Japanese samurais. They are fittingly the first Covenant species the player encounters in most of the Halo games. So in this one, it's the elite that runs away. And most of these elites are carrying plasma pistols, so we're picking up the plasma pistol, the Type 25 directed energy rifle.
Plasma
commonly-
rifle. You said pistol.
Did I?
Yes, you did.
Okay, rifle. Sorry, rifle.
Rifle.
Refo.
The bigger one.
Yeah, the big one. This is a Covenant infantry weapon. It is reverse engineered from Foreigner tech, like the plasma pistol. Is capable of semi-automatic and full automatic fire. The plasma rifle consists of 2 large plasma generators assembled by a trigger. So the whole thing holding it together fires it, and there's like 2 generators on the top and the bottom, which is kind of interesting. I mean, I know there's that little like spark.
Yeah.
So the trigger, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, the trigger almost pushes the.
Cool to like take it apart and see how it works.
Yeah.
You know.
You can buy one.
Oh, speaking of buying, remember that armor? Remember that Discord photo I sent of like the Halo 2 thing with the armor?
Yes.
Can't find it.
Really?
Yeah, but there is an Etsy shop.
Was it real?
Yeah, it was real. Yeah, I can't find anything else on it, but
Probably knows no one bought it.
oh yeah. There's an Etsy shop that you can actually order your own Halo ODST helmet.
So I went to Halo Outpost Discovery.
Oh, I wanted to go to
Philly.
that. So
I went
bad.
alone. He didn't want to go.
Oh,
I
man.
literally went alone.
I was in North Carolina at the
I
time.
was like, I'll just fucking go alone. And
Yeah.
I walked around and like that was a real cool experience. And how did we start? Oh, there was tons of people with like just souped up like
Oh, really?
armor,
Oh,
like
man.
really dim. I'm like, dude, I would like I cosplayed before, but like I want to walk around like
a Halo armor, like a
Spartan
Mjolnir
That's-
armor. Oh man.
Alright.
Yeah, like a really good set. I'd
Yeah.
pay, oh man, just to have to
Hell,
walk
I
around.
dress up as an ODST. I love ODSTs.
These plasma. I just went on Amazon just because I was curious. They're like cheap as fuck, and they kind of look pretty good. Like that's $20.
One of the ones I've seen, like when you shoot
No,
it,
it's
like,
like-
the vents open on the plasma
Yeah.
rifle and you can close it.
Really?
Yeah, I hang them on the wall. You can buy like lancers and stuff from Gears too.
Oh yeah.
So some trivia about the plasma rifle. It uses the same sound vial as the plasma pistol, and it has a 200 rounds, which means 2 shots per 1%. So
I didn't know they used the same file.
Yeah,
Now that
that's
you like,
interesting.
I'm gonna go back and
I
when
wouldn't have noticed.
it must. I'm trying to think. Maybe I mean, if it uses the same file, maybe it's not different. Because I feel like they have different sounds. Maybe it's because the plasma rifle. Nah, never mind. now I'm just like.
No, they could. I mean, it could be the same audio file that they just tuned a little bit different. Even.
Yeah, but if it's the same file, how would it be tuned?
yeah, you're right.
That's what I'm
They
thinking
just
about.
copy it. Yeah, that actually is interesting. I wouldn't
So
know.
at some point during these, encounter, as we're making our way through the Pillar of Autumn, you might have taken some damage, and you might have picked up a health kit. The health kit is a first aid kit containing the standard combat wound treatment, which is used by all UNSC combat personnel, ranging from Marines to Spartans. Each health kit contains amount of biofoam, which is like you see it in ODST, it kind of like fills, like if your armor gets like slashed open,
Yeah.
like it fills the hole. They have stuff like that in real life, I think.
something. Yeah,
There's
definitely.
foam that you can spray into wounds.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
absolutely. Yeah.
A stitch kit, polypseudomorphine, self-adhering antiseptic battle dressings, and other useful field dressing components. Health kits are standard issue. They're located on pretty much walls, pelicans. They're located everywhere.
Interesting.
So this is the one of the few games to actually use health kits. They're in Combat Evolved, Halo 3 ODST, and Reach only. And the health kit has no effect on shields in this one. I know you don't have a shield in.
It definitely makes sense for ODST, but
Right.
it's weird with
I
Reach,
think-
I guess.
I think the thought with it in Reach is like it's a prequel to Halo 1, so
Yeah.
it's like incorporate the Halo 1
yeah,
stuff into it.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I mean, like they don't have the SMG in Reach. They
No,
have
that's
Halo
so
1's
true.
arsenal, and they had a few weapons like the concussion rifle, the grenade launcher.
the SMG
is the
is that in
carbine
this game at all?
in
No.
Reach? Carbine's not in Reach.
Oh no, I think
But
Carbine's in Reach.
It's not in Combat Evolved, right?
No,
No.
Carbine
No.
comes in 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, the SMG replaces the assault rifle in Halo 2. Doesn't really
Really?
replace
The
it.
multiplayer.
The
So
assault rifle isn't in Halo 2?
take out the assault rifle, they put in the battle rifle and the SMG.
Yeah.
So they kind of split the assault rifle into a burst gun and then
Wow,
the
that's
SMG.
so funny.
It's in
I
the
would not-
multiplayer, and like the anniversary multiplayer. You can pick it up or spawn with it.
I would not have known that.
And then one line, I'm going to mention this because it kind of goes into the overshield. As Bumblebee escape pods are shooting out, the Covenant are getting back into the ship using those holes. So they're like, ships are like docking in the empty escape pod holes.
Yeah.
So I think Cortana goes like, we go out and they come in.
Yeah.
Clever bastard.
We go out and they come in. Clever bastards.
And in these escape pods, we can go into part of it. We find the Overshield, which is a Covenant-developed technology that strengthens the energy shielding system of the user. So anyone with a Sangheli Warrior's personal shielding system or a Spartan 2 Mjolnir armor can use this thing. So I guess
They're kind of
Regular-
similar.
You need some type of energy
Like a
harness
shield, yeah.
almost.
yeah,
like
the
a
shielding
shield har-
technology is kind of similar. I think the cloaking is in a similar
Similar vein.
thing. We'll get
I
to
feel
that.
like the Covenant would be more advanced because I mean, they kept up with. They beat the Pillar of Autumn to Halo. They
Right.
were already there, so
Well, the human weaponry is not good against shields.
Yeah.
Like, and I think
Like,
that's
you have
said
to
in
use-
the lore and also in the game. Like,
Yeah.
like taking down shields is better with plasma weapons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like a fact throughout the series. You know, you should fucking
I
know.
wonder how it would feel to get shot by like a. I guess the idea would be.
I
like
guess
a
it would burn.
Yeah, that
Probably.
Yeah, because the
Probably
thing you
burn.
can get is plasma burns. That
Yeah.
That's
comes
right.
up a lot.
That's
you get
right.
burnt from the plasma.
Yeah.
if you hold it too long
No, I think if you get hit by it.
or shoot the rifle,
But yeah,
with
like
the rifle too much,
yeah.
it'll overheat and then that's when it starts
Oh,
to sizzle.
like
the,
yeah,
the
yeah,
vent.
okay,
yeah. At one point we hit a maintenance tunnel, which Cortana activates your motion tracker, which is kind of an interesting thing. It's like you don't have it from the get-go. Like it's activated for like a purpose.
I'm detecting Covenant movement outside the access ways. Activating motion tracker.
Pretty interesting. And then there's a melee tutorial here on certain difficulties where you have to melee a door.
Melee door.
Yeah, I had that.
So cool. I loved it.
Wacha.
And at some point we are picking up a grenade. The M9 high explosive dual purpose grenade, or the frag grenade, is a standard issue grenade. Yeah, it's a grenade.
Yeah,
Grenades
does-
are grenades.
does what
It's like a
grenades do.
classic
You throw it.
baseball. style.
Oh yeah, pineapple.
Yeah.
Yeah, frags. You know what's funny? Grenades in video games look like that, but like our grenades now.
Oh, they don't look like that.
M9 like frag grenades don't look like that.
Don't they look more like the honeycomb style? Isn't that the
No,
real? Is
they're,
that still
they're
not
usually
even,
just like smooth balls.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is that why?
Yeah, they
Because I thought that was
definitely-
the older style. They were the smooth balls.
No, I think the older style is the
'Cause it was
pineapple.
supposed to be
pineapple. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's the well. See, because I thought like in this they use like the ones that were like the baseball, basically like that style, like what you're the smooth ball.
I feel like it's for more surface area
Exactly.
inside of the grenade,
Yeah.
so that when it explodes, shrapnel goes everywhere.
Yeah, I think the idea with the pineapples is like the pellets sit in those
The shards, yeah.
in those
Interesting.
things.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much the end of the level. We hit the escape pod and we get out. That's the
dun.
level. And a lot of these levels are going to be like this.
Yeah, especially for number one.
Right. When we like there's not a lot of story in Halo Combat Evolved. A lot of it is just you start the level, you might get some dialogue. It's like we don't necessarily get a cutscene at the beginning and the end of every single level or even in the middle. Like it is a lot of going from point A to point B, killing everything in between, and occasionally getting some like story exposition. But Halo 1 is the least heavy of the story, so we kind of fatten it up with this lore, which is kind of good. It's not like we're going to be explaining like every weapon at the beginning of Halo 2.
No.
Where Halo 2 actually has
A
story.
few new weapons. Yeah,
Yeah,
too.
Yeah, a few new weapons, of course, but yeah, it's mostly going to be okay. Now we're actually talking about the story. Whereas in this
Absolutely.
game, like, what do we talk about?
Yeah, in terms of the what is it here? Hold on one second. I had it written down.
Was there a terminal on this?
Yeah, I'll get to
we
that.
totally
Yeah,
missed
yeah,
it. Yeah.
I'll get to that.
I meant to talk about it when we hit it, but yeah, we can talk about the terminal here.
The campaign for the game was completed in 5 months. They
Interesting.
finished the entire game. It's kind of just go here and
Yeah,
then come back.
Exactly.
So
I'll mention I have some trivia that I mean actually it's probably pretty noticeable, but we'll get to it. I'll save it.
yeah, the first E3 demo for Halo 2 took 5 months to produce.
really?
To kind of put it into retrospect from Halo 1 to Halo 2.
Wow.
Interesting.
Would not have guessed. I mean, I guess that's kind of back then. I guess that sort of makes more sense.
But yeah, when you're on the bridge talking to Keys, don't leave just yet because there's a terminal. It's to the left as you walk in for the first time. You'll see a Marine standing there, not doing his job. Good on him. When you
A
activate
lot
that,
of these Marines don't do their job.
Yeah,
they
they're-
just fucking die.
they just scream. Yeah, they'll scream. And so this terminal is when you're first introduced to 343 Guilty Spark, who we'll talk more about later as he comes up. It kind of starts with him scanning the Pillar of Autumn and telling you guys can't come here. I will basically destroy your ship if you come over this way. And then as he's scanning it, he's like, oh wait, humans, reclaimers. And you're kind of like, what's a reclaimer? What is all this? It kind of flashes from like cavemen to like the aging of society up to Master Chief. You'll see like a picture of Master Chief's head.
We'll talk about this more in Halo 4.
Yeah, Halo
Gets
4 is
into actually
heavy Forerunner stuff.
What this actually is. I don't want to just like jump into it.
Yeah, which is and then he scans the Pillar of Autumn, notices humans, and he says, "Oh, humans haven't been here for a while."
So if the Covenant went there alone, they would have gotten just fucked.
Yeah, there's another terminal that kind of like talks about that.
Interesting.
But he talks about the Ecumene Council, which is like the Forerunner government. Once again, there's a lot of stuff in there. He needs to scan everyone's Gayash. I think that's the correct way to pronounce it. Gayash.
Yeah, I listened to it last night. Yeah, and it's his Gayash.
Yeah, and that's like
Whatever that is.
the genetic compound of all organisms and species. Under the influence of a Gayash, an organism could be given a set of subconscious orders that would either be specific to that organism or passed on to their children, in some cases lasting several generations. Yeah,
Interesting.
It does
Heavy lore.
yeah, it does play
Heavy
some
lore.
into like 4 and 5. There's a kind of Master Chief has some gay. It's really hard to explain.
He has some
He
gay
has some gay
experience.
experience.
He had a gay experience in the
Gay,
locker room.
yeah.
Nothing's wrong with that, okay? He's fine. He's
Hey, this is the most decorated Spartan of all time.
and guess what? If he was gay, it would be fine.
It would be
Okay, it
perfectly
would be
fine.
okay.
Master Chief is probably doesn't give a fuck about anything.
And he's
like that.
asexual, probably. Honestly,
I
too.
guess.
He's just like he's uninterested. He's war sexual. He just wants that war. He just gets off by killing grunts.
He probably does.
Do you think the suit like?
He doesn't have
Wait,
any
what?
sex drive.
No,
No.
it doesn't form. No, you don't think?
I don't think
the
he has
sex
any.
drive is converted into like
Into
killing.
adrenaline to kill
killing.
things with,
Yeah.
or to save society. I don't know. See, because again, he's so quiet that he doesn't seem. like he does it because he's
You're
part of the
getting
military.
into it.
No, I mean he but no, I'm just
Let's
even
talk
talking
Master
about
Chief sex drive.
well, not
Yeah,
even
yeah.
aside from that, even just his like psychology and the way of like how like he obviously believes in the UNSC and he fights for it.
Right.
But like
Humanity.
yeah, and but he's not like too right motherfucker. Like you know what I mean? Like he's like
He's not brash about it.
yeah, I don't know how to
There's some
describe it.
instincts there's some things in the book where he'll pick up dog tags of dead Marines. Yeah, he was really like a model
Like
soldier.
it seems to be as genuine, but it's like this genuine soldier, but it doesn't step into the bounds of like I don't know, like your like old war movies where they're like
Yeah.
Lippy-Ki-Yay, motherfucker. Like I don't know. It's interesting.
Like a Rambo.
yeah.
Yeah, Master Chief is
He's the
loyal.
definition of a silent protect. Yeah,
and we kind of see it. There's at the end of 4. I can't wait to talk about this. This is like my favorite scene in all of Halo, and like
oh yeah.
Cortana dies. Spoiler.
what
Or
What
does
the-
she?
what?
Or does she?
Bum, bum.
So after 4, like Master Chief, I guess is on the Infinity, is standing there, and Lasky joins him, and like they have a little dialogue, and I think Master Chief kind of says something like. The duty of a soldier is to protect humanity at all costs, and he says, and Matt Lasky's like, you say that if it like soldiers and humanity are like two different things, and he's like, you're not a machine, like
You are
a
part of
person.
humanity.
And then Chief goes, she said that to me once, and I'm just like, dude,
Broken Chief.
dude, like it's funny, like it takes a little bit of these games to like get into Chief.
No,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Like,
He's much
in
more
this
of a,
game,
in this
he
one,
is-
he's a very much a one-dimensional character.
Right.
Yeah,
There's
like,
no like lore to
He is
him,
much
per
more
se.
akin to the Doom Marine in the originals. If he is
Yeah.
just an embodiment of
Just kill
Kill,
for
kill.
the most part.
yeah.
And that's what I'm looking forward to in Infinite, to see like how do they finish this?
How they wrap up Master Chief's story.
Right, like Infinite to me says like Halo will be this platform with this game, but like obviously the story's gonna finish up here. It's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, it's weird that they're gonna make it like a open world too. That's
Yeah, there's some things where
I
I'm like,
really hope they don't fuck it up.
yeah.
I mean, yeah, there's been a lot of. We'll get into that.
They
when we-
can't fuck this game up.
You'd hope
Halo
not.
4 and 5 are not as super strong, and we're probably gonna talk about
I
that.
like the
but
multiplayer.
5 is my favorite multiplayer.
Five
I-
is
yeah,
five
five.
is
So
one
good.
of the best multiplayer experiences.
Like
It
it's
just
still
feels
even
so
when
good.
did 5 come out? Like 5 years ago.
2016.
2016.
I mean that multiplayer still
Yeah,
It's pre-
what was it? Breakdown or breakout?
breakout.
Breakout.
Yeah, that was it.
Ah,
Breakout.
Dude, we had a lot of good
Yeah,
sessions
man.
on Breakout.
Breakout.
All right.
But
yeah.
what back to the story. Our escape pod is I was gonna say throttling, but jettisoned towards this mysterious ring known as Halo, and that's when we'll.
They don't know that yet.
Yeah, but we will on the next episode. Halo.
Halo.
I was gonna say Halo 2, but no.
Second
Halo.
mission.
Halo.
Second mission.
mission of
Halo.
Halo. 1. The Halo mission of Halo.
All right.
All right. Well, this has been a lot of fun. We appreciate you all joining us on this Re3, the first of many. You can find this podcast on all your favorite platforms. Just search Delco Nerd Network. We are on all the socials.
First audio only podcast.
Yes, first audio only.
Just wanted to mention that. I
This
forgot
will
to
be
mention
going
at
up
the top.
on YouTube though, right? You can just like
Yeah,
there's
but,
not
you know.
really going to be any visual component to it,
Right.
But like you'll be able to like listen to it
Right,
on
right,
YouTube as
correct.
well. You can find us on our socials. Did I say that already? At Delco Nerds. You can find us on our website, www.delconerdnetwork.com. We have a nice and fun Discord. A lot of good conversations going on in
guys
there.
and gals.
Definitely worth checking out. Our email is delconerds@gmail.com. Email us with some fun questions, with some topic ideas. We love hearing from you.
Definitely.
But I think that wraps us up. For Gooch, for Chris, I've been Trio. Thanks for watching this Re3, guys. Stay nerdy, and we will see you next time.
Welcome to a Delco Nerd Network podcast. I am your host, Anthony Ragucci, and this is Replay, Relive, and Reexperience, or as we like to call it, Re3s, where we do all three of those things to our favorite video games. That kind of sounded sexual, but I'm going to keep it rolling. In this edition of Re3, we'll be replaying, reliving, and re-experiencing Halo. The entire franchise, starting with Halo Combat Evolved and ending with Halo 5 Guardians in anticipation for Halo Infinite. Here to go on Master Chief Saga with me, as always, the triple threat, Chris Trio.
Gooch. How are you?
I'm okay.
Good. I didn't finish my sentence.
No, I know. I was waiting.
It dropped off, and I was like, oh, yeah, how are you?
No, but that's how we usually do it.
Yeah,
we space
true.
it out.
Yeah, give it a little...
And here to accompany us, I want to say as always, but that's not necessarily true.
It will be for this.
Well, for
this
this.
Yeah,
series,
for this.
It will be.
Yeah. Chris Geddes.
Hello,
Delco
hello.
Zone.
Welcome.
Hi.
Episode 2. Here we are. We're not even
Back at
in.
it again.
We're not even in thick of it.
Oh, boy.
But we will be. So we are picking up this episode with Halo, like the level. Not like, but also
The
Halo. So mission 2 of Halo is called Halo. The synopsis. Halo is the second campaign level of this game. It begins on the morning of September 19th, 2552, and gives us the first on-the-ground view of Installation 4, a.k.a. Alpha Halo, a.k.a. Halo.
It was probably still morning during the first level,
Yes.
I guess.
As the only survivor of the Bumblebee escape pod crash, Spartan 117 fights against the marauding Covenant forces while searching and rescuing other survivors from the Pillar of Autumn. This is the first level with Jackals, Spear Dropships, and Banshees, which we will talk about. So, first time on a Halo ring. We get out of that pod.
And you look around and you
How you guys
wow.
feeling?
Feeling good. Feeling like I'm ready to kill some Covenant.
Yeah, kill some
fucking
more
scum.
Covenant. Yeah.
Which you do. And I mean, most of this level is just going from place to place, killing more Covenant, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say, getting through some of this stuff was a little bit of a chore.
Yeah.
But I did start to kind of open back up to it. And, you know, there's so many good things just in the way. Like, it's not necessarily the gameplay, but like sound design in this game is amazing. Hearing
Yeah.
all the different guns, all
The
these
music,
very
I
specific
mean, where would it be
the
without
music.
the music?
One dun, 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 dun. Like
So
it's just that guitar riff. You can't beat it.
Like seriously, I think everything in this game, like all the guns, all the vehicles are like iconic. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
Like I mean, like every gun, every vehicle.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Like most of the levels, I feel like this game just has some like iconic.
And aside
all
from
over
some
the place.
design, they really haven't changed much.
No, they really
since 2001.
Right. Yeah. It worked. Why change
Why
it?
change it?
Yeah. But we get out.
If it ain't broke.
And we see the skybox of the Halo ring, and you've never seen a skybox like this before, where the ring is just going around the whole thing. It's
a sight.
It gives you a little like it gives you goosebumps once you come out and you look at it, and you're like, whoa, like this is an alien
Huge.
world. Like
Yeah.
this ain't Earth. This is like nothing we've ever been to. Like you and Master Chief, like you know, this is the first contact with the Halo ring for the player and the people in game. So it should kind of
Pretty
feel,
iconic. It's an iconic moment.
It
Absolutely,
should feel
yeah.
alien.
Yeah.
So we are exiting the Bumblebee ship. Let's talk about the Bumblebee. We're not getting in it. We're getting out of it, which is ironic.
I mean, it's basically just an escape pod, right?
Yeah.
For the most part.
yeah,
does
pretty
its
much.
job.
This is the Class 3 enclosed heavy lifeboat controlled. I don't know why it's just controlled like that. Also known as the Bumblebee, is a standard issue UNSC escape pod, which is 10.5 meters long, making it longer than a Scorpion.
It's still
I don't know.
In
That's
game,
not- yeah,
that
there's
that
no
does
way.
not seem like
There's
the
no
case.
way.
No, that's not true.
It can hold up to 9 people, including the pilot, and has enough supplies to last for a week before it runs out of food and clean air. So
I think they'd give them a little bit more than a week.
Yeah, right?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know. You're in a life pod. It's
That's
not,
fair.
It's
It's
not
like- it's
supposed
probably
to
like
sustain
I guess
you.
the idea is, yeah, they'd send someone out to help you right away almost. Yeah.
The Bumblebee only makes an appearance in this level and a Pillar of Autumn. Never seen it again in the series. This
Yeah.
is it. So say goodbye.
Bye-bye.
The name Bumblebee may have been given because of the nature of the craft. When the craft hits the surface, it will most likely not be able to function again, very much like how a bee uses a stinger and dies. Very morbid.
Makes sense. Very
very
astute.
morbid.
So
Yeah.
we're running away from the crash site, and as we kind of get moving, a Covenant entourage kind of, I was gonna say like pulls up like it's a fucking like shootout.
Hey, yo.
Yo, freeze!
What's going on here?
But it's a Spirit dropship and a Banshee patrol. So let's talk about the Spirit. The Dextro Zur pattern troop carrier designated by the UNSC as Type 25 troop carrier, otherwise known as the Spirit, is a Covenant infantry and logistic transport. I don't know why I did that. Transport.
I bet that sounds nice.
Yeah, I bet.
Is a transport craft. It is actually never named in game. They never call it the Spirit. But like in the later games, they just call the Phantom like left and right. Like Phantom inbound. In this, it's Covenant dropship. Like I'm curious if they just like didn't name it until like after the script was written.
Honestly, it's probably it. They probably were just like, it's the Covenant dropship. And then now it's been retroactively. Yes. Continue.
Yeah. The Spirit is jokingly known as the tuning fork among the Bungie employees because of its shape, and the Marines in this level make a reference to that. The Marathon logo is seen on the front of the cockpit. That's our first Marathon reference.
Well, second. The first one is
keys
on his pin in the old graphics.
Yeah. In these games, sorry. Spirits appear in Halo Combat Evolved, Wars, and Reach as the primary dropship. They do not make any appearance in 2, 3, or ODST and have been replaced by the sleeker, larger, heavier, and faster. It's like just beating this guy out like on all angles.
Speaking of Reach, wasn't there an Easter egg where you could like pilot, or maybe it was like a glitch, you could pilot like a Pelican or a Phantom?
Pelican.
Was
It's
the
an
Pelican?
achievement in
Is it an achievement?
Yeah, it's an achievement in the Master Chief Collection. You like all you have to do is like crouch near it and like get in.
Yeah.
And you can like get in the gun and you use the gun. So it's a way to like it's an achievement, but like you are invulnerable and you just mow people down. So like I was reading and it's like a good like strategy to do like lassoing and legendary.
Really.
But the ship also appears in most of the novels: Fall of Reach, The Flood, First Strike, Ghost of Onyx, Contact Harvest, and a graphic novel. It's not specifically known why the Spirit was removed from Halo 2 and 3. However, it could be just the Phantom was in the process of replacing its newer model, or the Bungie just preferred the Phantom. I would probably just say they preferred the Phantom.
Yeah, the latter.
And they just replaced it.
I mean, yeah, absolutely.
Next, we take the fight to a beam emitter, which is this like kind of like building that shoots like beams across the Halo ring. I assume it's just for like
power
energy,
it or
power information. Yeah, like there's got to be a way for, I guess, one point of the ring to shoot information across to the other.
If you stand in it, you die.
Really?
Yeah. If you will die.
I don't think I knew that. Did you actually try?
Of course. Gotta.
Why wouldn't he? Come on.
Someone's got to try it.
I don't know. We're getting all of our information online here, so I figured you might have picked it up. So at this beam emitter, there are some Marines, including our boy,
The man.
Sergeant Johnson.
The myth.
Damn right. Smoke 'em if you got 'em.
Sergeant Johnson. Sergeant Major Avery Jr. Johnson was a human senior non-commissioned officer who served in the UNSC Marine Corps during the Insurrection and Human Covenant War.
His middle name's Junior?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Sick.
Awesome.
Johnson was a highly trained Marine serving with various combat units, including the Naval Special Warfare Command, including the highly classified Orion Project. Now, you're probably wondering, Gooch, what is the Orion Project?
What is the Orion Project?
The Orion Project is the Spartan 1 project. So during the insurrection, before Spartan 2s were kind of actually like a fully fledged project and fully funded, Halsey was developing a super soldier serum kind of John, and there weren't many candidates. Johnson happened to be one of them, and it like the whole project like pretty much fails. But Johnson, and I think a lot of them die too, but Johnson's one of the one that comes out alive. And for that reason, he is immune to the flood.
Big butt.
We
Did
haven't
they ever explain that at all, like in the original game? Like, is that
like why?
Like
No.
It's not.
He just happens to survive, or as far as you know, like within the first game, like from the flood. You don't know. They don't let you know. That
I mean, he can. He can die, but.
But yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
but like,
yeah, I mean, he dies all the time.
Yeah, you can kill him. I mean, he'll
so
just
like
come
the
back.
other Marines can, like the flood is like a. I guess we'll get into that when that comes. But yeah.
Yeah, because of
won't get ahead of myself.
Yeah, because of this experimentation, that's what causes him to be immune to the flood. But it's interesting because no one else is immune to the flood. Not
Absolutely.
even Master Chief.
Not even Chief,
technically.
yeah.
He's not.
No,
I don't think so. No.
he's a regular human.
I know, but I
he's
just would have
advanced.
assumed that
Actually-
the Spartan serum would have done that.
That's a good question. I'm gonna say he's not. He can get killed by them.
Yeah, but again, I feel like you could get killed by, but like it's not like he's getting killed by the flood disease. He's just being killed by these monsters ripping him apart.
Yeah, true.
You know what I mean? It's not like
I'm curious if it's written anywhere. I would say no.
interesting. I don't like him anymore. No.
During this fight, we encounter the Jackals for the first time. The Kig-Yar are an avian reptilian species which served the Covenant as mercenaries and privateers. There are two distinct subgroups of Kig-Yar, which humans have termed Jackals and Skirmishers. Skirmishers and Reach, we'll talk about them then. In combat, Kig-Yar are typically serve as snipers, shock troopers, defense fighters, and scouts within the Covenant due to their excellent sense of sight, smell, and hearing. Some trivia. The Kig-Yar were the first Covenant species fought by humans. Johnson and a Marine named Nolan Brine fought and killed two of them, led by Churaya in the skirmish on minor transgression over Harvest. The first time Kig-Yar encountered in the game is in this level. They do not appear in the first level due to the Covenant's mistrust of them being on Jesus Christ, enemy vessels because of their pirating ways, which I find to be very interesting.
That's super cool.
Like
We don't
that's
trust you fuckers.
They're just gonna take the Pillar of Autumn and take a
and I'm trying
joyride.
to think. I'm like, what? We're on the Infinity, but that's not. At that point, the Covenant isn't the normal Covenant. It's a offshoot version of it. Yeah, because I'm trying to think of like other times that would have been a thing, but it's like maybe they just like wrote that in to explain why they're not in the first level, or maybe they actually intended it that way. It's a pretty cool fun fact because I didn't know it until research. So we have a little battle, we fight, and we meet the legendary Foehammer herself.
You know our motto, we deliver.
Carol Rowley was the pilot of the Pelican transport Echo 419 on the UNSC Pillar of Autumn. Some trivia, the call sign Foehammer comes to us from the 14th level of Marathon Infinity, another Marathon reference. Foehammer is also a literal translation of Gandalf's sword from Lord of the Rings, and it's also a name of a dragon slaying arrow in Stephen King's The Eyes of Dragon. Little information about the Pelican. The dropship 77 troop carrier, abbreviated D-77TC, or commonly known as the Pelican, is an extremely versatile aircraft used by the UNSC. It's used for mainly medium lift operations of various personnel, vehicles, and equipment, and it can be used as a powerful support gunship. The Pelican is also capable of limited spaceflight, which the UNSC uses as a primary method of rapidly delivering troops to the surface from orbit. And Foehammer, nice as she is, drops us off a Warthog for the first time. The M12 Force Application Vehicle, more commonly known as the Warthog, or simply Hawk, was a line.
Or the Puma. I'm gonna bring up the red versus blue stuff again.
Okay. Was a line of the United Nations Space Command light ground vehicle. So there's a number of variants. We only counter the one
got
with
tusks.
the gun. It does. It actually does.
Yeah.
Like I was thinking about that. Like it has like its winch on the front and it,
Yeah,
like, they
they're
come
like,
out.
It would have been interesting to use that at some point, you know.
Yeah, no, you never really do in any of the
so.
games, do you?
No,
Do you?
nope. The UNSC's primary ground vehicle, used for its scouting and reconnaissance capacity or as an integral part of a mechanized infantry unit, the M12 has been a part of the UNSC's armored vehicle fleet for almost 200 years. Do we still run the Sherman tank? No. So that would be like if we just always had the Sherman tank.
Like there was no need for us to advance
Like
any
the
further
Abrams,
than that.
I think, is the current line of United States tanks. But like that's interesting.
Oh, it is an interesting
Imagine
idea.
like we have never maybe the M1911 like that's still that's not. I don't think
Because I mean, even think it's
that's
only
not
like,
standard issue in the military though. But like
we're still talking about the Pelican, right?
Warthog.
Warthog. Okay, but like even still, like stuff like that, like I don't know. What if it ain't broke, don't fix it, like that type of deal. Like I think the idea would be like, and even with the like, does it say how long the Pelican was even like around at all?
Nah, it doesn't mention it. I think
like-
it's just because this was a really long time.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I don't know. That's interesting. I guess it's like one of those things.
It works.
It works, and there's no
good.
need. Yeah, there's probably
We'll just
no
put
reason
some
to
we'll
develop
just
technology.
make it cooler and
Yeah.
make,
Yeah.
yeah.
Give it different attachments. Yeah, different guns.
And you'd assume that they improved it somehow all those years
Oh,
over.
yeah, just
different-
like
but,
cars
like
have
yeah,
improved.
exactly.
Yeah. So yeah, we drive off. We're gonna go look for some escape pods.
Dun.
You can bring Johnson with you. There's a way to like if you block him off. There's a way to like get him in your Warthog.
Oh
And
really?
you can bring him through the mission.
Usually he just dies at that point.
Yeah,
and
he's usually either
and then
dead or-
respawns at another fucking pod.
And you're just like, wait,
Johnson just disappears and reappears in this whole series.
He looks really weird in the upgraded
upgrade,
version.
I
He
was
almost
just
looks
thinking that
like
too.
white.
Yeah, exactly.
Like this, like it's so weird.
Really?
Like,
Yeah, his skin-
if you look at him, the skin color is very weird.
Like I looked at him like dead on the ground, you know.
I looked at his dead corpse. He wasn't just pale in the face.
No, it was like I don't even know how to describe. It just was weird. I don't
Yeah,
know.
you have to look next time.
So we're driving away, and we drive into this huge cave, and it's kind of good to note that Cortana mentions the caves of the Ring World were built, and they're not natural. This kind of brings into the fact that Halo is obviously man-made, and it's made by the Forerunners. We're gonna find that out later, but yeah, all this shit on Halo like kind of has a purpose and a design, and is built to like sustain life and do certain functions on the ring. I heard that, I think you had mentioned it to me before in a Discord conversation, that cave was actually a cave at some point. That's why she calls it a cave.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a cave, but then they like cut it and made it more
Like, just
like
a giant
open.
fucking
Yeah, they just
hole.
kept the dialogue because I guess they were like, let's.
And that's also where we run into a terminal.
Yeah, the terminal's down there.
Keeper of the terminals, please lay it out for us. What is
Alrighty, this
terminal?
one, this is a big one. This is right before the light bridge, before you make that jump. It opens with 343 Guilty Spark flying through space and entering the Ark. We'll talk more about the Ark and what it is later on. He says he's experiencing anticipation and dread. States that all of his preparations are complete for his new installation, 04. He enters a dimly lit hallway, and then he states that he has released himself of all remaining connections to his former station. Weird. I had no idea that they just kept. There must have been something beforehand. I guess we'll figure that out later.
Yeah, I don't think it necessarily means it was like a Halo ring.
Yeah, it could have been something
Like, another Forerunner thing.
But then this is when you get into you see he enters a big room with 6 other monitors that are there. You see Forerunner doctors, life workers, they're called. You'll see all of them, and they mention the domain. He says, we have no contact with the domain, so basically they have no knowledge of the Forerunners, and people have no knowledge of what they are, who they are even.
Are the life workers humans or no?
I think they're Forerunner.
Okay.
I believe that they were the one of the
That's
main.
jumping the gun into Halo 4, but
Yeah. They were like the doctors. They specialized in medicine, study of life in all its forms, including experimenting with new forms of life. Weird.
Like the Flood?
Maybe.
I don't know.
But yeah, basically they say that we have no contact with the domain, which is their collective intelligence, the Forerunners' collective intelligence. He gets into a conversation with Monitor 049, Abstract Testament, where he's
I love the monitor names. They're very cool.
he states that they deserve to be forgotten. And, Guilty Spark says, perhaps. And then at the end, a large portal opens up and he sees Halo. He says, now the portal is open and through it, the familiar shape awaits. Halo, home. Which kind of brings me back to the beginning where the familiar shape, which is like his old installation. So I guess that could have been,
Good point.
Must have been a Halo.
I mean, there's only 7, right?
Yeah.
We only know of, I think, 3. Delta, Alpha, and a Halo Infinite is on a new Halo ring, I think. I don't think we really know, but anyway. Yeah, cool information. And these terminals are added in the anniversary edition. So if
And
you're
they're animated.
Aren't they? They're not. They don't exist in the original game at all.
Nope.
no.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I don't
Yeah.
think skulls were in there either.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I don't think the skulls were in the
You sure?
original. I don't know. You know what? Let me fact check myself.
Okay.
I thought they were added.
While you're doing that, I'll go on because you mentioned the bridge, that light bridge. We get to the light bridge and we find 2 new weapons. One is the Needler and the Plasma Grenade. The Type 33 guided munitions launcher, or the Needler, is a Covenant.
I'm gonna cut you off because I figured it out. Give you a second to.
Go for it.
They were added to
compose myself.
Anniversary. They were added into Anniversary. They were not
Okay.
in the original game
Gotcha.
because of how Halo 2 they were so popular. They said, let's do it.
Yes. So the Needler, Covenant anti-infantry weapon, pretty much used by most of the races of the Covenant. The Needler is one of the few Covenant weapons which isn't based on reverse engineered Forerunner tech, which is interesting because it's probably the most alien looking gun of the arsenal. thing is fucking awesome.
Yeah, I love
its
the melee. Yep, we were
Yep. So I was just gonna
the
say.
melee animation.
He like flips it around.
And it's funny how OP the Needler is in pretty much every Halo.
I thought it kind of sucked in like I don't know if it was 2 or 3, but 4 brought it back. It was really good it's
In
really
3,
good in
it's
4.
good. I think.
Is it?
But it kind of in 1 it looks the coolest because the needles are
Yeah.
so fucking
Yep.
like, and then in Halo 3 it's like wimpy.
wimpy.
And the type 1, I wonder why they call them types. It's probably, I don't know. These are human names for these. I guess just they're categorizing them in a database.
Yeah.
Anti-personnel grenade, more commonly known as the plasma grenade, or if the multiplayer terminology suits you, the sticky grenades.
sticky.
The ones
Yeah.
that take 8 years to blow up in Combat
Yeah, and
Evolved.
that's insane.
Yeah, so they stick on you and blow up. That if you didn't catch on.
I think if you had enough time, you could probably pull it off and
But like I guess
put
like,
it somewhere else.
I guess the idea would be that they are
they're like
timed.
Semtex.
Well, like but
Right.
how does a Semtex even work?
button.
But
like,
yeah,
like,
the
how do you
the plasma grenade has a button on
It's
it.
plastic
and you throw
explosives.
It, and then
It's but like how does it stick? Like
The
does
pla-
it?
I assume that there's either
Like, does
adhesive
it-
put on it or
That's
I
so,
think
like,
it's part of the tech.
yeah.
like once it's not sticky until you press it and then
Maybe you hit the
it's
button,
like a timer.
it has a countdown, you throw it,
sorry.
and as you're throwing it,
the stuff comes out of
Right,
it.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that actually makes more sense.
We
but whereas like
probably have stuff like that today, but
Yeah.
like,
but like now for this, like it's like you probably it's fine. You press the button, you throw it. It has a timer, but as it's going through
Yeah,
the
'cause
air,
it's
it
sticky.
gets
How,
sticky.
how come it doesn't stick to them when they're gonna throw? You know,
Because I think that's
yeah, the button. That's
you press the button. It has like you probably have a few seconds to throw before.
Yeah.
like a regular grenade. I mean,
Exactly.
except you have your hand on the pin, so you pull the pin, and there's a handle, and as soon as you let go of the handle, that's
that
when.
starts cooking it.
Yeah,
Right,
that makes
yeah.
sense.
And I guess you got a few seconds. We come out of the cave and we pick up the sniper rifle. We found another downed escape pod. Everyone's dead. And we pick up the sniper rifle system 99C Series 2 anti-material sniper rifle. This gun is in Halo 1, 2, and Wars. It is not the sniper in
3, they
in
changed
3 and 4. Yeah. It saw widespread use during the Battle of Installation 4 and 5, as well as the Battle of Earth. This is a nice trivia fun fact. In Combat Evolved, enemy AIs do not acknowledge the sniper rifle's gunshots if they do not see you. So if you kill an enemy with a sniper, the other enemies will react to the fallen AI, but not search for you as if they would known that you fired. So they just don't react to the fact that you just snipe someone. They react to the fact
They
that
even
you
I think
killed.
they even say that in that mission. They're like if you as long as they don't see you, you don't get shot.
in the
No, it's
E3
probably in
demo.
Truth and Reconciliation. They say
sorry,
because
yeah,
that's
yeah.
the true sniper
Yeah.
level.
in the E3 demo. It's silent. Like the way he shoots it, it's like all you hear is the sound of it hitting the elites.
Yeah, it would make more
in the
sense if
beginning.
they like silenced them.
Yeah.
That's not really the good sound for it, but that like even
Insert
that sound of the
sound clip
that sound of the sniper is like fucking iconic.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So now we're pretty much going around. There are 3 more pods which we can get to. We get into fights. You can either save all the Marines or let them all die. And Cortana, if they die, Cortana goes, "They're all dead."
They're all dead.
Like literally, you don't have to save anyone, which is
Yeah.
kind of funny. It's like another one of those things with like these older games, where there's like optional like side stuff that you probably wouldn't know about unless you played on higher difficulties or like on easy. I saved them all
Absolutely, yeah,
easy.
yeah.
But, did you guys save them all or no?
I killed all of them at one spot.
Oh,
They all died.
so you killed them.
No, I mean I didn't kill. They died.
Oh, are
I
you sure?
I didn't save them. Is I guess what happened. Like the
more
Covenant
worried
came
about
in and
myself.
I was just more shooting them and I couldn't find them. I guess they found.
Are you positive you didn't lay waste?
I mean, I don't think I could have. Who knows? I mean, the shots were firing. I was on many drugs. Who knows? But
Jesus.
what? Only cocaine.
Master
Relax.
Chief is dosing out.
He just has a
Straight
feed
into
into
his
his
lifted up his
yeah.
helmet.
Lifted up his helmet,
Yeah.
like does like a line off his
Did
face.
Chief just do a bump? What? He's just.
Master Chief. I'm trying to do Johnson. Master Chief, you're gonna share with the rest of us?
Get the fuck out of here, Johnson.
What the ladies like.
Oh god. But yeah, no. Cortana was like, Chief, you let them all die. Belay that order for the, and then she like talks to Fohammer. She's like, belay the order for the transport.
Yeah, that's at the end. And like kind of in between the pods, and I think at the end, she kind of, excuse me, lays out some information. Trio dropped his phone. It's all right. It happens. Cortana eventually informed you that the Covenant secured the crash site of the Autumn and captured Captain Keyes and the crew that was with him. She also, via the BattleNet, which is like the Covenant radio, so to speak, it's how they communicate, discovers Keyes was taken to the cruiser, the Truth and Reconciliation. I love the names of the ships in this game.
Yeah.
They're so
good.
Truth and Reconciliation. I'm like, this is 2001. I hear this name and I'm like, oh, I'm going to Catholic school. Like, I know what reconciliation is. That's a sacrament.
I know what I get it.
Like, that's my touchstone. And I was like, that's really cool. Like,
That's funny.
and that's the end.
Yeah,
That's the end.
that's
The end
kind
of
of
it. Truth and Reconciliation is the third level in the game. The Master Chief and a team of orbital drop shock troopers. Yeah. First time we're seeing these guys, but we're not going to talk about them
I don't
here.
think are they even wearing or like
I don't even
ODST
think
armor? I
they
think
are.
they're just like normal Marines. Yeah.
You would never know.
So you must rescue Captain Keyes, who's being held prisoner aboard the Covenant ship, the Truth and Reconciliation. After boarding the ship using its gravity lift, the Master Chief fights his way through the interior of the Covenant battlecruiser to rescue Captain Keyes and several prisoners from the ship's brig. This is the first level in which hunters, zealots, and stealth Sangheili are encountered.
Also, no pistol on this level. No pistol at all.
Really?
Yeah, you can't find it. You can find ammo. Oddly enough, you can if you look down, you can see clips for it, but you can't find the pistol.
Really?
Yeah, I remember I didn't get it.
So, the Truth and Reconciliation was a Covenant Ket pattern CC class battlecruiser in the fleet of Particular Justice. Its shipmaster was Lat Rava Me. Like, again, the names.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go, dude.
Yeah,
Like
dude.
what's he?
How fucking cool does that sound?
Was that what was it? The fleet called?
Particular Justice.
Yeah,
they say
that's
this.
fucking
They say
badass.
this name a few times.
Particular Justice.
So the Truth and Reconciliation served within the fleet of Particular Justice during the fall of Reach in the summer of 2552. When the UNSC Pillar of Autumn fled to Reach, Supreme Commander Thel Vadamy, keep that in the back of your head, Thel Vadamy ordered the Truth and Reconciliation among several other Covenant vessels to pursue the human warship. The Covenant's forces arrived at Halo Installation 4 well in advance of the Pillar of Autumn. And the Battle of Installation 4 ensues. So, yeah, really remember Thel Vadamy. We will get back to him. So, yeah, this is our first, sniper level. How do you guys like the first sniper level?
It's fine.
Cool.
I know, I don't know.
No,
It definitely brings me back to I remember playing that level and being like, ooh, this is cool. Like
yeah,
that
the
first
music really
introduction.
gets you in the
Yeah.
vibe.
That first introduction
nighttime.
of the sniper rifle is really cool.
Night vision. You can put night vision on through the scope.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean a lot of
you're
fun, interesting stuff. Again, nothing crazy. I mean, I think the most memorable part of that first part of this level is the hunters when they come in.
Yeah, we'll get
First time seeing the hunters.
Yeah, so before we get to the hunters, we're fighting through, we're sniping. You can do some stealth. I think you are forced into combat a few parts. That first initial part, though, there's an achievement you can stealth that whole part. But I think
Like
everything.
the very beginning, or like that entire first section.
That beginning part with the shade in the back, like as soon as you go around, I think you have to get into combat after
there's
that.
enemies right there. There's grunts, I think, that are right around the corner.
Yeah. So this is the first time we run into the shade. The Type 29 anti-infantry stationary gun is an anti-infantry shade turret. It fires 3 simultaneous slow-moving bolts, high-powered plasma, surrounded by magnetic fields in a triangular pattern. These bolts are somewhat inaccurate at long ranges. The shade hovers on an anti-gravity mount, giving it 360-degree field of fire. We'll see the shade in a few different versions throughout the series. We also pick up the active camouflage here.
I used to call them triangles and circles.
Yeah.
Overshields and
Really?
triangles and circles.
I found a triangle.
Yeah, the triangle.
Oh, it makes total sense.
So this refers to various light-bending technologies both the UNSC and Covenant have developed. Most commonly, the term is applied to Forerunner-developed cloaking equipment that is generally stored in small, deliberately fragile containers. So, pickups. And next, we kind of fight our way forward, and we get to the grav lift to go up to the Truth and Reconciliation. We fight a group there, and then we find, for the first time, the Hunters. Or the...
Let me try. Let me say
the M word.
the M word. See, I think that M might be silent.
Okay.
The Galgolo.
Lekgolo?
The Magolo?
No,
I don't even
so,
know.
The Lekgolo, I think, is like all the worms together.
Right.
Yeah.
So the Magolo, commonly known as hunters, are small, are unique gestalt of smaller creatures known as Lekgolo, which are orange worm-like creatures. Lekgolo were known to come to group together and form
Yeah.
Have fun.
Coca-Cola, whatever, for protection during combat. During its form, it has increased strength, but a cost of maneuverability. When grouped together, the intelligence of the Gelkogo colony is increased with every additional Lekgolo. So they're worms, and they
all
make.
it's funny, I didn't know that.
They make a body in
Yeah.
armor.
Wow.
Weird, right?
That is
Yeah,
weird.
it is very strange.
That's crazy.
But kind of cool.
It's kind of cool, but it's not something I could have ever noticed from, like...
Yeah, you
like,
really have to like get up close
Yeah.
and
When the Covenant discovered the hunter's homeworld of Te, they intended on mining its riches, but faced heavy resistance from the race. Their physiology... wow. Trio.
Physiology?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Their physiology gave them a tremendous and unexpected advantage in combat, halting the Covenant's advance and killing an Arbiter. We'll talk about Arbiters later. The Covenant were further infuriated by the Lekgolo's destruction of Forerunner artifacts during their routine feedings. In ground combat, they were mostly victorious against the Sangheli. The Covenant was forced to rely on orbital bombardment against them, and they had little defense to save themselves. So to save themselves from extinction, they joined the Covenant. And this is called the Taming of the Lekgolo.
Wow.
that's really cool.
That's
That is kinda
crazy.
cool.
They fucking try to... Yeah, it's interesting. So again, there's more like animosity between these races. Like the Covenant were literally going to wipe these guys out.
Yeah, people in the Covenant don't necessarily want to be there.
Yeah.
Or like don't even like necessarily love the idea. Like they're just kind of...
And clearly the Hunters don't necessarily line up with the Covenant goals. I know we don't know them yet, but the Covenant goals is essentially to secure Forerunner tech and the Halo rings. And I guess they want to use them. I think they do. They definitely want them. I'm not sure if they exactly want to use them, but they're wrong about what they're actually used for, which we'll talk about.
Gotcha.
So hunters are the strongest and most resilient species within the Covenant army.
No, they're not.
What
We
do you
know
mean?
why.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we know why.
A typical hunter usually stands between 12 feet and 13 feet.
That's wild because they're definitely
Way smaller
Yeah, they're way
than this.
smaller, shrunk
Especially,
down.
Yeah. But so they crouch. So they're that
I was
tall.
gonna say they
when
are
they're-
kind of slim.
when they're,
like,
they're that tall when they're
they do
stretched
stand
out,
up
but when they're
straight.
crouched, they're 8 feet.
Okay, that makes a little more sense.
When
makes
it's in
more
it,
sense,
when it's
because
in
you're
combat
kind of, they're
state.
like the same height as Master Chief almost.
So a hunter can become larger than a standard issue Covenant Wraith. That's fucking nuts.
What?
enough,
They
like,
are
worms.
big in the later games.
Yeah.
Like
Don't
you
they
definitely
stand up
see the
straight,
size.
and that's like there's
That's their-
there's
when they're
sometimes
the
when they stand
biggest.
up straight.
Yeah. Unlike most Covenant forces, hunters do not seem to possess a visible rank and are almost always almost always seen wearing exactly the same blue armor. So we get a cutscene, we grav lift up into the Truth and Reconciliation, and there's the Marines are like, wow.
Yeah, and then they all get slaughtered. You could get
What
destroyed here.
are the I'm trying to think
fucked.
of what do the Marines say when you get up there.
Oh, they say something about that. There's like
there's no one here.
There's no
What's
sign.
going
I have it
on?
written down. They say there's no sign of enemy life.
And that's when you hit the invisibility elites, right?
Cortana says it.
Maybe no one's home. I think
There are
so.
not any. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Nobody's home. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe no one's
I
home.
love how I just like pulled that out of my like memory bank. Like, so this is the first time we run into the stealth miner, and also a zealot later. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna talk about them both. The stealth miner is just exactly what it is: a stealth miner with an energy sword. But since we don't pick up the energy sword in this game at all, even though it's in it, I'm not
That's
gonna
funny.
talk about
Yeah.
it. Yeah, that the energy sword is in this
Yeah,
game.
I forgot. I do remember, like, as I was playing it, I was like, oh, you can't pick it up.
Yeah.
That is something I did, like, subconsciously remember.
So, later in this level, we do encounter a Zealot. The Sangheli Zealot is a high-ranking Covenant Sangheli who is charged with the recovery of Forerunner artifacts. Unparalleled among the Covenant for their skill in arms, Zealots will stop at nothing, not even the eradication of heretical species, in order to recover these holy artifacts. So, they fucking,
they're there for it.
right,
Yeah,
they're
100% committed.
dedicated. And that's what Zealot means. Zealot is
Yeah,
somebody
you're a zealot,
who's
yeah.
fanatical.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
While some zealots are strictly deployed to non-combat fleets or field command outposts, they often operate on the front lines and possess considerable battlefield experience, having killed countless enemies of the Covenant before obtaining their post. As members of the Ministry of Fervent Intercession.
The Covenant.
Fervent Intercession.
Man,
like,
the Covenant.
so cool. True zealots form the razor's edge of any significant Covenant military operation. Zealot squads are tasked with the location and analysis of any information which might lead to a reliquary site. Once located, they are then charged with its recovery, typically through apostolic. It's apostle, but alec at the end of it.
Huh.
Apostolic? Is that how you say that?
Yeah,
Apostolic?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Apostolic intervention by force, though no measure is considered too extreme. They wear different number of armor iterations from gold to red, which are highly advanced with advanced shielding tech and improved protection. So,
Aren't they gold in the base game? Or like without the...
yeah, they're
Well, maybe there's a...
they're red in this one.
Yeah, I
think.
know. Isn't there a gold one in the
Reach?
next mission? Silent Cartographer? The one that like shuts the door?
Yes.
Yeah, he's gold.
Yeah, he gets a cutscene. He's cool.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much the level. We're going through the Truth and Reconciliation. We eventually get to Keys.
Yeah.
We go through this whole fucking ship. We kill everyone.
We kill everyone, then we
Master Chief's force is unrivaled.
we get keys. We get back to the drop ships back in the hangar,
Yeah,
and then, bing bang boom.
right. We
He
escape,
runs over some
Yeah.
hunters and they
we
get out of there.
escape via spirit, but we also before that we also learned that the Covenant believe that Halo is a weapon. They are looking for its control room, which sets up the next level.
Yeah,
Assault.
Captain Keyes overheard them talking, which is weird. I guess he knows Sangheli, or does he? I don't.
Good point.
Yeah, he must.
Good fucking
Yeah.
point.
Or they just, what if they meant to do that? They
Elites
meant-
do eventually speak English,
yeah.
and that is a thing. Like they do, like grunts speak English. I'm trying to think. Yeah, the grunts speak English.
Aren't they speaking English in like the game?
Yeah,
Right
don't
after
you
the-
like,
Yeah,
Oh,
but that's like
yeah,
that's like canon. Like
Yeah.
they do learn how to speak English. I'm not
Yeah,
sure
but
how.
you'd think that they'd speak in Sangheli around the prisoners.
Yeah. Like I don't think they would. Just
Might
speak-
honestly, it's probably just like like they didn't think about it. They were in the narrative room and they were like, "Sir, what? How would he overhear the alien speaking in the alien
Get this
language?"
guy out of here.
and
Get him out.
and
Listen,
the name of
guys,
this
yeah.
control room is apparently called the Silent Cartographer. Another fucking sick
Awesome name.
There's one line that Key says, which I found very interesting. He's like, "Quit your belly aching, soldier. Remember, you're a leatherneck." Do you know what a
yeah.
leatherneck is?
Wasn't that like slang?
It's slang for like a veteran soldier, I think. I'm pretty sure, like somebody with combat experience. But when I think the first time I heard that, I was like, "The fuck does that?"
Is that like a
Yeah.
like sounds like a
"Quit your
derogatory.
belly aching, soldier"?
I've never heard leatherneck.
Interesting. Well, I think that about does it for this Re3. Gentlemen, thank you so much. This has been a lot of fun. Thank you all so much for listening. You can find this podcast everywhere podcasts are found. Just search Delco Nerd Network. We are on all these social medias as well, at Delco Nerds. You can find our website at www.delconerdnetwork.com. We post some fun stuff there. You can just check out our podcast and stuff there, as well as our email, delconerds@gmail.com. Send us in some, topic ideas. If you just want to chat with us, it's always a fun time. We also have a very fun Discord channel server. It's a lot of cool people in there.
Yeah.
A lot of fun
Yeah, I'm there.
conversations.
It's real cool.
Gooch is there.
Yeah, I guess.
Chris is there.
Chris
too.
is
I'm
there.
there, yeah,
I
yeah.
am there. Definitely come hang
Lot
out.
of
It's a
cool
lot of
people.
fun. A lot of cool people. But yeah, thanks so much, guys. For Gooch, for Chris, I've been Trio. Thanks for listening. Stay nerdy, and we will see you next time.
Welcome to a Delco Nerd Network podcast. I'm your host, Anthony Ragucci, and this is Replay, Relive, and Reexperience, or as we like to call it, Re3, is where you guessed it. We do all three of those things to our favorite video games. In this edition of Re3, we're going to be replaying, reliving, and re-experiencing the Halo franchise, starting with Halo Combat Evolved and ending with Halo 5 Guardians in anticipation for, you guessed it, Halo Infinite at the end of this year. Here to go on Master Chief's journey with me, as always, the triple threat Chris Trio. What's up, man?
Not much, dude. How are you?
I'm good.
It's good to hear.
I'm good.
I'm ready to discuss a little Halo.
And our guest for this journey, you've seen him on a few podcasts at this point because he's been in a few episodes. And then Metro, I don't know really why I'm recapping that because I said it in the beginning, but I'll just say it again.
Wait, you were on the Metro review?
I plead the fifth.
That's why it was so good.
Chris Geddes, welcome.
Yay.
Chris, how are you?
I'm good. Happy to be back.
Happy to have you.
Yeah, what I have to not do is like intro you like it's like the first time you're here, even though we're like 4 episodes in.
sure.
And I'm being serious. I'm going to keep this in the recording.
No, absolutely.
Act as if like it's a totally new podcast. No, you've been here. All right. So on this episode, we're going to be talking about the Silent Cartographer and the assault on the control room. But before we jump into that,
Big butt.
Chris Geddes is going to be the keeper of the terminal for this entire series. We forgot to do the terminal from Truth and Reconciliation, so we're just gonna do that right at the top, and then we're gonna talk about Master Chief pooping.
Yeah, we found out our answer.
Oh, we did?
We did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys
I
did
knew
some
you were gonna be
digging.
excited.
Now I'm ready. I'm
Yeah.
pumped. This is what I was here for.
I didn't read it because I'm like, I just want the reaction to be like wholesome. I'm not gonna read it.
This is amazing. I'm so excited. Please
So
start.
let's talk about that terminal.
Sure. So, and first, it's actually located on the bridge right behind the zealot that you kill.
Yeah.
Right before you find keys. So in this terminal, we see Guilty Spark having a conversation with an unknown construct. Pretty sure it's a Covenant AI.
It's the Covenant
Yeah,
AI
it's like their
for the
version.
ship. Yeah.
He asks who it is, and the construct responds with sadness and disrepair. He then states he is unworthy and he was never made. Guilty Spark responds with never made, but you are right here where you should not be. The camera pans back to Guilty Spark and he says in a commanding voice, "Tell your charges to cease their efforts immediately. Quarantine must not be violated." We are then shown a Covenant CCS class battlecruiser, otherwise known, they're the ships that glassed Reach, closing in on Installation 04. 343 Guilty Spark then tells the construct to respond to him, to which the construct states, "Jumbled grasp, familiar terms, I serve none, serve me, Oracle." 343 Guilty Spark says, once again tells him to tell your charges to cease all aggression to the Reclaimers and leave this installation at once. You then see cells dividing under a microscope. After that, 343 says, your construct, you are dangerously close to unleashing a force you cannot yet comprehend, which is the Flood.
Right.
You see like an elite hand start to
turn.
Yeah, like the fucking
I need
lines
I
and
need
shit
to.
come out.
I've been kind of skipping these. I need to actually watch the video.
Yeah, they're
I mean, just look them up. If you
No,
don't
yeah,
find
yeah,
them.
it's like a 25-minute video. Yeah.
Like I think I only found 2 of them for the first 4.
They are interesting. They give you context to a lot of stuff.
And those were, and I think we said this on the last podcast, but those were introduced in Combat Evolved, right? Those weren't that way. Were there terminals there in the original?
Oh no, this
of
is the
any kind?
anniversary.
This is the anniversary.
They never existed.
They never
to be-
existed.
Okay,
Because they were popular in three. So then when they went back and
I'm really excited to play 2 and 3.
oh yeah,
I'm like now. I'm like it's funny. Like
At the end of this episode, since it's halfway through, I'm gonna ask where you guys are with it, even though we have kind of alluded to it. But
yeah.
continue.
343 then says, "This is quite unsatisfactory, construct. Your core shows no inch of understanding the gravity of the situation. I will return later for your proper decommissioning. Well, unless the Flood kills us all first, in which case the point will be moot. Good day, construct." It's a little sassy motherfucker.
It's goofy because like the Covenant AI is like clearly like I'm just doing my job.
Yeah,
dude.
he's like, dude, I don't know.
I'm
what to
just
tell you,
here.
man. Yeah.
I'm just. I
This
don't
is.
know.
It's like the guy behind the counter. It's like, sir, I can't change the policy here. You need to wear the mask. Well, I don't. You know what, man? This is ridiculous.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see that the that Guilty Spark is kind of like not that he cares, but because like I guess spoiler, he's kind of evil. I don't even know.
We'll find that out in the
I don't
next
even know
terminal.
what he is. He just kind of like. He doesn't like serve the Forerunners, but he serves, I guess, himself,
He kind of has like his own
like agenda.
agenda. Yeah,
Even though he's like,
self-serving.
even though he's like he's supposed to serve the Forerunners. So basically, we're getting alluded to like the Covenant, which we'll get to. It actually, it's actually perfect that we did it this way.
Yeah.
Because in the Solomon control room, we're gonna find out that the Covenant found something, and Chief needs to go fucking sprint over to that. We'll talk about
He'll
that.
walk. He can't sprint yet.
Yeah, facts. That's a fact.
Well, he doesn't walk. He does a light jog,
brisk jog.
Yeah, jogging. Some may say.
So, let's get into it. The Silent Cartographer. The synopsis goes as, the Covenant believe that the Silent Cartographer is somewhere...
I'm sorry. Did we skip over Master Chief pooping?
Oh!
I had to stop here really quick. For God's sake.
Excuse me.
That's the only goddamn reason I'm here right now.
Oh, yeah.
Let me see.
All right. Yeah, so we're going back to that dilemma of, like, does Master Chief eat and / poop in his suit?
Or is he prairie dogging
Or
the
is
whole
he
way?
or is he just pissing? Is it all just liquid nutrients? I'm so curious.
You're kind of right.
I thought so. I was like,
So urine is collected via a catheter and is filtered and used as a drinkable resource, as is water processed and filtered out of fecal matter collected via a colostomy tube connecting to the filtration system located in the thighs.
I fucking knew it.
I found the context of that. So in the book, I believe Halo Glasslands, page 212.
He's got the source.
Yeah, I've got the source.
I
Naomi,
fucking
who's
love
another Spartan.
Spartan 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she's actually the first one to wear the Spartan Mjolnir Mark 7. Oddly enough, I looked that up on the...
Is the Mark 7 after? That's after Chiefs, right? Or his original.
What is he
one.
wearing in 4? Mark 7?
6. No, he's wearing...
I don't know. I actually don't even know if that suits Mjolnir. I think it is. Anyway.
Interesting.
But so
we will find
someone
out.
asked her, so bathroom breaks, he asked very quietly. Naomi pauses a beat. I'm catheterized. Another reason why this machine has to be so precisely calibrated. This suit plugs me in a lot of places. Think of it as a weaponized life support unit. It recycles urine too.
I thought
Who's
so.
she
You know
saying this
that's
to?
So I think I don't know who she's saying it to. I think it's like a
just in the
Marine
like
or
someone's
something like that.
Because honestly, I would if I was a Marine, I'd be like, listen. I'm sorry, but I
Yeah,
have
I
to
mean,
ask.
yeah,
It's been like
What
a
is
week.
happening
You
here?
haven't
Do you
eaten
like
anything.
you haven't eaten anything? I haven't seen you shit. What are you doing? And
Well,
then she'd
I'm
be
sure-
like, and honestly, that would be my first thought. I'd be like, do you have like some type of system rigged up in there? So that's actually what. So it literally connects to you. The suit.
Yeah, they're specially made for people.
That makes sense.
But I mean, he could always just take his helmet off and
Eats, if
Yeah,
he
yeah.
really wanted to.
But that's
But
Master,
he can
Master
just
Chief don't do that.
he
so
don't need
so
to
it
eat.
just like he never needs. It just process. Wow.
yeah.
And, honestly, you know what that kind of sounds like? I just read Doom or Dune, I should say, and it reminds me of the still suits a lot. In that the way they basically, in that they collect they collect your piss. It collects like all your extra stuff, where he filters it back, and then you use all that liquid. Yeah, not good.
I mean,
It's not fun.
It's like,
there's
one of
no
those, like,
water
life
on that
straws.
planet. So
I was giving a weird face.
yeah, he's giving a little bit of a
While I
scowl.
wasn't saying
But yeah,
that.
you get to have some nice sterilized piss and some nice sweat and and your
Nutrients?
saliva that they wear. It's kind of interesting, but yeah, it sounds disgusting and terrible, and I would never want to live on that
I'm
planet.
glad we covered that.
Yeah,
I'm glad we got
I
that.
really am too. This is why we created this podcast, to get those hard-hitting answers to those questions that we need.
you're goddamn right.
Exactly.
So going back to the synopsis, the Covenant believe that the Silent Cartographer is somewhere under the island. With multiple structures concealing an installation, Master Chief leads the UNSC Marines in an assault on the island that contains the map room for the Halo installation in order to locate the control room. So you're probably asking, what is the Silent Cartographer? It's like a kind of cryptic thing. Well, the Silent Cartographer is referred to by the Covenant is the map room for the Halo installations, and it can pinpoint and access every room or location on or beneath Halo's surface. So it's essentially like, what it sounds like. It's pretty obvious. But
Pretty
like,
self-explanatory.
right. If it wasn't, but the name is like, why is it called the Silent Cartographer? I guess it's just the name the Covenant gave it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, they
They
have
just
cool
liked it.
names.
Yeah,
You
it
know,
sounded-
we
Yeah,
went
they do.
over this. Yeah.
So
You know what they're doing.
we're dropping in on the Pelicans to that opening beach battle. Guys, what do you think? This is a pretty iconic moment.
I love this mission.
No, it's a lot of fun.
This is probably my favorite mission in the
It
game.
is, because
Just-
it really is.
Both of you? It's
well,
like it's
so
kind of like
far,
D-Day.
definitely.
Gives me like a D-Day World War II vibe, you know?
Well, you're
Yeah.
really kind
Swimming
of
on the
hitting them
beach?
hard.
Yeah.
It
And the
feels
music,
like a full-on. Yeah.
And the music.
Gameplay wise, I don't think it's like, I'm not sitting here going, look, this holds up spectacularly, and I would recommend, but like, yes, it's a lot more. You're in it, you're going through, and sure, you're moving from area to area, killing things, but they give you a lot of fun things to kill those things with.
Yeah.
But then, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you get like a bunch of new weapons on this. You get to get in some vehicles and stuff like that. That is this level, right? I'm trying to.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like,
You get in the Warthog.
yeah, you get in the
right
Warthog,
after this
you
fight.
get into
You can
a
just
bunch of different stuff. But it's fun.
pretty sure
Definitely
you
a lot
can
of
just
fun.
like turn around and like walk the other way and go grab the Warthog. That's like next to the
Yeah,
Pelican.
I think you're supposed to go. I can't counterclockwise, but you can go clockwise if you want to. You don't really have to go the way that it.
Interesting.
I guess that it alludes to.
Yeah.
But like, you remember there's a pelican downed at that one spot. It's not there in the beginning of the level, but it is later. So one of the Marines that is actually with you, there are two Marines of note that are with you here, and and actually are with you. One of them is at the installation beam emitter thing in Halo. Marcus Stacker.
Let's get it going, Marines!
Master Sergeant Marcus P. Stacker is a veteran UNSC Marine shock trooper who fought during the Human Covenant War. Marcus P. Stacker is a tough, energetic Marine. Although he can be quite reckless in certain situations, he is a very competent leader who has seen his fair share of war. Having survived many battles, including all discovered Halo installations, Stacker has fought a lot alongside Master Chief on many occasions, often providing assistance in vital situations. Whether it was offering the Spartan 2 a vehicle, weapon, or a compliment, Stacker harbors a great respect for Spartan 117. Having survived the Battle of Installation Zero and the end of the Human Covenant War, he is one of the few surviving members of the UNSC that can say truly fought alongside Master Chief. He literally is through the 1 through 3. He's there, and I think he's in 4. Yeah. And there's another Marine Easter egg. He's the Australian Marine. His name's Chips Dubbo.
Who's your daddy? Me! Sit down, bitch! That's another! Anyone gonna help me?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's actually, you may have unlocked...
Chips Dubbo.
Yeah. All right, Chief.
Crikey.
Yeah, that's Chips Dubbo.
Yeah.
There's actually achievements relating to Easter eggs about him.
That's
you may have
amazing.
just randomly gotten it, yeah.
So
I don't know when this guy was named, but it's like in canon, he is Chips Dubbo.
Chips Dubbo.
weird
That's
sidebar. I joined when I got on. Like I can't remember when it happened. It might have been this mission, but I just like for some reason getting into the game, I popped all these achievements for like things that I was
gonna say that you just like
I was
open up
just
a game and you'll
randomly
get,
like getting like it was like completed this many matches or done this that, and I'm like I didn't do any of this like and it just was popping all these achievements.
yeah, it happens.
It was weird.
Wait, what? Like
Just
what?
like random achievements.
Like
pop
what
up.
achievements?
Like they were like
Like-
multiplayer achievements.
Yeah,
Like and I was like I haven't
Kill
been
a-
playing any I mean maybe before I was like when I had it back, but like
What kind of achievements are popping here for?
So like
for
there,
you,
I know
Chris?
one that pops is the one where like kill a dev or someone who has like the same thing on, you get that, or like get a completed match on this day, you'll sometimes get that.
yeah, and I was like
Yeah.
I didn't do any. It was
Yeah.
just funny. Sidebar.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, am I missing a glitch that I really want? Because I have to. I want to get all the achievements in this game.
Good
if that
luck.
ever happens.
How many
Yeah.
achievements does it have?
Too many.
A lot. I think
Yeah.
it's got 7,000 gamer score. It's the most of any Xbox game,
Jeez.
including Reach and ODST.
Jesus.
I think it's 7,000. I could be wrong.
700.
No way.
Full list of 700
Oh, 700 achievements.
achievements. Yeah.
Gamer score is what?
7,000.
Yeah, I was right. So, after this battle, we kind of drive. We're kind of looking for like an entrance to find the Sarlacc.
Can we go back to Fohammer? I love
yeah.
the line that she says when they're like calling for the Warthog. She goes, she's like, you know our motto, we deliver. I
Yeah, we
love that
deliver.
line.
We deliver.
We deliver. She's awesome. She's an awesome character.
Yeah, it's interesting that they kill her off and they never really replace her.
Yeah.
There's never a Pelican like her in the rest of the series, which is interesting. There is a Marine in Halo 3 that I like to make fun of, but I'll get to her. Yeah, so as we're kind of going up the beach, we find one of these caves and we're kind of going in and we're going to go to where the silent cartographer is. And this is the second time we see the hunters, but this is the first time we encounter the hunters with a pistol. So I wanted to talk about the fact that like the hunters are supposed to be super powerful, but like they can die with one hit in the back with a
One
pistol.
hit in the back.
Oh, I did not even know that.
You never knew
Wait,
that?
what?
I don't know. I guess I didn't notice
Dude,
it. Like,
walk up to a hunter and just
Get
Pop
behind
one
it.
to the
pop him
back.
Get
in
behind
the
it.
back, and
Yeah.
he'll just instantly
I didn't
die.
And
notice
it's like a headshot.
On any difficulty.
Any difficulty.
That's great.
It is. I don't really understand it. It's like kind of amusing.
yeah.
Like, yeah, they're supposed to be the hardest enemy in the game, and they die like super easy. The hunters in this game aren't that bad to kill. And this is also where we can find our next terminal.
Yeah, it's right there. It's right what's that, like center?
Yeah,
like,
this like center disc thing, and it's like
on the left if you're looking at the hunters the first time you see them.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you go ahead and grab that, you'll get a cool achievement. So it opens with 343 Guilty Spark again. He says, Entropy, it has now been 3,000 years since my last contact with any of the other caretakers of the Halo array. So you're kind of thinking like, what's going on? Why hasn't anyone contacted him? And who knows? So then he reads he gets a recording made by 2401 Penitent Tangent. Said,
Great names.
yeah, great names. Said, prior to this total communication shutdown, the only message I received in the preceding 4,500 years were from Penitent Tangent. And it was even one. He suspected that monitor 2401 wasn't even functioning correctly for some time before his messages ceased.
I'm pretty sure he is the monitor for Delta Halo, which is in Halo 2. Gravemind captures him.
Oh, is he the one that we see in the cutscene?
Yeah,
that he's holding?
pretty sure. I'm pretty sure there's one that's Bias. I think it's Mendicant Bias, and I think he's in the terminals. I can't remember if that's right, but I think I'm mistaking him. What was it? Penitent
Tangent?
Tangent, yeah. I'm pretty sure Penitent Tangent is the one that the Gravemind has in 2.
And then, and basically 343 goes into like kind of this like stasis, like this hibernation, he calls it. And he wakes up after 150 years, and as he reactivates, his eye flashes from blue to red. And we get the first like glimpse into his rampancy. And what's cool about this is later on he says, I'm aware of the dangers of a system such as myself losing operational focus. For amusement, I have begun a series of experiments involving the evacuation of all matter from contained sections of my installation. And in the terminal, he like breaks apart the land in the Halo and it just shoots into space. So like everything, land, trees, anything that's in there, he's just sending into space just to see what happens. So yeah, he says, by measuring the geologic effects of exposure to the vacuum of space and the eventual biological recovery of these sections, I anticipate gaining valuable insight into emergency response scenarios in case of flashing. We get a bright red flash and a ship comes crashing into the terminal or into installation 04, and that's where it ends. Ooh. Cool thing about this ship, we'll talk about it in the next terminal, but it kind of looks like a Reaper from Mass Effect.
Really?
Yeah, I have a picture of it right here. Kind of small, if you want to.
Oh yeah, it
Yeah,
does.
kind of with like the.
It's like a parasite bug looking guy.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Absolutely.
Your hair is so messed up.
Crazy. Like, I'm so ready.
That's why I don't wear a hat.
Ever since you found out about Master Chief
we're not
Boopin'.
on camera right now, so the reason I wear a hat is so I don't have to. What, am I distracting you, Gooch?
It was a little. I don't care. I just had to point it out.
What's so ridiculous?
So yeah, we find the Cartographer in the shrine, which actually gets us to another location of it. Actually, so it opens
door?
where the silent Cartographer actually is. So
And that like elite comes out, right?
yeah, and then
I love driving the Warthog down there and then killing it.
Yeah.
Because then another one would spawn. It would just spawn right on top of it.
Yeah.
Or you could just leave the Marines down there and they'll just gun him down as soon as he comes out.
Oh my god.
And after we make our way to that door, go down, fight some Covenant, we find the Cartographer, which gives us the location of the control room. And Cortana's flight path leads us underground through the tunnels for an underground aerial insertion. And that is the level. It is pretty short.
Pretty short. Yeah.
Were you about to say something?
No.
So I do have some level trivia.
Trivia. Sorry.
Level trivia. All right. Is that a thing?
That's it now.
That's a thing?
That's what it is now.
The engineers were meant to be on this level, but were deleted from the game, although not the map's code. So you know the engineers, right? The big the
ODST?
shield guys, little wormy cute dudes. Bungie stated that the silent Cartographer was sort of a sandbox from where they just threw a lot of things to test them out, like lighting, graphics, weapons, or vehicles. It was not initially intended to be a level. The original objective of the mission was to assassinate a prophet who was trying to fight the silent Cartographer.
So there are
I found that interesting.
Are there no prophets in this game? Are there?
No.
Right. They're
I
never
don't think
named,
they're never
no.
named. Nothing.
They're not.
Like, you never even know.
As of
like,
now,
yeah.
they don't exist.
Yeah.
And then the last one, which is I love. This level is featured in a famous early viral internet video called the Jump Program, which is Yeah, which is look up Halo. Just look up Halo Jump Program. It should be like one of the first videos you find. It's from like 2006, but it's earlier than that.
26.
26.
Is that what I said?
Yeah, it's okay. But all the way back to 26. I love it.
2006. Yeah.
240p, baby.
Yeah,
It
but
worked. I get what you
I think
meant.
it's from 2002 actually, but yeah, it's a video of like some dude like basically just throwing grenades at the ground and like flipping the warthog like as high as he can. Did you watch any of it?
No, I haven't.
It's
awesome.
It's like it's just kind of funny. Like it's a very early internet video, and you can tell by just watching it.
240p, baby.
Yeah,
Looks
Oh
great.
yeah,
my
it's in
God.
shitty quality, and he puts like all the early 2000s songs you can imagine in there. With like a
Amazing.
Matrix reference in the beginning.
Of course.
Because remember
that's
in the Matrix where Morpheus goes, initiate the jump program.
Yeah.
like that's the start of the video. I just
Oh
want
my
to throw that in
God,
there because
that's
as we get
amazing.
to Halo like 3, you know, I feel like we have to talk about like machinima
rocket
eventually and
jumps,
stuff.
all that stuff.
Yeah, like all that like
Absolutely.
internet stuff that
Memification
comes
almost,
out of the game, memes and,
And,
you know,
yeah,
just
you know,
internet content.
That kind of
of
like
course.
machinima. That was like my childhood growing up.
I don't really.
Watching all-
I
Did
don't
you
know if
watch
it-
any Machinima?
Not much. No, I don't think
Digital
so.
Fear, wasn't it? Do you remember him?
I don't think so.
I think he made a series called Ex Machina
Maybe.
before the movie Ex Machina,
Huh.
or maybe it was called Machina or something. I don't think he ever finished it, but I was super into it.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. I have a fun fact about
What a
Silent
time.
Cartographer.
Oh yeah, go for it.
So those two hunters, they're actually named.
I saw that.
This is
Yeah.
actually really cool. They're actually named, and during John 117 assault on Installation 04's map room, Igado and Ogata, that's their names, were sent to protect the main facility after, Zuka Zamame's first attempt to kill John 117 failed. He stood at the entrance to the facility whilst Ogata jumped down to the beach to attack the Spartan. Private Hosky and an unnamed corporal charged foolishly towards the hunter after their warthog was overturned, and Agido watched as his bond brother attacked and killed the Marines, only to die at the hand of John 117. This enraged him and caused him to fire his assault cannon, his little fusion cannon, until it overheated. Then John 117 accidentally decapitated it with a rocket. Wild. He decapitated it with a rocket that impacted directly in the head.
Jesus.
So wait, is this is like when does that happen?
That's in the book, in the flood.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
so they
during, like, the
recount the events of that encounter.
They recount, like, it's a retelling of the whole game.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
like-
what the flood is.
Yeah, and
Oh.
like Master Chief, it's weird because the guy who wrote it, he doesn't work with Bungie anymore. I think they like kind of stepped away because he gave Master Chief more of like a soul.
Personality.
Yeah, like he would pick up dog tags after of fallen Marines and stuff. He talked more. It was, and like they went into more depth about keys and Cortana and stuff like that. But yeah, it's basically just a retelling of the first game. And they just go into more detail about what happens.
Yeah, that's kind of like novelizations.
Yeah,
They're gonna go into more detail about like utterly mundane things.
It's funny, like, so they are making that Halo TV show, right?
I have no idea.
No, like what, like John, like he's cast, like Master Chief is.
Oh
cast.
yeah, they
yeah,
are.
that's
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
Like,
you're right.
So
Who knows?
I wonder what that. Do you think he's keeping this? This is just a very random sidebar. I think now that Mandalorian has had a character that has his helmet on 99.9% of the time, I think they can do that TV show with him never taking his helmet off.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like
they're
truly,
not.
and I think
They can't.
I was just thinking to myself, I'm like, why do they never make this into a movie? Like truly, because like this isn't a video game where I feel like you
There
have to
is
put
a-
all this
there is
like
a
crazy.
Halo-
Forward Unto Dawn.
Well,
that's
just
a live
District
action.
9
Forward
was
Unto Dawn's
going to-
really good.
Well,
District
but
9.
District 9 was going to be a Halo movie,
And
right?
then Nightfall. Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And then so like, but I think they truly were like, well, he can't have his helmet on the whole time.
Uh-huh.
Like I truly think that was probably a big thing. Like people like they were like, no, you can't do that. Like you
Yeah.
need to show his fucking face. What do you mean? Like we can't.
Yeah. Do you
But
know what
now-
Nightfall is? So Nightfall is like how Locke became a Spartan, and he's on.
Oh.
They're on the detached part of Installation 4 when it gets blown up. You know, how the one piece
Yeah, yeah.
comes off of it. They're on that piece, and I forget what they're looking for, but they're on
They're
it.
just floating through space.
Yeah, they land on it. And like they're not on it when it
Oh,
blows
okay, I
off.
was gonna
Like
say,
they go to
that's
it, and he's an OD.
Whoa!
He's an, he's an ODST at this point, and
Oh, yeah.
they encounter like a hunter, but like the whole fucking thing was like really dark. You could barely see anything.
I
Like,
remember that. I isn't it like I think I've seen that.
it was like with a Halo Waypoint or something.
Yeah,
or, like,
yeah.
Didn't they use the guy who played Locke too, like in the game? Like
Yeah.
his-
Yeah,
isn't it
yeah,
Michael, Isn't it
Mike
what's his
Coulter.
name?
Yeah, yep.
He's a good actor. That sucks that didn't like.
Maybe he'll be in
Maybe,
Infinite.
yeah, maybe
Oh,
he
I
will be
think
in
he
Infinite.
will show up. I just don't.
Yeah,
Think,
I couldn't imagine like that they like
Just drop his character and
right. It just seems like they filled them up a little too much.
Well, yeah.
Anyway, that's a lot of games from now. Let's get to the next level. Assault on the Control Room, the longest level in the game, and honestly, probably the most boring level in the game.
I agree.
Yeah. This is the synopsis. The level follows Master Chief on a mission to reach Halo's control room. The Covenant are deployed in great numbers and in more superior force than previously seen in the game, using Wraiths, Ghosts, and Banshees. The majority of the level is set in a snowy outdoor environment. Although the level seems to be natural, there are networks of tunnels and elevators built by Forerunners that connect sections of the constructs to the control room. And that actually leads me into, like, right as you get outside when you see the snow coming down and then Johnson's Pelican crash, Cortana mentions that the weather is natural and not artificial, wonders why they chose inclement weather here, which I was like, huh.
Yeah, it is an interesting point.
Maybe
you
they're
think
trying
that they
to
just
keep
want
people away or make it more difficult, like, geographically to, like...
to, like, be on the planet. Or the ring. Yeah.
Right. And also, like, it's cold. Maybe that's something to do with, like, the control room's temperature, I was thinking. Because, like, server rooms are always freezing cold. So,
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
They got to, that's obviously keep the server cool, right? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So we get to, we got a rendezvous with Fireteam Zulu, which is Johnson's team. And one of the tracks that plays right here for the first time is Behold a Pale Horse, which is in, like, every Halo game. I was going to, like, do the beat. What is it? Yeah. Yeah, that's
insert here.
Yeah. I will insert the track every time.
Over yours, but it'll be like
Yeah, it's our version, our cover.
Yeah. So you run into Fireteam Zulu and continue through the snow and mountains and the Forerunner facilities. Go for it.
I think I asked you guys this, but like these are called Forerunner facilities in the beginning, or are they ever really referenced as Forerunner tech? Like within the first
Yeah.
game,
Doesn't
right?
Cortana say something?
Yeah.
Like
I
the
thought
Forerunner?
she
She
Yeah.
mentions it in this level once she interfaces with the cartographer. Yeah.
Makes sense.
But like other than their
There
names,
that was it.
no information.
That's cool. That's cool though to know that they did build on something like just that was really in the background for these later games. But yeah,
Right.
continue.
Yeah, they establish it, build off.
Yeah.
So this is the first time we can pick up the infamous rocket launcher. The M41 surface-to-surface rocket medium anti-vehicle assault weapon is commonly known as the SPNKR rocket launcher, which is actually on the side of it.
Wait, what is it? SPNKR.
Spunker.
Spunker.
There's
interesting.
it's an Easter egg. I'll get to it.
I thought it was like Sputnik for a second. I was like, that's interesting.
It's a heavy ordnance weapon of the UNSC arsenal. This rocket launcher fires 102 millimeter heat-shaped charge rockets. The launcher sports a 2-time scope and can fire rockets over long distances with devastating accuracy, although its altitude decreases over longer distances. When reloaded, the barrels are removed and 2 preloaded barrels are then inserted back into the unit. With this mechanism, a Marine can greatly reduce the weight he carries. Greatly reduce the weight he has to carry without throwing the weapon away like some contemporary disposable rocket launchers, which is interesting. But the design of this thing, like most of the weapons, is super iconic. Like they keep that like two-tube design.
And then like absolutely, I feel like it's
and he-
barely
and he
like it's
takes
had a
them
little
out
bit of an
and puts
update,
them
but
in.
for the most part, that's basically the exact same weapon we see.
Right.
in the
It
later-
changes a little, but
like
like
aesthetically,
it looks the same. So the M41 SSR is essentially a Halo universe copy of the SPNKR X17/18 SM launcher
Nailed that.
from Bungie's Marathon trilogy. The word spanker is an abbreviation for the word spanker and serves as an inside joke for both fans and Bungie staff of all the older series.
So it's
funny.
Spanker, not Spunker.
No, spanker.
Spanker.
Yeah, like spank a baby.
Spanker.
I'll
Yeah.
spank Trio.
Whoa,
Nice.
no, you
Sorry.
won't.
I'll watch.
The M4. The
I did not sign up for this.
The M41 has a test button that, when pressed, spins the barrels around. This animation only happens when the player is idle.
A lot of cool idle animations.
Yeah, I
We
don't know.
went
Did you
over
notice
it.
there was a test button on it?
Did
yeah,
not.
it's like I don't know.
I didn't.
It's like I think where he holds it. It's
like right there,
Holding it
yeah.
like this. It's
Uh-huh.
like right here.
By his thumb?
Yeah.
Okay.
At least in some of the maybe it's in that first one. Yeah, it's got to be. Anyway, We actually we find a lot of vehicles here for the first time. Let's get into the Wraith, or even though we don't actually drive it.
You actually don't get into
You
it.
actually don't get into the race. Sadly.
The Type 26 assault gun carriage, more commonly known as the Wraith by the UNSC, is the Covenant's main heavy assault craft for ground engagements. The Wraith has been in service to the Covenant for over a century and has served in countless engagements during the Human-Covenant War. The Covenant deployed the Wraith as a first ground assault vehicle in tactical ground engagements, using the weapons platform to bring down structures in the way of ground forces attempting to advance in an area, as well as destroy enemy armor posing a threat to their own infantry. In addition, the Wraith is used to break the ranks of enemy infantry, both physically and by psychological force. The thing, I can understand that. The thing does have like a presence to it. Even as like a player, I feel like it's like, oh fuck, a Wraith. Like it's not it's not just a tank.
No, it's an interesting design too. The way like it almost like works like an old trebuchet in the way of like how it launches things. Like I think it is really cool. No, it's I agree. It has a presence.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
This version of the Wraith has no anti-personnel weapons, so it doesn't have a turret in
No
Halo
turret?
1. It is possible to snipe the driver out of it, but you still can't drive it. I think I've done that before. If you shoot the head of it, like in Halo 3, if you shoot the like where he gets in, it comes off and you can shoot.
Yeah.
So I guess it's kind of like the same premise. The visual design encompasses a more purple color scheme in this one's than later versions. The mortar design is different from the other games, more looking like a tube than like a plasma emitter that is in the other ones. A normal difficulty, the Wraith can survive two or three direct rockets before it being destroyed. While formidable, it is not without weakness. Wraiths can be flipped, knocking the Sangheili driver out of the vehicles, rendering it useless.
How do you flip
Yeah, I was gonna say
with a grenade? I mean,
I think you can with the. I think
Ram
a
it with the
can
tank.
flip it.
Ram
like
it.
a tank bullet.
oh wow.
Just like the Halo Combat Evolved Ghost, the Wraith floats noticeably higher than in 2 and 3. And speaking of the Ghost, we're getting into it. Oh yeah!
it's barely even a
we
ghost.
rehearsed that.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, really. The Type 32 Rapid Assault Vehicle, more commonly identified as the Ghost by the UNSC, is a Covenant standard reconnaissance and rapid attack vehicle. The Ghost is a one-person gravity effect vehicle primarily used in a reconnaissance and close infantry support or rapid attack role. Known for its speed and maneuverability, as well as the silent anti-gravity propulsion system, the Type 32's use in the field by the Covenant is varied and can adjust very quickly and easily for any role required at any moment. From a design standpoint, the Type 32 RAV is more akin to an aircraft rather than a ground vehicle. That's interesting.
Has like wings, you know? Kind of.
Yeah, it does.
Again, another iconic thing from Halo,
yeah.
like everything else. we're
Absolutely.
talking about. In Halo Combat Evolved 2, 3, Reach, and 4, a player can use the A button to lift the Ghost front. I never knew that.
whoa.
If you press A, it lifts it up?
So what? You can like see under it, like, I don't
Or
know.
so it like, no, I guess so it like, when you're going up things, it kind of...
Oh,
when you're
you
driving?
mean like when? Oh,
Yeah. So if you get in it and press A, which I will do the next time.
Yeah,
I never
definitely.
fucking
It doesn't
knew
do it in
this.
CE?
No, it does.
Oh, really?
Every game except for ODST and 5.
No way. No.
Yeah,
That's crazy. That's
Yeah.
actually
next time I
nutty.
get in a good.
It might not be dramatic though.
No, you probably won't even know.
I mean, I guess angle it so that you're looking at it like this, and then
Yeah,
Yeah, I think so. That makes
Definitely
sense.
gonna have to take a look.
The
Jeez.
Ghost is the only vehicle that the Marines are able to pilot in Halo Combat Evolved. I did not realize they don't
can't-
drive anything else.
They can't drive the Warthog?
I guess they don't.
Wow. Dude, that's wild because
It always gets dropped off, right?
I remember like I'm like getting in the gunner and I'm like, why aren't you guys
what-
getting in?
That is so funny. I did the exact same thing.
like,
Like, what's
who's gonna
going
drive?
on?
You're getting in the
Like, oh, I
passenger
guess- yeah.
seat. Like,
That's funny.
The sound of the Ghost from this game's cannon firing is the same thing as a plasma pistol and plasma rifle and the Banshee. So they're all kind of feeding.
But are
off
they
the
different?
same-
But I assume they're tuned a tad differently, or is it
I
literally
guess.
the
Ghost
exact
is just
same
probably a
sound?
little faster.
Yeah.
You know, just sped
Yeah.
up a little bit.
And like the Phantom, Wraith, Spirit, and Spectre, the Ghost is named after a spiritual being. I did not actually realize that
Banshee.
until
That makes
being
total
said.
Yeah,
sense.
Ghosts.
Yeah, Wraith, Ghost,
Yeah, they're all
Banshee.
ghostly beings.
What was the thing in Halo 3? What's that called? Is that the Spectre? The one with the turret on the back and like the two side seats?
That's Halo 2. It's
Oh,
in
that's Halo 2?
That's the Prowler you're thinking
Oh,
of. Yeah,
never
it's
mind.
it's a brute vehicle.
There's a. I'm gonna have to look it up, but no, there's a Covenant vehicle with like a turn on the back.
Yeah,
and
it's the Spectre in Halo 2.
Oh, okay, Spectre. See,
Yeah.
Jeez,
And
man.
did you get like the Hornet
Duh.
later from like the? Isn't that?
Yeah, the Hornet is the UNSC flying vehicle. Yeah. One thing before we talk about when we get to the Scorpion, how about the ice physics on the ground?
I didn't even notice them.
Really? Did you notice you glide on the ice as you walk on it?
Really?
Yeah.
I mean,
That's cool.
Yeah.
that's cool.
I didn't
Yeah.
notice, but that's cool.
Yeah,
I didn't
the
really
little
walk
things.
around.
Yeah,
The little-
I guess I could tell with the tank. Does the tank kind of slide around?
Maybe. I don't know.
I don't know.
But I know you do. I noticed as soon as I got to, I'm like, oh, I don't know if I ever noticed this before, but now I do.
Just the little things.
So let's get into it. The Scorpion. The M808 main battle tank, commonly known as the Scorpion, is the most common armored fighting vehicle employed by the UNSC during the Human Covenant War. It is used in operations requiring heavy firepower or an anti-vehicular platform. Combining firepower, resilience, mobility, the Scorpion has proven its usefulness and formidability and has earned the respect of friend and foe alike. The Scorpion may not be the most powerful or fastest UNSC vehicle in the fleet, but for the most part, it represents the best possible balance between mobility and firepower.
What's stronger? Other than,
I don't know. Great question. Thanks, Wiki.
Fuckheads.
And I think at some point the terminal is like in
it's
where
at the end, towards like the very end.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's like towards the end of the mission.
Oh, I think I know why I put the terminal here. I think I'd put it up to divvy things up,
Okay.
so we can just do the terminal.
Sure.
here.
Yeah,
That's
it's
fine.
it's closer to the end of the
Yeah,
level.
'cause
It's
I got a few things to go over.
So the fifth terminal is located at the bottom of a pit in front of the control room structure at the end of the level. The terminal is on the ground under the base of a large metal, like it's like a triangle. It's like diagonal. It's going like up towards the front of the building. But yeah, if you go down there, you'll see it. So around 60,000 years after the firing of the Halo array, a strange vessel, vessel.
I like
got
vessels
it.
better.
Vessels, yeah. Vessel, a strange vessel crash landed on Installation 04 in sector 1215.
All right, so this is right after the one we.
This is
talked about.
this is like right after. So 26 hours later, Guilty Spark arrives at the crash site and noted that the crew had not attempted to exit the vessel. He marked 17 atmosphere leaks along the hull of the ship that had been caused prior to the crash. An analysis showed these gases to be similar to those that comprised Installation 04's atmosphere. Guilty Spark hoped to get answers from these life forms since he had many questions. Prior to the crash, the ship started broadcasting a distress signal that it repeated every 72.83 seconds. Had to be right on the point there. After attempting to translate it, Guilty Spark said, I'm just going to block it. You guys, no help. As no communication revealing the location of any halos was allowed. As the ship appeared to be a short-range vessel, Guilty Spark believed there may have been more like it somewhere in the vicinity and could not take the chance of more life forms discovering the ring and possibly breaching flood containment. In accordance with procedure, 343 Guilty Spark did not attempt to make physical or remote contact with the occupants of the ship. Eventually, the atmosphere stopped leaking, and 2 weeks later, the distress signal was terminated. After the distress signal was terminated, the monitor had a massive sarcophagus constructed around the remains of the vessel over the course of the next week. Guilty Spark would then lament a missed chance to learn more about the rest of the galaxy and decide to relax his protocols somewhat the next time an alien vessel arrived so as not to miss another such opportunity.
So what is it?
I looked it up, and it's literally called a strange vessel on the wiki. It has no name.
Interesting.
I have no idea what it is. They don't really.
A strange vessel.
And like the picture of the sarcophagus, I've never seen it before.
Do you have it? Like,
No,
on your
I
phone?
don't. I don't have the
Okay, that's
picture here. Yeah, I'll go
Interessante.
find it.
But
So he just studied them.
Basically, he like didn't want anyone to come over and try to help them. He's kind of an asshole.
But is anyone on the ring?
Is anyone? He said there were people on it. He said that there were life forms on it, but they just didn't come out.
No.
Yeah.
Huh. This is 3,000 years after they fire it?
60,000.
Oh, okay. All right, this is a while. from
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
I'm curious of when in our timeline that is. Anyway, so as you can realize, this is the first level I feel like where Halo's level design shows its flaws, because it is very samey, even though it's
Absolutely,
like
all
kind
the way
of
through,
different.
yeah.
But like going, and when you go into like the Forerunner facility part, it's like Jesus Christ.
Great.
And then we
Yeah.
just have to go back to it later.
Yeah.
And this is the last unique level of the game, actually. Every other level after this is a
retread.
Sorry, besides, no, I take that back. 343, and after the library, we start repeating levels. So this is one of the levels we repeat. So 2 Betrayals is Assault on the Control Room again. Keys is Truth and Reconciliation again with an additional part. And then the Maw is the Pillar of Autumn again. Yeah, well, I think we talked about it earlier. It's kind of like a good and bad thing. Like, it's an interesting way to kind of like reuse assets. But like, especially for Assault on the Control Room, I fucking hate those areas. They are really boring.
Yeah,
Like
they're
going down
annoying
into
and
like
boring,
the little tunnels.
Yeah, like it's just like all looks the same.
Yeah,
and
it's just
like,
boring.
Yeah,
Same room
I
after
don't like
same
Assault on
room.
the Control Room. It's probably my least favorite level of this
I
game.
agree.
Yeah.
It's
So far, at
it
least,
is
for
a-
sure.
You literally like most levels you walk from point A to point B and there's not really much going on. So basically, towards the end of the level, we do come out to like pretty much the end, and we see the Banshee. This is the first time we can get in it, so that's why I'm going to talk about it
I
here.
didn't get in it.
I did.
I didn't
think
run
I
to
did.
it fast enough.
Yeah, you can get in it.
Yeah, the elite, I think, got in it. So I
Yeah,
was like, all right.
bastard.
You can kill
Bastard.
the elite.
Yeah.
So the Type 26 ground support aircraft, more commonly identified as the Banshee, is an isometric craft that is typically used for reconnaissance, ground support, and ground attack missions. Front of the craft is lightly armored. While not particularly vulnerable to small guns, it can be brought down easily by concentrated fire from infantry, which is interesting because that is true.
Yeah.
You can actually use an assault rifle and take a Banshee down.
Yeah, it gets close enough. That thing will rip it to
Yeah.
shreds.
Yeah. In most designs, the cowling of the craft is purple in color and acts as an outer shell. In Celtic mythology, a banshee is a woman spirit who wails for the death of a particular person before they die. The banshees have to steal souls from people to live. The high-pitched sound made by the banshee in Halo is a reference to this.
Interesting.
There
So-
wasn't much I could find for Silent Cartographer or Assault on the Control Room. Sorry.
Yeah.
Like it's the longest level. That's really it.
So yeah, pretty much. So if you guys don't get the banshee, how do you drop down? Do you just go to the other side and go down the elevator?
I think so.
Yeah, I don't. I got the Banshee.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I
So
didn't.
so I got the banshee and you just fly right over.
Mm-hmm.
It's
I'm
kind of
pretty sure-
funny that
I
go
blew
ahead.
it up and it wound up ending. It ended up on top of the terminal, so I had to like melee it a bunch of times to move it because I couldn't access it.
It's kind of funny that whole area down there, like you can just kind of skip. Like you don't have to go down there at all.
Yeah.
Like the banshee really skips that
Yeah.
last fight, except when you get to the door and you actually go in. So after that point, at the end, this is probably the most interesting cutscene of the game so far. At the end, Master Chief reaches the control room and Cortana interfaces with the computer. She is horrified to learn that the Halo houses the Flood, and a weapons cache that Captain Keyes is looking for will lead him straight to the Parasite. Cortana elects to stay behind while John rushes off to find the captain. So I'm gonna kind of read the dialogue from this part because it is pretty interesting. Who wants to be Cortana? I'll be Master Chief. Who wants to be Cortana? Trio?
Go.
You ready?
Yeah.
You all right?
Never been better. You can't imagine the wealth of information, the knowledge, so much, so fast. It's glorious.
So, what sort of weapon is it?
What are you talking about?
Let's stay focused. Halo. How do we use it against the Covenant?
This ring isn't a cudgel, you barbarian. It's something else, something much more important. The Covenant were right. This ring, it's Forerunner. Give me a second to access. Yes, the Forerunners built this place, what they call a fortress world, in order to know. No, that can't be. Oh, these Covenant fools. They must have known. There must have been signs.
Slow down. You're losing me.
The Covenant found something buried in this ring, something horrible, and now they're afraid.
Something buried where?
I look horrified. The captain. The captain. We've got to stop the captain.
Keys. What do we...
The weapons cache he's looking for. It's not really... We can't let him get inside.
I don't understand.
There's no time, damn it! Get out of here. Find Keys. Stop him before it's too late.
Yeah, I did the damn it, but
I
think it was a
did,
good
but-
addition.
You did good. You did real good.
Thank you.
Yeah,
went,
so Cortana interfaces with the ring and like she like instantly. So the Covenant like before this point like have encountered the Flood, and eventually they are only running from it. But Captain Keyes is looking for a weapons cache, but the weapon is the flood.
So the flood is basically just like it's like a zombie parasite type
yeah.
deal that like the only way it spreads is if someone contracts it and then takes it with like and it gets, Are they sentient though? Like can they fly a ship like the flood? Like could
Yes.
they-
Yes,
That's what I
are.
thought.
I'm pretty sure
Okay.
they're sentient.
Once they interact with a human or a
like a
organic
Yeah,
host,
yeah.
yes, they become sentient and smart, and they can pilot vehicles.
They like
we see that
Oh, that's
later.
right.
And
They're
especially in a
I
terminal.
totally forgot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And there also are pure forms of flood, but we don't see them until Halo 3. So we're only seeing, we'll see
Marines
them.
and elites, right?
Marines and
So
elites
how did
and spores.
Cortana know about the flood?
She interacts with
And
Yeah,
the ring.
since they know how bad it was,
And the
Yeah,
ring
yeah.
knows the flood is on the facility somewhere. And I don't think she like totally understands what the flood are.
she just
Yeah.
understands that the Covenant really don't like them.
Yeah, she was supposed. There was so originally she was supposed to go like mad with power here, like, and that's how the game was
Oh,
supposed to
really?
play out. Yeah,
I'm
that's
glad
like what
they
they're-
changed that.
I just
Yeah,
I mean,
because she was gonna
imagine
like
how
when she
different it would
interfaced with it,
become like Forerunner.
she was gonna go
yeah,
crazy and all this stuff.
Yeah, I think this part is really interesting because like the Halo turns into a horror game for like 2 levels.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yes, it
I mean,
does.
actually, kind of like the rest of the game because we do fight the flood pretty
Mm-hmm.
much in every level after this. But yeah, like the 343 Guilty Spark is going to be a fun level to talk about because
Yeah, I can't wait.
It is
Yeah,
such a different level. So we're halfway through the game. We're just finishing Assault on the Control Room. We're going to be moving into the second half of the game. How you guys feeling on it so far?
It's kind of like a chore almost.
It's a bit of a drag.
It's a bit of a drag.
It is a bit
especially,
of a
like,
drag.
These levels, especially Assault on the Control Room, is very long.
And
I think Assault on the Control Room is the biggest offender.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
It's not. I don't think it's definitely like one of the worst levels in Halo. It's so uninteresting.
yeah, I don't.
Even though the end kind of has a cool
Yeah.
culmination.
Playing through this has made me realize a lot of my best memories, like my really big Halo memories, are 2. Like
Yeah.
truly, like now that and like I don't get me wrong. There's a lot of like things the first half of this game where I'm like I remember specifically like you booting up and you doing those things with Chief where you're looking at the lights and all that stuff. But yeah, I don't know. It's definitely been fun. It's definitely been nice to
yeah,
re-experience.
definitely fun.
But would I have, if I started this, would I have continued playing it unless we were doing this series?
Probably
Maybe
not.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah, for me, I play a lot of older games, so I feel like I have a lot more tolerance for like bullshit of older games, and I don't think Halo has aged necessarily badly.
No,
it's
not at all.
just very bland.
Exactly.
Like,
I would agree with that 1,000%.
Yeah, there's just not a lot of story going on to really keep you like super engaged.
Yeah.
As you're like blowing through these enemies, because this is all not our second playthroughs. Not obviously it's not our first, and it's
Absolutely.
definitely not our second.
Yeah.
Like I've played this game so many times, so it's kind of at this point where all these levels are second nature. I know this game extremely well, and yeah, it's kind of just like I'm trudging through, but I'm not necessarily having a bad time. It's just not doing anything.
Yeah, I'm
for me.
not having like an awful time
Yeah, I'm
or anything
definitely
like that, but it's
enjoying
just
it.
more like
This sucks.
it's more like now I'm ready to get to Halo.
Right,
2.
I'm
Like,
ready
you know
to-
what I-
ready to
yeah,
get
yeah,
into
to
the
really
meat.
get into the more meaty.
Did you guys see my clip that I sent?
Which
With me
one?
playing Assault on the Control Room?
Yes.
With my
no,
buddy.
You know
I
what's
missed-
funny? I got to that part and I heard the grunt throw the exact grenade that you got hit with, and I watched it come down, and I'm like, I know.
Motherfucker.
So,
Yeah.
so me and a buddy, we were driving around in a Warthog, and we were testing out the ice physics. We were sliding around, and a grunt, I guess, throws a grenade, and it bounces off the windshield and attaches to me on the gunner.
Oh,
and
no.
I
It's
jump
pretty
off
funny.
and run away.
and then you're
I
just
gotta
like,
watch it.
oh my god,
Oh my god! Oh
Just
my god!
in
Oh my god!
shock.
That's so funny.
Yeah, it's in the
I love it.
chat if you want to take
Yeah,
a
I'll
look
have to check it out.
and that's it.
I think that does it for us. Thank you so much for watching this episode of Re3. It's been a lot of fun to talk Halo with you guys, but we got more coming your way very soon. You can find this podcast everywhere podcasts are found. Just search Delco Nerd Network. We are on all these social medias. Just search at Delco Nerds. We have a nice, fun Discord channel where you can come and chat all things video games, movies, comic books, whatever you're feeling in pop culture. It's a great time, a lot of fun people. All this information can be found on our website, delconerdnetwork.com. You can shoot us an email, delconerds@gmail.com. Thank you guys so much for listening. For Gooch, for Chris, I've been Trio. Thanks for watching, guys. Stay nerdy, and we will see you next time.
Welcome to a Delco Nerd Network podcast. I'm your host, Anthony Ragucci, and this is Replay, Relive, and Reexperience, or as we like to call it, Re3s, where, you guessed it, we do all three of those things to our favorite video game series. In this edition of Re3, we're going to be replaying, reliving, and re-experiencing the Halo franchise, starting with Combat Evolved and ending with Halo 5 Guardians in anticipation for Halo Infinite later this year. Here to go on Master Chief Saga with me, as always, the triple threat, Chris Trio.
Gooch, how's it going?
I'm good.
That's good. We're back.
And guest, Chris Geddes. I'm gonna keep saying he's back, but like he's on every show.
no, he's here.
I might as well be a regular.
He is back.
Our
But,
other host for the series.
I gotta
actually, we
find
can
like
say,
a
yeah.
better way to like regularly say, or maybe I just say Chris Geddes, like normally. instead of
Returning Chris Geddes.
trying to make it sound special.
Hey, I mean, you did it though. We're in.
I dropped my phone.
You got Chris.
No, it's okay. I know.
But yeah, what are we on today, Gooch? What
So
are
this
we
is
discussing?
episode 4. We're going to be talking about probably the biggest divergence of this game we've had so far, which is the Flood. So we're going to be getting into that today. So let's start it. Again, episode 4, 343, Guilty Spark. The synopsis of this level. This level takes place on Installation 4 in a flood containment facility. Master Chief is dropped from Echo 419 to search for Captain Keyes, who's been out of contact for over 12 hours. Soon Chief stumbles upon a structure and ventures within, only to find that the Marines accompanying the captain have been slaughtered by an unknown force. After realizing the fate of the Marines, Chief fights his way out of the swamp and meets a questionable ally. Dun, dun, dun. I wonder who that is. So we start off the level and we see the Covenant are running from something. And, we've never really seen the Covenant run from anything except from us after we kill the Elite and the Grunts.
And then they're like, demon!
So we get dropped off, and the first thing we see is a pelican. And I actually got what that pelican is saying. One thing I don't think I've ever noticed this before, but I got the transcript of what it says. Okay, dropship Victor 933 static, Pillar of Autumn static, need assist. We are under static attack by some new kind of hostile static. Isn't Covenant static. Captain Keyes has been captured by hostiles static. Dug in at a large structure in swamp static. We need to pull out, please, static. I will set this message to repeat at static intervals. Dropship Victor 933 clear. And then in that crash, we also find the shotgun, our first shotgun, the M90 close assault weapon system, also known as the M90 CAWS, so claws, like claws.
Claws?
Claws without the L. Claws.
Like Santa Claus, but no Ellen Claus.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I want to be confident.
This is the UNSC's primary shotgun and is one of the most effective close-range infantry weapons used by the frontline forces.
And the only gun you should really use to fight the Flood, in my
I
opinion.
don't think that shotgun's there in like heroic or legendary.
Okay, it's their normal.
Yeah, it's definitely their normal.
I don't think I think I just got
Noticed
one
it?
off the Flood. Yeah.
I don't think
I didn't even go and get it. Yeah. Until later, I finally got a shotgun. I was like,
I
damn.
don't remember getting it there either, so I think you're right, because I'm thinking back to like legendary playthroughs. I don't remember getting the shotgun
it was
that early.
definitely not there.
But this is a pump action magazine fed doob.
I like a doob tube.
I love how I've started to edit these and like me messing up is
We need it.
more
Yeah, it's
comical
amazing.
than
No, I love
thought
it.
to come out to be.
It's exactly.
So the dual tubular non-detachable type weapon design from the M45E tactical shotgun. The weapon system technology's DTM series shotgun is the most common shotgun employed by the UNSC, special forces, law enforcement, and other agencies. The M90 has been in service for over 27 years, and its designs has changed almost like none. It's
Interesting.
stayed the same.
Can I just say that the doob tube is a much better way to say that than
The
all the
doob
stuff
tube.
you just said?
I'm gonna call it that from
Yeah,
now
just
on.
that's it. The doob tube.
So here's some trivia. This iteration of the shotgun is arguably the strongest version. It can hold 12 shells, and a player can carry a total of 60, but 72 in the mag. This shotgun
That's wild.
This shotgun does hold a lot.
Yeah,
like,
that
I
is
think
so
you
weird.
realize
Yeah, like
once
when
you're
you-
pumping through people, it's like, dude,
I haven't reloaded.
And in Halo Combat Evolved, if you look at the discarded shell with a sniper rifle, it will have a grinning hippo with the words "hippos everywhere" on it.
Interesting.
That is also a trend in Halo 3. I don't remember back in the day when like file share was cool and everyone was taking pictures of shit, but on the back of bullets, on the assault rifle bullet in Halo 3, I think it says Master Chief. So this must be a trend that started here. Yeah, we'll probably run into those Easter eggs.
Yeah.
So we're approaching our large structure. More Covenant running away from assault rifle fire and frag grenades specifically. So
Interesting.
obviously,
Different stuff.
right? Why would they be
Running from
just Marines?
Yeah.
Marines, yeah.
Yeah. And you go in there and you see nothing. You go down the lift into the structure. Jackal blood paints the walls. Also, you can see there's this green sort of like,
Viscous fluid.
I don't want to say fluid, like there's like some like dust in the air. You can see it in certain
yeah.
spots. And the jackal
Interesting.
blood is
Can we just rewind a
crazy.
second?
yeah.
This is like a horror game. It's like a
Right.
horror level, you know?
Yeah,
No, it's absolutely
this
true.
whole game kind of takes a spin at this level where
Really does.
It turns into a horror
Scary,
game.
scary.
Yeah.
You know, I'm getting flashbacks to like in Metal Gear Solid 1 where you meet Gray Fox for the first time. Do you have any reference to Metal Gear 1? Or Metal Gear Solid 1? Okay, I'm going
What
to
is
keep
Metal
talking.
Gear Solid? No,
So
I'm
Metal
kidding.
Gear Solid 1, you meet Gray Fox. He's
Yeah.
a ninja. So you're in Shadow Moses, and first time you meet him, he's like cutting up like a bunch of soldiers, and you're like, "What the fuck is this?" It's like, you know, it's a military game, and a guy with a sword is just like
just
eviscerating
butchering
these
people,
dudes.
yeah.
Blood's all over the walls. This kind of reminds me of that, and it's just like that horror vibe where this non-horror game like takes like a horror approach for like, I mean, the rest of the game is pretty scary here on out, but you know. At this point, it's been like, you know, no levels are like this.
Yeah.
So it's really seated. I think the horror, I mean, we're going to talk about it more, but I think the horror element works a lot here.
I would love to see like a horror game where you're just like a UNSC Marine or something like where you're running from the flood.
Give me the spin-off of the squad that came here first.
Oh yeah,
That would be interesting. That would be
Give
very
me that
yeah.
spin-off. I want it. No. But yeah, we do run into a terrified Marine who doesn't have a name, I found out. But he is, if you listen to him before you kill him or run away from him, he like tells,
Yeah, he's like,
pretty
oh
much,
my god.
yeah, like he's recounting essentially like all of the Marines getting slaughtered.
Mendoza, Vicente. Oh God, the things took them away. They were.
Yeah, they're like, we don't know what it is.
And then we're basically, now we're moving through and we find Jenkins' helmet. Before we go into that cutscene, do you guys have anything to kind of say before we actually like meet the Flood for the first time?
Not really.
Let's get into it.
Yeah, so we are in the point of view of Private Jenkins, of Fireteam Charlie, who consists of Johnson, Jenkins, Mendoza, Kappas, Benzetti, Riley, and the terrified AWOL Marine who we found. And Captain Keyes comes there.
Yeah, he shows up.
He's not the original. He's not part of that squad. They radio
Show
him
up
to
later,
come.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of
And they're like, the flood's
Where all
afraid
that-
of what's ever in here, so you know.
or the Covenant.
Or I'm sorry,
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So the cutscenes and yeah, like you open the door and he falls in your arms and he's like,
Yeah, like checking around.
yeah, like the music and the vibe, and then all of a sudden that flood music comes on.
Oh my gosh.
And the spores, like the
Just-
doors
yeah,
start
busting
getting
through
pounded,
doors.
and the spores start coming out. So we finally meet the Flood, our first encounter with the Parasite. The Flood, or the Parasite, as they are commonly known to the Covenant, are species of highly virulent parasitic organisms that can reproduce and grow by consuming sentient life forms of sufficient biomass and cognitive ability. The Flood was responsible for consuming most of the sentient life in the galaxy, notably the Forerunners during the 300-year-long Forerunner Flood War. The Flood presents the most variable faction in the trilogy, as it can infect and mutate humans and Covenant species, such as Sangheili, Shirohani, into combat forms. They're widely considered to be the greatest threat to the whole existence of life, or more accurately, biodiversity in the Milky Way galaxy. As the Forerunner Precursor War drew to a close, the remaining precursors that were pushed out beyond the edges of the galaxy to Path Canotha sought vengeance against the Forerunners. So the precursors are like another ancient alien species.
So all of this takes place in the Milky Way, like Milky Way galaxy? Like, are
mean-
the Covenant from the Milky Way? Or like,
I don't
is it?
think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that. I doubt it.
Because I mean, like that's
Actually,
pretty big. Like the Milky Way
yeah.
is gigantic. Isn't
Yeah,
that the idea?
good point. It could be actually.
Or does that like the Milky?
Yeah, you know what? Now that I think about it, like the entire Mass Effect universe takes place within the Milky Way galaxy.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, and like
Interesting.
Andromeda is obviously in Andromeda.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that makes sense. But when we think of a galaxy, I feel like we only think of like our planets.
Our planets.
But it's much more
A
than that.
lot bigger. Yeah.
So a few precursors were spared by the Forerunners, while others became dust, which would regenerate into their past forms. I have no idea what that means. Over time, this dust became so corrupt that it could only cause horrific disease and mutation. The precursors, driven insane by the rebellion of their creations, embraced this corruption and became part of it, becoming the Flood to destroy the Forerunners as a final act of vengeance against them. The Forerunners learned of the peril, and as a precaution, designed and subsequently constructed the Halo network should the threat one day return. As expected, 10,000 years later, the Flood returned and began the conquest of total galactic domination. After exhausting every other strategic option, the Halo array was fired, resulting in the elimination of the original source of the Flood infestation and the death of every sentient being in the galaxy, effectively removing both the source and its entire food supply. So that is the design of Halo. It is to eliminate the
Sentient life. So
Right.
Flood starves.
right,
more or
which
less.
is everything is the Flood's food.
And then they have like seed things. Like was the idea that the Forerunners like basically have like restarted each civilization too, like reverted it back to like what happens after that?
Well,
I think
mass
life
extinction.
just
yeah,
restarts.
just literally,
because
like-
when they fire it, they die too.
The
obviously.
Forerunners
Oh,
die.
okay,
the
And that's
interesting,
why
yeah.
the monitors are left over. Because
Interesting,
They're
okay.
not organic.
Yeah,
They're-
that makes
they're
sense.
Mechanical. Yeah, so no Forerunners exist.
And were
until
Forerunners
the
like
Didact.
humanoid, or were they like those
Didact.
robot things we see in
No,
5?
they're humanoid.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Or are they
Yeah,
like,
like
those
the-
weird like energy creatures? Are those Forerunners? In, like
Prometheans?
Halo 5? Yeah,
Prometheans.
Prometheans
Okay.
are humans.
they are. Oh,
Yeah.
that's right.
We'll talk.
Yeah,
about
we'll get
it.
into it.
I don't even remember the lore off the
Yeah.
top of my head, but they are humans. The Flood exists in a fairly stable state in the absence of a grave mind. They lack the ability to coordinate their efforts, but the Flood will spawn spontaneously and spread by infecting sentient life forms, specifically those that are self-aware and capable of introception. This stage of a Flood outbreak is known as the feral stage. During the feral stage, the Flood is only capable of local coordination through the use of pheromone-based communication. Research indicates that the content of said messages are very limited complexity. Individual combat and carrier forms have access to the skills and memories of their host. However, once an outbreak establishes a viable grave mind, the coordinated stage begins. And it is at this point the Flood truly becomes dangerous. With the formation of a grave mind, the assimilated intelligence and memories of consumed hosts become a part of the collective consciousness, which is capable of strategic thinking and commanding individual Flood forms in an organized manner. One more. A grave mind is the fusion of the pure Flood supercells and a complex neurosystem of hundreds of thousands of sentients people. The control it exerts over the more mobile forms it creates is likened to the entity's control over its own limbs. Therefore, during the feral stage, control is localized at the individual level. But once an outbreak enters the coordinated stage, it is assumed by and broadcasted from the central compound intelligence. So it's a hive mind.
That's
Yeah.
what I thought. Yeah,
And the Flood.
So it's almost like a locust before the locust. Were
What?
the locusts a hive mind in Gears? Were they a
Did they
hive
have
mind?
the queen? Yeah.
Yeah, weren't they like
absolutely.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah. And the swarm. as
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're gonna talk about the grave minds a little bit more, like not even in this game, but the next game.
So there
He
are
does-
the grave minds are like the
the hive.
the
mind.
hive.
They are
Yeah,
the
they are.
leader, but
Okay.
they need to get there, which is they almost get there here.
With that big like well we'll get in
Right.
Yeah.
Captain Keyes becomes a proto grave mind, but he's not a full grave mind. And we'll get into that. But yeah,
proto-grave
they
mind.
basically
Yeah.
take the memories of everyone, and that's how they learn. And
Which is why they're like shooting at you and
Right.
stuff like that.
Yeah,
They-
it is.
They know
you know
how
what
to.
is funny? So like I feel like at the beginning, are they using weapons right after like right when you first see them?
yes.
Yeah.
They are?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, because
I
they
felt like
have
I
the
didn't notice
ability
that
through the
right
dead
away. I
people.
felt yeah, that makes more sense. I didn't notice that was like a thing that they had to learn like they noticed that I noticed they learned throughout the level. But
Don't
that's
come at
yeah.
you with shotguns, rocket
Yeah,
launchers.
no, it's so
Like,
true.
like-
And
Oh, those
what's
I'm
cool
playing on
is-
easy,
what's
and those
cool is
fucks
you're
with the rocket
seeing-
launcher.
They're ridiculous.
Yeah,
You
those
see
assholes.
human combat forms use the Covenant
Sanghelli.
weapons. Yeah,
Yeah.
like vice versa. Like they use each other's
Do we
guns.
see Jackal or Grunt?
No. There is
Yeah, that's a-
there's
you know-
concept art that the carrier forms are grunts, but it's not confirmed. It looks like it in the concept art, but there's no like confirmation.
Gotcha.
We're gonna
Yeah,
talk
that's
about
what
that.
it was funny. I was thinking that when I was playing. I was
Yeah,
like,
'cause
huh, there's no flood
just
like grunts or flood. Yeah, it's only just
UNSC.
So, some trivia before we get into some of the Flood forms. The Flood's presence on the Halo rings and other Forerunner installations is due to the Forerunner's desire to study them and preserve them as a species.
We'll find that out in the terminal.
Right.
Yeah.
The monitor talks about that.
Yeah.
But
What-
like that
like,
facility was
they wanna-
designed
they wanna
to
study
keep
it.
spores.
to like to, but like what could they learn
They
from?
want to find a cure.
Oh, I guess that would
They wanna
make
find
sense.
a cure to the flood.
But like if my if my body's split in two and I have a tentacle coming out of my shoulder, is there a cure that I want?
Science.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Science, damn it!
The hunters are immune.
Kill me.
The hunters are immune to the Flood. That's why you don't see any hunters.
Oh, why is the do they?
'Cause of the
I'm sure
worms?
there's a reason.
Yeah, there's just-
but they
yeah,
are
Probably
worms.
because they're worms.
Fucking worms.
And then something we hit on earlier, Sergeant Avery Johnson is the only known human to survive direct assault from an infection form without aid.
So yeah, that's the other thing I'm confused about. You don't see him at all throughout the rest of this mission, do you, Johnson?
No, you don't see him throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's what.
Except at the end in an Easter egg. He
Oh,
gets
yeah.
out of Halo. He's
Yeah,
a
I know.
survivor.
I know that. That's why I was just more like.
But yeah, it is very like how who
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah.
knows.
Well, I guess
How?
they saw it like, oh, maybe he wasn't supposed to be that prominent of a character.
and then, but then everyone was like, "Oh,
Oh,
he
yeah,
was
everyone
cool."
loves him.
Yeah, like yeah.
The first Flood we see is the Flood infection form. This is the first stage of the virulent Flood xenoform. It is the most commonly seen stage of the Flood and is the form responsibility for spreading the Flood infection. How big do you think these things are?
Well, hold on.
let's put into, from what I know,
Go for it.
they're probably a decent size because when he jumps on the Prophet.
Give me like foot.
So I'm confused. So wait, who
I'm
are
asking-
we?
two?
Who are we saying?
We're talking about
how tall?
the Flood spores that jump on you,
Oh, I would say
like the little parasite guys.
2 feet tall.
That's what I was thinking.
They can be 2 to 4 feet.
That's so
Really?
4 feet. I
4
don't feel like
feet?
you ever really
So
see anything
out-
like that in the
out
game.
Halo
But
Outpost Discovery, in one of their like little exhibits, they walk you through like what they found on Halo, and they have a parasite form in a thing, and it is huge.
Really?
It is so fucking big.
Well, I guess it makes sense because we're playing as Master Chief.
Yeah,
and
I was
he's
gonna
already
say, they
big,
already
like,
look-
Yeah,
yeah,
but I
so-
also think like the scaling of them
isn't
necessarily-
exactly perfect. Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
But like this thing is like, I'll show you a picture when we're done.
4
Yeah.
feet,
It can
It
be
could-
4 feet.
2 to 4.
That
oh
is
my
a small
God.
child. Like
Yeah,
that is,
right?
or that is no. That's actually like that could be a small adult. Like
4 feet 4 inches. So it goes from 2 feet 11 inches to 4 feet 4 inches. That's what
they probably have trouble finding ladies, if you know what I mean, with that height.
I mean, they could just like you're mine now and just.
Oh,
latch
you're
on.
right. They're a parasite. They can just infect their mind.
Though
What am
they
I?
appear small and relatively harmless, a single Flood infection form can be responsible for the extinction of an entire species. Their primary function is to gather biomass and then they can achieve this through a variety of ways. Any sentient being without shielding or suitable protection are the most vulnerable.
So this kind of does remind me of somewhat, and I don't know if this is a direct inspiration, Alien, and like that. Yeah, like
100%.
yeah, in that way.
There-
Like,
yeah, the
yeah, like,
face huggers,
face hug, yeah, and like the way they
reproduce.
reproduce like that, and like I think that's very interesting, and it's funny. Like that is one thing I have.
But
like
they do kill people.
no, that isn't.
like-
So they're not like you're right. There's like the spores. Do you mean?
Yes,
They don't always
they
reproduce
kill
it.
you and reanimate you.
Yeah, yeah,
they
yeah.
don't like implant
And
the thing
something in
and
you
die.
that exactly.
Yeah.
Is
they
it this
use your
game where
body.
the spores can go and infect dead bodies, or is it Halo 2?
I think it's 2 because
It's
I
2
was
is when it
I was
starts?
looking for that. I was like because I did
Yeah.
remember that
If
distinctly.
a dead body's on the ground, they just don't turn. That happens.
Well,
in 2
that's
and
but
3.
if you do kill them, another spore can take over the body.
Yes.
So I didn't
Yeah.
notice that. Like I was like,
Yeah.
fuck.
yeah. So
Can you destroy the bodies? I felt
Yeah,
like
you just smash them apart.
you can. Okay, yeah, I can.
In
I
later
can-
games, you can really smash.
Yeah, that's
them
what I thought. Yeah.
What we've been talking about are known as combat forms. This is a sentient being that has been infected by the Flood parasite via an infection form or the spores, mutating the victim into a basic combat unit to be used by the Flood. They're extremely dangerous and it can be easily defeated when alone or feral. However, when under the control of a grave mind, they can be coordinated and deadly. Human and Sangheili forms are encountered in this game. We'll see other forms later. Only actually,
It's like what?
there's just the brutes, I think.
Halo 3 they have those things that like shoot spikes at you, right?
The pure Flood forms.
Oh,
are
okay, the
different.
pure Flood.
We haven't gotten there. All right, relax.
Cut it.
Do we get there in this game, or is that?
No.
I didn't think so. Yeah.
That's Halo 3. So yeah, pretty much the rest of the level is getting the fuck out of here.
If I'm remembering the right level correctly, because it's been like a week since I played it, is this the one where I feel like you're just going through the same exact room like 4 different fucking times?
You mean like
the other two? Yeah, like that's what I was like.
Basically.
I was gonna say this could also be yes.
But yes,
But I was just like, that's truly what that's getting me with that game. I was like, is it over yet? Like, am I at the last?
Not much variety.
Yeah, that's really the problem.
So before we make our way up out of this place, we do hit a terminal.
We got to make sure you can really only get like one shot at this, because if you go all the way up and you take it all the way up, you can't come back down. You got to like jump off it.
So you ride the elevator up and then you jump off.
Halfway off or something.
Yeah, you can't like send it down. But so yeah, when you click on that terminal, it opens with 343 Guilty Spark stating that he had finished construction of the sarcophagus around the ship that crashed in the last terminal, which is you know,
that alien
that
thing
like
that you were talking
Reaper
about.
from Mass Effect. He says, in accordance with procedure, he made no attempts at physical or remote contact with any potential survivors. He then teleports to a flood containment facility where he performs inspections daily. As he floats past a containment tank, he says he is reminded that even if one of these spores were released, it would render the ultimate judgment against our self-appointed role as protectors of this galaxy.
So they have them in fucking pods, and they're like, yeah, this could be bad.
Like literally, if one get like, I get that you could,
and it's one little guy.
unless this is what I'm like. Okay, I get you want to learn how to, I don't know, like cure something, but we wiped out the entire universe, killed them all.
It's kind of like
there's going to be no reason.
Imagine if the CDC like had one of these. Like I'm sure after this, like the CDC has every disease known to mankind.
I mean, they've had every disease known to mankind and all their.
So COVID,
yeah.
I mean, it's probably in there already, but
Oh no, well, yeah, exactly. Like those SARS viruses were.
It's crazy to imagine like they're like if somebody got in there and like.
Yeah, that's what he says. It's like if he says, imagine if someone had gotten in there and done it, what would they have done?
Imagine.
Oh my god! Like, just you think we should destroy them? No, are you nuts?
I love them. They're so cute.
They're my baby.
When the plan to maintain the Halo array was created, it was a point of some contention whether we should preserve any remnant of the flood infection. This is 343.
Oh, good.
Talking. Many
Yeah,
thought
well,
this-
you shouldn't have. No, I'm sorry.
You shouldn't have.
Many thought this was unwise, and there was a notable chance that one day one of our containment facilities will be breached.
Can I just say?
Yes.
And they were right. So sorry. Continue.
Those who held this belief were almost successful at convincing the Ecumen Council to destroy the last flood samples. But the librarian was against this, and 343 agreed. Basically, she was thinking that she was correct and that there is a way to cure the flood. And well,
Again,
Let's see
if
how
there
we
was
do.
some flood out there, sure, do that. But you killed the entire
Yeah,
universe.
and like the Covenant are like looking for the same thing that Keys think it's a weapon cache.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how they find. Oh no,
Well,
he
no,
finds
they
that
say-
information out from the Covenant. The Covenant think
because
they're
he
a weapons
overhears them
cache.
talking, right?
well,
right.
does he think there's? I thought he just thought like there was something, or is it Cortana that figures out that the Covenant are afraid of it, and
Right.
Keys
Yeah,
thinks that it's
that's
just
at
a
the end
weapon.
of,
Right.
So okay, that makes sense.
That's at the end of.
Sure.
Yeah, so we are on our way up back to the surface, and Echo 419 breaks through the radio silence, and she orders you to rendezvous with the Marines and plan to exfil, which means exfiltrate.
Hoorah!
Yeah. So I think this is the group of Marines that was with Captain Keys, not Fire Team Charlie. This is a
They
different
were
group.
just waiting up there, right?
I
They didn't,
think
like-
so. I don't think they clearly. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't fucking leave.
Yeah, right.
So we trudge forward a little bit with the Marines probably slaughtered, depending on the difficulty
I
you're
was
on.
just walking.
They were with me the whole time. I'm on easy. So
Yeah.
You reach the exfiltration clearing, and the Sentinels alongside 343 Guilty Spark emerge. Spark introduces himself and asks you for help in destroying the flood.
Greetings. I am the monitor of Installation 04. I am 343 Guilty Spark.
And teleports you away. But first,
away.
before we move on to the library, let's talk about the Sentinels. The Z-1500 automated systems drones known as an aggressor sentinel, and by the Covenant as holy warriors of the sacred rings, is a broad category for Forerunner constructed robots designed to suppress flood outbreaks. Suppress flood outbreaks, construct and maintain Forerunner structures, mine and retrieve raw materials, and protect Forerunner technologies from alien life forms. There's a lot more to that sentence. Sure. To this end, they possess limited artificial intelligence and boast a wider range of weaponry and equipment in the field. Following the construction of the Halo Ring, Sentinels were built to serve as the first-line defense against the Flood outbreak and external intrusion. The non-organic composition of the Sentinels allowed the Forerunners to battle the parasite without being contributed to its numbers. Controlled by their own autonomous AI and their installation's monitor, Sentinels patrol the Halo Rings and destroy anything deemed to be a threat.
Nice.
Why don't they drop the Sentinel beam? When did that come out?
Not yet, Chris. Not yet.
Not until the
All
second
right,
one.
Fucking
My
wait.
favorite weapon.
Yeah, I know. It was funny. I was looking for it. I was like, where is it?
And as well, our boy, we have talked about him a lot. Let's talk about 343 Guilty Spark. He is a Forerunner in Scylla and the monitor of Installation 04. And Insilla is not an actual word. I googled it. I didn't find the definition that made sense, but I think it's like a robot.
Interesting.
343 Guilty Spark was created when the human Chakas was mortally wounded during Installation 7's maneuver to avoid impending collision with the Wolf Planet during 032 Mendicant Bias's occupation of the Halo.
That'll
That's a lot.
The ISO Didact transferred Chaka's consciousness and memories into a monitor in an attempt to preserve Chakas's intellect and ancient memories caused by his Gaius.
Gayish?
Gaish.
The gayish?
He was left to watch over Installation 4 and the contents when the Forerunner departed. The personality of 343 Guilty Spark is somewhat eccentric and egotistical to the point of solipsism? Never heard of that word in my life.
It's robot talk.
The long period of isolation experienced by it may have contributed to even been the cause of much of this. 343 Guilty Spark is in a state of rampancy. Although he is still accepting of his role as monitor, his pursuit of alien knowledge does seem to go beyond his purpose. Since it was his job to manage the Flood, he was also trained to learn. It just seems like a weird sentence.
Yeah.
He's also trained to learn from them, maybe. Maybe there's a couple,
It was intended for him to learn so he could stand ready for any changes in the Flood. However, this system is his greatest weakness, and he applies it to everything. He loves to learn and to take records, even if he has to force it out. And here's some trivia. 343 is equivalent to 3 to the third power and a reference to Bungie's favorite number 7. That is a fact.
Yes.
They use 7 a lot. Did they use it in Destiny?
Yes. Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. It's like 777 like glimmer, 7 legendary shards, like getting exotic out of your collection.
Okay.
Yeah, they're sticking hard with it.
All known monitors are numbered by 7 to 1 less the power of their installation. 049, 343, and 2401 are respectively 7 squared, 7 cubed, and 7 to the 4th power, and then the monitors of installation 3, 4, and 5. In this game and Halo 3, the 343's Guilty Spark's eye bears the Marathon logo. There's another Marathon reference. 343 Industries, Microsoft Studios' internal build team tasked with managing the Halo franchise is named in a reference to 343 Guilty Spark.
I would have never guessed. Would have never known that.
Anything else on 343 Guilty Spark?
So is he rampant?
Yes.
So was he
even at this point?
Was he rampant before?
No.
Oh, so
I think all this time on the ring alone. He even mentions it.
Yeah, he
even
does.
says himself, I think all this time alone on the ring has made me become rampant. Yeah, and it makes sense. So this is kind of a foreshadow to Cortana eventually.
How old is Cortana?
So it was right after Reach, right?
She can't be more than like 6 years old.
So do they kind of establish what the
don't
life
they go
range
way-
of an
Yeah,
AI is?
she talks about it.
Yeah,
in
I
Halo
thought so.
4.
Yeah.
I said, aren't they like 7 or 8 years? That's their lifespan.
She mentions
And you'd
it. She
assume that
literally
the
says it.
Forerunner technology had better technology so that he could last
Yeah, I mean, he's
so
there
many
for
thousands of years. Yeah, and not go rampant. Yeah.
All right, so the spark teleports us to the library.
God.
Yeah. So the library is. Oh, actually, I define it. Yeah. So Master Chief has to battle through the 4 flood-filled stories with a store and then a YS. That's a
Like
weird
stories of
stories
like
fall.
stories of
Is that how you
a
spell
building.
stories?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really? I didn't know that.
I would have assumed it was IES like regular stories. So
Yeah.
no, that's interesting.
To reach the index chamber. So the library. What is? Ow! It's on the table. What exactly is the library? The library's true function is unknown at present. However, it is hypothesized to be a collection of information regarding the Flood known to the Forerunner and also collated clone DNA.
Collated, maybe?
COLLATED.
I think that's collated.
I don't know. All this information is contained within the index, which is housed within the index chamber and is used to process in the activating of the Halo system and wiping out the sentient life. In this level, this is the first level, only level where we only encounter the Flood.
Yeah. And I wanted to shoot myself.
We get our cutscene when we start, and we get a close up of the index. The activation index, the key or the sacred icon, as the Covenant call it, is an object found in every installation's library. It is the key needed to activate the installation, causing a reaction that will purge the galaxy of all sentient life. When inserted into the core of the ring, the index activates as the installation's main weapon. It is confirmed that the index cannot be used to activate any Halo besides the one it is found on. Bet you were wondering that.
I was.
So they all have the same like index.
Yeah, but they can't Halo installation 4s can't activate 5s.
That makes sense.
Fair
it's
enough.
like a key that only fits that. Yeah.
And so we start out. We're gonna be fighting Flood this whole fucking level, and this is where we first find the carrier form. The carrier form is a type of Flood primarily used to create and transport infection forms. Once the infection forms are ready, the carrier simply explodes spontaneously, sending the new infection forms flying into the air. As soon as the infection forms are released, they begin to search for new hosts. It is noted that carrier forms won't wait until full maturation has occurred.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I just didn't understand that too much. Yeah. So, as a kid, me and my friends called these guys popcorn.
I kind of get it. Yeah,
that's
fucking popcorn. Yeah,
yeah.
I like it.
That's
a good one. Yeah,
that is. I called
popcorn,
them that for a while.
Especially with the way they look in the old, like the original Halo skin. Absolutely.
So I don't know if you guys picked up on it. Not a lot going on in this level. As
I wanted to shoot. I like this
level,
more. I like this less than the assault in the control room. Truly, like I just was I was like, oh, and we're turning down the same hallway again. Okay, we're in a tunnel. Now we're in the same other hallway.
Yeah, there was some like doors where he was opening that you could just like jump through.
Yeah,
There was, like,
yeah,
holes in
yeah.
it.
There are
That's what I would
doors.
do. Yeah,
you can. There's a lot of exploits on this level.
Yeah, I was just like,
that you can like jump over things
like,
to speed it up.
Yeah,
but Spark 343 Guilty Spark talks a ton during this level, and there's a lot of interesting things he says. So I kind of compiled a list of some funny, some decent ones. So if you die, Reclaimer, we must keep moving. Reclaimer, I told you to upgrade to at least class 12 combat skin if you die. So this is if you die. Please stop being human. If you shoot him or the Sentinels, if you shoot him, this is totally unnecessary. If you shoot him, we have important business to do here. Another one, if you shoot him, please control your temper. Please conserve your ammo. Please stop firing your weapon. And then this is just some random stuff. So if you're going the wrong way, this is not the correct direction, Reclaimer. If you do not follow me, you may become lost.
Yeah, I had that. Yeah.
Puzzling, you brought such ineffective weapons to combat the Flood despite the containment protocols, which he thinks you know, which you don't. But it's like, really? My shotgun ain't enough? Like,
Yeah,
I think it's pretty
you.
good.
I think
it's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah.
These Sentinels will supplement your combat system, but I suggest you upgrade to at least a Class 12 combat skin. Your current model, which only scans as a Class 2, which is ill-suited for this kind of work.
I remember that one. Yeah.
Your environment should serve you well when the Flood begins to alter the atmosphere. You are a good planner. I would conjecture that the other species currently on the installation is responsible for releasing the Flood. They seem the most persistent in their attempts to access restricted areas. So the Covenant.
The Covenant didn't know what the Flood was until they opened it up.
Right.
Okay. I just want to make sure that. Okay.
They think the ring. I mean, they don't know. I mean,
exactly
the prophets
what,
are lying to them about what the rings are. They think they're supposed to like save them, but they're not.
Yeah.
Why naturally the Flood is simply too dangerous to release, and mass sterilization protocols may again need to be enacted. Of course, samples are kept here at the last catastrophic outbreak for study. It seems that decision may have been an error.
Yeah, you think, you fuckhead?
The installation was specifically built to study and contain the Flood. Their survival as a race was dependent upon it. I am grateful to see that some of them survived to reproduce. The rampancy. The Flood are already hard at work repairing your vessel. It is a parasitic nature believes? It's parasitic nature BELIES. Belize?
Yeah,
Yeah, that sounds right.
The Flood's intelligence. And at some point, we get the terminal for this level. Please, Chris, take it away.
So it's located on the library's 3rd floor. There's like you could see it from when you come up. You can just like jump across.
The skull is in a similar spot to this,
Oh, is
by
it?
the way, on another floor. Yeah, it's in that outer ring when you have to go around,
Oh,
Interesting.
Yeah, I didn't even
I
bother.
didn't know.
with
Have
it.
you gotten lost for the 7th time?
Yeah, for fuck's sake.
Is this the right way? So this terminal opens up with a close-up on Spark as he says he's alone. His eyes flash red as rampancy sets in, and he repeats, alone, 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 alone. He wonders if he's the only intelligence left on this installation, or in fact anywhere. He says we could have done things a little different, like putting 2 monitors on each installation.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they can, like...
That
have
would have been
friends
helpful.
and-
Yeah, so
And bang.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. Can they bang?
I mean,
They just
They just
touch. They just
yeah.
touch eyes. Yeah.
loud
Okay.
clanking. Yeah. He says that because he is alone and he is losing focus, which is very dangerous for a system such as himself. He suggests visiting the nearby gas giant. A few hundred years of travel might do him good. He talks about the librarian and how she didn't account for this.
We'll see her in 4.
343 being alone. The end of the terminal, you see the librarian symbol appear, disassemble, and reassemble as 343 Guilty Spark himself. 343 says, the problems of my post, but even a fragment of, and then Spark's image and voice become distorted, the camera spins around, and then it just comes back to normal. He said, yes, oh dear, here it comes again. And I guess that's him getting further into it to the,
Oh dear.
Oh, God.
oh jeez.
Oh dear.
Oh, jeez.
Here we go again.
And yeah, we get to the index, we retrieve it, Sparks takes it out of our hands and goes, protocol requires that I take possession of the index for transport.
So
Your
what-
organic form renders you vulnerable to infection. The index must not fall into the hands of the flood before we reach the control room and activate the installation. So he thinks you're activating the ring. It's not what you're doing, but he thinks that's what you're doing.
Interesting.
And that's it. That's the library.
Awesome.
He's such a good voice
Yeah,
actor.
it is.
343.
Hello, guys. Yeah, that's just that little.
I am 343
Did they
Guilty Spark.
He's narrating the new book.
Is he? That's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
He narrates the new book. Pretty
Did
cool.
they use the original? Did they use the original Chief audio in this? Like,
Yes.
that is
Oh, there's
even
none-
all
none of the
di-
dialogue is
It's funny. I
re-recorded.
don't remember Chief sounding so nasally for some reason. Sometimes, like, there's like
He does.
I guess I think it kind of like it goes a little bit flatter throughout the like series, but I don't know. It's just funny. His
know what-
voice sounded different to me.
You know what's funny? So while doing this, I sent you that Halo like sound file
Yeah.
thing, but
Oh,
like
yeah.
all the characters, like people have like ripped the sound files out and put them out. Guess how long Master Chief's dialogue
5
is in
minutes.
the entire games? 1 minute.
Oh, in the entire game.
1 minute and 20 seconds of dialogue.
In the entire
Really?
wait, in all 3 games.
no,
Oh, no.
just in this
just in
Halo.
one. Yeah, I would have said no more than 5 minutes. Like, but you said how much?
He said a minute,
minute.
and 20 seconds.
Not surprised.
Yeah,
and
he
like
talks for like 2 seconds.
he
at the
really
beginning.
doesn't say much of anything.
He has a line every once in a while.
Yeah.
I think he talks. I did start the first level of Halo 2. I think he talks more in the first level of Halo 2 than
all of
he
Halo
in
Combat
the entirety of Halo
Oh, yeah.
1.
All right, that does it for us, Chris.
Awesome. Well, gentlemen, thank you for joining us once
Real
again.
quick, I just called you Chris.
I know that was kind of weird. I was just going to gloss over it, but here we are now. All right. Well, that does it for another episode of Re3s. We hope you guys enjoy what we're doing here. It's been a lot of fun to talk over Halo and Halo Combat Evolved. If you can you can listen to this live or not. Oh, actually, no, we're not doing this one live.
Nope,
we usually
not
do
at
this one live. This is going to go up on YouTube, on podcast services. Going to be audio only. You can find our podcast wherever podcasts are found. We are on all the social medias at Delco Nerds. We also have a nice little Discord chat going on. That's been a lot of fun, a lot of cool conversations going on in there. So definitely stop by. All this information can be found on our website, delconerdnetwork.com. You can shoot us an email at delconerds@gmail.com. And if you could drop us a review, that would be extremely helpful. We love to see it, and it kind of just pushes us up on whatever charts there are out there. So, guys, thanks again for Chris, for Gooch. I've been Trio. Thanks for watching, guys. Stay nerdy, and we will see you next time.
Welcome to a Delco Nerd Network podcast. I am your host, Anthony Ragucci, and this is Replay, Relive, and Reexperience, or as we like to call it, Re3s, where you guessed it, we do all three of those things to our favorite video game series. In this edition of Re3, we're going to be replaying, reliving, and re-experiencing the Halo franchise, starting with Halo Combat Evolved and ending with Halo 5 Guardians in anticipation for Halo Infinite. Here to go on Master Chief Saga with me, as always, the triple threat.
Gooch, good to be here.
I didn't even say your name yet, Chris Trio.
Oh, I'm so sorry, but it is still good to be here.
And our guest, Chris Geddes. Welcome back, man.
Well, thank you.
Good, our third host of this podcast.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Gooch, what levels are we discussing on this episode?
So this is our final episode for
Of
Halo
Combat Evolved.
Combat
Yeah.
Evolved.
We did it.
Woo!
5 episodes. We're going to be talking
Yeehaw!
about 2 Betrayals, Keys, and the Mall for our final stretch.
The Mall. What a
Guys, are you fucking ready?
name. Sure.
Yep.
To go through these levels again!
Yeah, backwards, baby.
Whoa.
So
I actually
exciting.
really didn't. Truthfully, that.
Oh, he
new
doesn't mind it now.
No, I didn't mind that compared to the fucking library. I don't know why that was such a drudge for me, but I was playing that at night, and I'm just like, is it over yet? Truly.
Mommy.
Yeah.
All right, synopsis for 2 Betrayals. It is set in the same location as Assault in the Control Room, but this time Master Chief travels through the level in the opposite direction.
It goes backwards.
The objective is to destroy 3 phase pulse generators while fighting 3 other factions of enemies striving towards everyone else's destruction. First, we start out with our cutscene. Spark uses Chief to put the index into the control room panel. Cortana reveals Halo's true purpose in Halo being a weapon not to eliminate the Flood, but eliminate their food source, all organic life. Trio, you have your hand up, please.
I do. So she just gets there because she's in the ring.
She's been there.
Or
Yeah,
she was in that. Is that
We
where
left
Chief leaves
off
her?
from the control
So
room.
we
Remember
did
when
leave her
Cortana's
there.
like, there's no time,
and
go.
that is the exact. Okay, just
Yes.
wanted clarification.
Yes. Spark thought you knew the contamination protocol turns on you and wants you to give him Cortana. Obviously, you don't, and you fight.
I like her dialogue here. Like she's like, "You, this isn't a cudgel, you barbarian."
Yeah.
I have some trivia about that later, but we'll get to it because this level's not too long. But keep her the terminal. There's a terminal right behind us when we start.
Where? What? No.
What's a
Yeah,
terminal?
if you turn around, don't.
Keep her, please. Terminal. Faster.
Keep her terminal.
So yeah, this terminal is right behind you when you spawn. So yeah, go ahead and walk back there, please.
Please turn around.
Turn around, venture.
So this terminal opens with a Halo array firing and 343 stating it has an effective range of 25,000 light years.
Oh,
343 states that there are
Nice.
yeah, good numbers.
3,792 worlds that are capable of sustaining biological sentient life within range of Halo. Of just Halo, like this one Halo.
Yes, yeah.
343 says that in reality, if the full array was tuned and activated by installation 0, it would cover every known star system.
The Ark.
The Ark.
Wow.
That's
Is that
only
what's-
with that's only with the 7 original rings and not, or the 7 rings and not the 12 original. There were 12
Interesting.
originally.
The Ark, does that show up later, or is that in
Yes.
this game? Yeah, I thought so. Okay.
Yeah, we go to the Ark.
So if the original 12 had survived and been activated, sterilization would have spread far more than most Forerunners ever feared it could reach. A cutscene plays and shows a frog getting basically Thanos reduced to dust. Pretty cool. 343 states that
Just having a good
I
old
had to-
frog
I
time,
like-
and it's just like,
I like you said it. I like processed it and then I pictured it and I thought it was funny.
just a frog, just like it's
He
going to
literally
just snap a
turns to
Yeah.
dust, and that's the first thing that came to my mind.
So is that like, it's not like when a Halo fires, do we know what what is it
What
fire?
firing? Probably
Like, is it
some
like a
sort of
like
frequency or
It's like an
signal?
energy. You
Like
you
a-
see it in the terminal. It's kind of like
Interesting.
an energy. Like,
Energy
light.
blast that like basically that just turns all life to like sentient
It
life to
doesn't
dust.
destroy any like
It
planet.
Yeah,
it just-
yeah,
all-
it basically you know, the
Interesting.
blip. Is that what they call it?
Yeah, the blip.
Well, no, the eradication or the decimation is when everyone dies. The blip is when they come
Oh, when they
back.
come back, that's right.
Yeah.
So then another cutscene plays that shows a flood-controlled planet being sterilized by the ring, and all the Forerunner buildings return to almost pristine condition. 343 says that this victory was the will of our people, even though it was their end as well. You know,
Interesting.
but it cleared the stage for the rest of the librarian's plans. 343 mentions the Didact and how he wonders whether or not he could have succeeded at a much smaller cost. He states that he never got the chance to fully execute his proposal. The council saw to that, make sure that Didact didn't get a chance to do that. He then states that if something were to go wrong with one of the Halos, if one of theirs were turned against them, long plans indeed, and that's how it ends.
Yeah, so if you're just tuning in, this is your first episode you're watching. These terminals are... Thank you.
You're welcome.
These terminals are referencing Halo 4 a lot with the Didact, the Librarian, the Forerunners.
Because that's right when this came out, too.
Right before. You said
So
that, I
even
think,
there
in the
was
first
one-
episode, Chris.
No, I shall
It was
say
like
for
building
the
up the
second
hype train
one.
for...
I was when I started playing Halo 2, I was confused by the first cutscene. Because it's like the Arbiter explaining to Locke.
Yeah, it's really in a bad spot.
It just was confusing because I was like,
does it?
Yeah,
'cause
so I
watching,
mean,
like, the very
we can
beginning.
talk about that more in depth, obviously, when we get there. But it just like it threw me for a quick loop. I was like, did I click on Halo 2? Like,
Yeah, I noticed that.
Yeah.
It's weird placement for that.
This level is just like the same thing.
you just
every
play.
time.
You
I
run through.
literally have like nothing to say on.
I had, like-
anything you're actually doing in the level.
I thought you
other
kind
than
of used
some
the
things
Banshee a
Cortana
good
says.
amount. I feel like in this one, but besides that, yeah, I
I had a
agree.
hard time, like, when I didn't know, like, how
I was
to
getting
do the
so
pulsar
confused
with, like, the pulsar
on
things.
where to go. Like I was getting.
I knew where to go. I just couldn't.
You know what's
I
funny?
really
I
did-
just know where to go from doing it before.
And I guess I really
remember this level.
I was like, wait, and then I started passing by Cortana. I was like, you gotta go back, Chief. I'm like, where the fuck do I go
Do
back?
I, though?
Yeah, like, yeah.
Isn't there a moment where, like, Johnson and, like, he's on a Pelican in this mission, and, like, he's talking about his different fire team. There's like when you're going across the two bridges, you know, they're Covenant and I think it's just the Covenant fighting. I'm not sure.
It's in Assault on the control room. He lands down there.
Well, maybe it is Assault on the control room.
Yeah, because that
Oh, okay.
he comes out and Fire
See,
Team
look how
Zulu,
similar they
Fire
are.
Team Zulu's
That's
coming
it.
out.
Fire Team Zulu.
Yeah.
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 Wrong. Same level. Wrong
level.
Same level, not the exact level.
So Cortana searches for the Autumn crash site via the Covenant battle nets. She says the ship's fusion reactors could be large enough to destroy Halo. As a failsafe in case that fails, we are set out to find 3 pulse generators that power the Halo's main firing mechanism, which will buy us some time. In order to access the Autumn's failsafes, we need to override them using the captain or his neural implant. So we don't necessarily need him. We just need his implant.
Interesting.
After we destroy the generators, Cortana teleports us to the captain using the system that the Monitor and the Sentinels use to teleport. So being in the system, she has
And doesn't
access
she
to that.
uses like I thought it was just an interesting little. I didn't really understand it necessarily, but she's like, oh, we have to use your shield generator to cause the,
she an
to get
EMP.
the yeah.
She EMPs the pulse generators with your suit shield.
Interesting.
Oh, was that what you just had to walk into it? I always walked into it and meleeed it, and I was like, why isn't this working?
Yeah,
It always
it's your-
took a second.
It's your shield.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's literally all.
Shows
I have
how much
on
I
the-
listen.
on the
Alright.
level.
No,
And
yeah. I mean,
have-
there's not
and I
much to
have some
say.
trivia.
Again, it's truly like we're just retreading.
Yeah. Some of Guilty Spark's dialogue in this level points to his rampancy, an assumption that Master Chief knows what Halo is and what it does, as well as his line about a question posed to him previously points out the fact that he's confused Master Chief with a Forerunner. He also calls him Reclaimer. We can probably get into that in another game. I'm not going to mention that here, but
Sure.
yeah, this trend of him calling him Reclaimer starts here. This is the only level in the entire game which allows players to use every weapon, not counting vehicles,
Interesting. Not that god awful ghost. No.
with no boost.
Yeah.
With no boost.
Some have wondered why Cortana says things like "sawed off" and "toddy about" in this cinematic. The reason for that is apparently Jason Jones wanted Cortana to have a British accent originally. This was confirmed in the Halo 3 Legendary Edition disc. In addition, in Halo The Flood, Cortana says "piss off" rather than "sawed off."
Interesting.
Yeah, so they wrote the dialogue and they just never
They
changed
just
it.
were like, you're gonna be an American saying sod off. Yeah,
Yeah, that's why
so
she
funny.
like has those weird.
It almost maybe kind
Yeah,
of.
I heard it. I'm like, "sod off." Like,
No,
what?
that's weird. I guess you could kind of almost put that to the
off.
point of like maybe the Earth has become so united that certain terms have just become like regular.
And
like,
it's
like,
funny that she says like 2 British terms in the same cutscene.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
It's like, guys, did we not want to change that? Like,
Yeah, this
she
is
wasn't reading in there. Like, guys, you know I'm American, right? I can't say sod off. Yeah,
That's good. It's good. Keep
no.
going.
yeah, it's funny because I was playing and I'm like, huh.
it's funny. I didn't
Why
know.
would you use it? And
I
then,
didn't notice
and
it.
then the trivia level or the trivia. I'm like, oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
And this is also the last level in which the players encounters jackals. That's it.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
And-
really? Oh, wow.
Yeah. So we teleport. We're going back to another level. In this level, Chief returns to the Truth and Reconciliation to rep you.
Yeah, I didn't really like this one.
Yeah, you know what? I was kind of. I didn't know if it was
Captain Keyes.
Truth and Reconciliation again, or if it
Yeah,
was a
it
different
is
ship.
Truth and Reconciliation. To rescue Captain Jacob Keyes from the flood, the Master Chief fights his way through the ship and on the ground while trying to survive the bloody engagement between the flood and the surviving Covenant forces.
I did think it was cool to see
them
fighting each other.
Yeah, yeah.
And I really do, especially remember that being back then. I'm like, oh, I can just kind of run past some of these guys if I really wanted to. Or so, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought
Ever
it was
like fall into the water?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't see it.
Yeah, no, you can't see shit.
Can't see shit.
Yeah, it's green, right?
It's green.
It's not water. It's fuel from the ship, I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Flood ooze.
I mean, the ship has a giant hole in it.
No, it does make sense. They're still using diesel. No, I'm kidding.
You guys using diesel?
This is diesel.
At the end of the level, John discovers a horrifying truth. Captain Keyes has been completely consumed by a proto-grave mind. With no other choice, John physically removes the captain's implants from the form which contain the access codes to the UNSC Pillar of Autumn. He hijacks a Banshee and gets the fuck out of there.
So that was a flood speaking as Captain Keyes to him.
No, it was him.
It was
No.
him, but
it was
like, and then he was
him
slowly being
gripping
tipping
on to
Yeah, trying to keep whatever sanity he had left.
Gotcha. Okay.
Unfortunately, this is a tough terminal.
No, especially and when he. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I do like this level and this terminal.
Yeah, this
just
terminal-
because like this is the first level with like a death.
Yeah.
and like Captain Keyes is a pretty big figure
yeah.
in this game.
Absolutely,
and I feel like in Halo going on. So we get our cutscene in the beginning, and here's some dialogue. Cortana. The Covenant Network is an absolute chaos. From what we've been able to piece together, their leadership ordered all ships to abandon Halo when they found the Flood, but they were too late. The Flood overwhelmed this cruiser and disabled it. The Covenant are terrified the Flood will repair the ship and use it to escape from Halo. That's how smart they are.
Yeah.
Which is interesting.
Well, and it's funny because I guess the idea then would be they took over those Covenant. The Covenant obviously know how to fix their own ship. Then that is
Right,
cool.
they're
That's
using-
interesting. So yeah. It's almost like it's not quite it, but like it's interesting to see like where they kind of like draw some from Alien, and I feel like even the way they act and the way like it reminds me of like I don't know if you've ever seen The Thing and like things like that. Like you can see kind of all the elements they took from with the Flood, like which I appreciate now more as an adult looking back at it that I didn't really quite understand as I would have been playing through as a kid.
youngin'.
Yeah.
Sent in a strike team to neutralize the Flood and repair the ship for immediate departure. I've gotten a good lock on Captain Keyes' CNI transponder signal. He's alive, and the implants are intact. There's some interference from the cruiser's damaged reactor. I'll bring us in as close as we can, and you come in upside
down.
and he falls, and he like.
I thought
hits
that
it.
one was actually that was a good little guy.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
appreciated it.
So as we enter, Keyes warns us to like
Like,
get
get
out
the
of
fuck
here.
out.
Don't be a fool. Leave me.
Captain? Captain?
And if you go right in, if you look right, you can see the proto grave mine through the window. So he's right there. So
Oh, really?
Interesting.
yeah.
So you have to go like all the way around just to get to this.
Yes.
Love
I
it.
mean, he should just kick the, like break the glass. Come on.
There's a lot of that reminds me of like
fucking Spartan.
my favorite is this very sidebar, but in Jedi Fallen Order when he's like, I have no key, and I saw a meme where it's like Qui-Gon with the lightsaber, like, what's up? Like, you sure? Like it's him just like going, yeah. But I'm sorry. Continue.
And we travel through a little bit where we have to jump out of the ship and we explore the chaos outside of the ship, which Trio was talking about earlier. And then we find a grav lift to go back up. Anything outside that you guys want to talk about?
I thought that was
go back
somewhat
up?
interesting, but again, I kind of just like ran through that part.
Most of the point, yeah.
yeah,
most of
like
it
I was just like
running
go
through or-
go. Yeah.
Yeah. And I have nothing to say up until we get to the keys.
No, I don't either. I think
Yeah, I
it's,
mean,
again,
it's-
we're just
it's
running through the same ship.
level. Same
Yeah,
level.
it's pretty
Truth
much
and
straightforward.
reconciliation.
Getting the keys.
Not yeah.
Keeper of the Terminal. This is the one you don't have prepared, right? With keys?
I do have this one. I have
Okay.
keys.
I
don't
mean,
have them
it's
all.
pretty easy to talk to.
Yeah. So the 9th terminal, you find it. It's right underneath keys. It's a red terminal. It's different. It looks different.
Interesting.
But this terminal opens up with a close up of Key's eyes. He says he forgot something, then states his full name and UNSC service number, and like he kind of like repeats that throughout the entire thing.
Did you find this one?
No, I
No?
haven't. I really haven't. I'm gonna rewatch all of
Yeah,
these.
definitely
probably,
watch
actually,
this one.
because I
This
keep
one is
meaning-
good.
I
Yeah,
keep
this one's
meaning
very
to.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He goes, the noise, what's that damned noise? Where am I? He believes he was captured by the Covenant but can't remember. Cutscenes play, basically playing Key's life over and over, flashing before his eyes. He believes the Covenant went to find Earth, but he realizes that they want more than that. Whatever it is wants his memories. A voice comes through and says everything in like a deep, like...
So the
So
grave-
is this
the
is
grave
supposed to
mind
be
grave
in?
mind
This is
talking
what's
to him
happening
and
in his head,
taking
basically,
him
as
over.
he's getting taken
Yeah,
over.
and the grave mind is learning everything he knows
Everything
about
he
Earth,
knows.
the UNSC. Yeah,
Interesting.
So they're that's when he's saying he's like they want Earth, but he's like no, they want more.
They want they want everything.
So it's really like kind of sad to watch Keyes like
He loses his memory of
Yeah.
Miranda and his wife.
That
yeah,
sucks,
Miranda's actually in this.
it just unravels. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, his
Interesting.
wife is Halsey.
his wife.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Well,
He's
lover.
begging whatever that is taking his memories to not let him forget, and then eventually Halsey and Miranda fade to black, and then he just starts repeating his name over and over again. Proto Gravemind then says, no more what you were, memories, emotions, all is now ours. Keyes says for the last time, you will not have me. To which Gravemind responds, we already do.
Oh
Yeah, and then it's just done.
Yeah,
Jeez.
so
Sad, man.
we walk up to Captain Keyes, and here we meet the Proto Gravemind for the first time. Also known as the Proto Compound Intelligence, is an advanced flood form created from biomass of the most intelligent living organisms available, with the ultimate goal of creating a fully functional Gravemind. That's very interesting. They just don't take normal people. They
They're
take
like,
smart
oh, you're
ones with
intelligent.
knowledge.
Get in there.
That's
Yeah.
exactly what
in there.
Yeah.
they're trying
And
to
you
do.
notice, like, the Proto Gravemind, there's like two other
You
sets
see
of
face
legs.
and
Yeah.
you see like faces.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
yeah.
it's a
No,
bunch
Yeah,
of
it's
people.
gross,
It's
man. Yeah. So
I would have
really did a
loved
good
to
job.
see these cutscenes
like
in that Halo 2. Like,
Oh,
that would really be. It would have been tough, but it
I
would
mean,
have
dude,
been like,
once you get to Gravemind,
Gravemind, yes.
Gravemind into the two cutscenes looks
Yeah.
fucking gnarly.
Jesus.
Cortana actually mentions we talked about when the infections form kind of get bodies and bring them together. It's kind of gross. Like they literally like get the dead bodies, and if they don't take them over there, they bring them together, and then they like
They just kind of
form into,
mash
like, a
together.
mass.
Yeah.
Do this.
Well, again, that's like very like it or thing-ish. Like these just body parts that,
yeah.
The Proto Gravemind is a coagulation of multiple other flood forms all merged. It
I feel like
appears
nothing ever starts that's good with coagulation. Like I'm just saying, like,
coagulated blood.
yeah,
blood.
just like
It appears that when an advanced task is at hand for the Flood, such as piloting a starship, they will create a Proto Gravemind to do that task by merging as many hosts as possible with that knowledge, such as former pilots and officers. Rather than completely destroying the victim's consciousness as a normal Flood form generally does, it interrogates its victims slowly, allowing their consciousness to feed it information. It's fucking...
Yeah,
how do you
that's
repair this
pretty-
part? How do you like it's just this
And they want to find a cure for this.
yeah.
The form of torture, the form tortures the host's mind and with a loud buzzing sound, thus erasing all thought. Only after the host is stripped of all knowledge is the host killed by the Proto Gravemind. Although it's sometimes possible for a host to die before the Flood form has a chance to assimilate all of its memories.
Pretty
it's-
fucked up.
Really, Flood are a lot more fucked than I really realized when
Yeah.
I was younger. You know, like I really didn't think about this,
Like I knew they were intelligent, but
and they were kind of just
No.
It's just it's interesting to like hear the kind of fully flushed out lore
Yeah, so this is first death of the series. Captain Keyes gets punched in the face.
and just gets his
Yeah.
face right. Yeah, he just has a big chunk.
So I have a piece of trivia about that. In this cutscene where Chief retrieves his neural implants, he was meant to burn out Captain Keyes' skull out of the Proto Gravemind with a flamethrower and retrieve the implants. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, the flamethrower was removed from the final game.
And he just punches it out. Yeah.
Bungie had Robert McLeese, I think we've talked about him before, do research on what burned skulls looked like. When he had finished, he said he'd done his work too well, as the burned skull was too gruesome.
really.
That, honestly, I think the punch is a better bet.
I mean,
Yeah.
it makes more sense to be honest. Like it's this mushy, weird mass now. I just
Yeah, I feel
Yeah,
the burnt, I'm gonna take a
what if you
flamethrower
burn?
to
What
your
if you just
fucking
What if
head.
you burn the whole skull? Like what if you burn the implant?
Oh, yeah, the implant exactly.
Yeah. I like the way, the direction they went, but yeah, it's still like, and then Cortana's like, you know what he'd want us to do? And Keyes like hesitates a little bit, but then just fucking puts his
yeah.
fist right through
Yeah.
his face.
Jesus.
All that pent up.
And then shakes it off.
Yeah, he's like-
Jackson in the back of his head. This is the first time we see a Special Ops Covenant squad. So all these Covenant that enter the room after are all black.
Yeah.
In both versions.
Yep.
And we get elites to throw grenades.
Do they never like? What do
No.
you mean like?
Oh,
never,
yeah,
What do you-
they-
I'm confused. Like
it's usually just
like
Jack-
plasma
Jack
grenades.
runs-
Really?
runs-
Oh, I didn't even
Grunts
know.
throw grenades.
I did not notice that.
Elites don't. Yeah. Real weird.
Yeah, that
fact.
doesn't make
Yeah.
any sense.
Yeah.
But that seems like one of those things where they were like, "Oh, dude, what? I don't think we made any elites fucking throw a grenade."
Did you make that animation?
Ah, fuck. Yeah.
Yeah, so, and then we get, same way we left Truth and Reconciliation, we're doing the same thing. We
Yeah,
get the
we're outta
Banshee,
there.
We get out of here. Another piece of trivia. The crashed Banshee next to the grav lift is the only Banshee wreckage to appear in the entire Halo trilogy until ODST. In addition, the crashed Banshee has its own model in its game files, which was made specifically for this level.
Oh, wow.
That's always an interesting fact when, there's only one instance of something that like
Happens in
took
a game.
time
Yeah.
to develop, and it's
Yeah,
just like,
they're not
they only
reusing
used
it at all.
once.
Yeah.
Like
It's
the Bumblebee.
Like to develop
Yeah.
that asset. Yeah.
Yeah. It's interesting. The scenario of Keys is almost identical to that of the level Sorry Don't Make It So from Marathon to Durandal. Both levels require the protagonist to fight its way through a captured and heavily damaged alien ship during a heated battle between two opposing forces, being the Flood against the Covenant in Keys and the Profor against the UESC in the level from Marathon.
UESC.
Yeah, so clearly that is a UNSC, UESC.
Yeah.
Mhm,
A little bit of a nod.
And that's it. That's it for Keys. Do you guys have anything to say before we move on to our final level of Halo?
I think so. Yeah, rest in peace.
Yeah, Captain Keys. We'll probably talk about him, well, once we get into Halo 2 in the beginning, we'll probably talk about him a little bit again. But yeah, that's it for Keys. We never really, he's not really talked about anymore.
Yeah, I
after
mean,
this.
unless you read the book, The Flood. I know he's really prominent in the book.
Interesting. All
If
right.
you want a different side of him.
Yeah, no, I would love. It's funny books. Yeah, I would love to read more. Like to know. I probably wouldn't read the book, but I probably would look up the wiki on it.
Audiobook.
Yeah,
Audiobook.
Yeah,
I
Audible.
can't. I'm not good with audiobooks.
I haven't really tried. I mean, I listen to podcasts.
So I like
what's the difference?
podcasts, but I feel like when it comes to audiobooks, for some reason, for me, I feel like I'm not. I have to pay attention
pay
more.
Right,
attention.
you
And you
like,
can't
zone
really
out.
tune out like what like because you're like I just missed a whole paragraph. I don't know what's now happening
Yeah.
because I wasn't paying. They're really good for the car, in my opinion.
Yes.
I think that's like the best place to have them.
All right, the Maw.
The Maw.
The mall.
The Maw is the 10th and final campaign level of Halo Combat Evolved. In this level, Master Chief must make his way through the wreck of the UNSC Pillar of Autumn in order to detonate the ship's fusion reactors and destroy Halo. The Flood and the Covenant Armada, thus preventing the destruction of the humans and potentially all sentient life in the galaxy. Just like the previous two levels, the player has no allies.
Dun.
Huh?
And we are also replaying another level we already
Again.
played.
Yeah. All right.
We open up, the song Maul plays, and yeah, we see the Pillar of Autumn. Like, it looks almost like it got what's that when a ship hits land?
Cap? No, not capsize.
What do you mean? Like
Landfall? No.
Maybe.
caps? I don't know.
When
Yeah,
a
like
ship
sounds-
hits ground, runs ground, runs
Yeah,
ground.
yeah, runs- yeah, I think that's right.
kind of like it's like sitting on like a mountain.
Sure.
Yeah, it's like kind of tilted up almost.
Yeah. So, yeah, we get in there. Our
Crash our-
Banshee just
yeah.
crashes.
Crash
and we
our
get out.
Banshee.
And we go to the bridge and initiate the self-destruct.
You know what? I don't get. How does he like? I guess maybe he like jumps out of it at the end and grabs on with the Banshee because the way it opens up.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to see from the other side.
Maybe.
Like he brings it
Nah,
down.
that
no?
doesn't make any sense because it goes down. Your legs would come out this way.
Maybe he like just kind of stands up and it.
Yeah, I don't know.
like-
It's so confusing.
Hey.
I made it.
So, 343 Guilty Spark is back and he's trying to fight us tooth and
And
nail.
he's pissed.
And he's guiltier than ever.
I love
guilty
that.
of being pissed.
And he's guilty as fuck.
Yeah.
And this is where we find our terminal for this level. This is the one you don't have, right?
I am not the keeper of the terminal for this one.
I'm the keeper of the terminal.
You have been stricken from the record.
So this is 10, right? Not the 11th one?
Yeah, the 11th one was a secret one through Halo Waypoint that you had to like remember
them
those
all.
codes that like popped up
Yes.
at the end. Yeah, you got to put all those codes in.
Yeah. So, can you talk about that or no? Do you know anything about that one off the top of your head?
A little bit of the last one.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's fine. It's no one. If you're playing it on Xbox One, you're not gonna.
Yeah,
you're not
I don't
gonna
know
get
how
it.
you
Waypoint
would
isn't
access
available.
it. Yeah, Waypoint's not available anymore.
Sorry. I remember Waypoint. Fuck.
Yeah,
Yeah, isn't that how you watched
Yeah.
Forward Unto Dawn? I think we talked about that.
yeah, and Nightfall.
Oh, and Nightfall. That's right.
So yeah, this terminal, I'm not gonna do the big description that Chris usually does, but pretty much 343 is like, yeah, I guess they destroyed the ring. You know, it happened. And he's kind of saying like maybe this wouldn't have happened if the Didact was around, and man, if the Didact was around, like they would be fearing the Prometheans and stuff. And he really alludes to Halo 4 in this one, where like, yeah,
really talking about the Didact.
right. The Spark is kind of like, it got destroyed, whatever. Well, it'll be fine. The Covenant seem to be interested in maybe I'll use them. Because which he does.
That kind of plays into the next one. I know.
Oh yeah, you mentioned it.
Yeah,
Him
a little
finding
bit.
the heretic
he finds
leader.
the heretic leader. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, 343 like essentially admits defeat, but he's kind of been like, well, can't wait until the Didact shows back up in 3-4 games from now.
He's like so excited. He's like, I can't wait for the
Motherfucker.
Didact.
again, I don't have too much while we're going through this level, but one interesting thing, we get down to the armory, we need munitions to take these reactors out with some well-placed explosives. This is the first time we see stealth flood in the armory.
Oh yeah, that's right.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Did you
Those
expect
fucks.
that?
No, I totally forgot that.
I knew
Those
they were
bastards,
In there.
yeah.
We were just like, oh shit.
They caught me by surprise, those little sneaky bastards.
So we destroy the couplings and we're getting the hell out of Dodge. Cortana radios Echo 419 for evac, and we do the famous Warthog run.
Which I want to kill I kept
To be
fucking
fair,
up so bad.
This
I
one
really
is
don't
not
know.
good compared to
It's-
3.
Well, it's just all these
it's
like
a
weird
weird-
jumps.
it's a
and
weird
there's not
drive.
really like a
you
good
can't really go
smooth-
straight down.
No,
you gotta like
can't.
go
You gotta-
around.
And just like I don't know, I felt very like just slippy slidey at points, and I'm just like, it was.
Do you have any sense of like, do you like this part or no?
I didn't. I liked it. It wasn't like
the music.
The music's
makes it.
exactly.
It's epic.
Yeah.
No, it's epic,
Even
yeah.
when we do it in 3 again, and that's all. I think it's. Oh no, there's kind of 1 in ODST.
No, I remember 3 very well.
Yeah,
that's
oh,
the
yeah.
one I do remember like the most well was that run.
Yeah. Eventually, we get to where Echo 419 is going to evac us, and unfortunately,
They're
she's
down.
killed.
Yeah.
Our
That sucks.
second
She was a cool
KIA.
character.
She was, yeah.
What'd you say?
She was a
She
cool
was a very
character.
cool
Yeah.
character. A lot of cool dialogue between her and Cortana.
We deliver.
we deliver.
All right, so Cortana states there's one longsword in the hangar that is our ticket out. So we go a little bit further and we get to our longsword and depart. But before we leave, let's talk about the GATL-1 Longsword Class Interceptor. This is the main single ship of the United Nations Space Command Defense Force and is a mainstay fighter filling a variety of roles simultaneously. Inside of the longsword presents a small corridor leading to the rear stairs and a higher corridor to the cockpit. In the 2 corridors, there are several equipment lockers alongside 2 secondary crew stations. The cockpit consists of 2 pilot chairs and 2 auxiliary crew stations, with a known total crew complement of 4. Along with the equipment and the weapons lockers, the ship presents itself as a less fighter bomber and more of a dedicated bomber and close support craft.
Whoa.
This is
I
like,
really like the design of that, especially in the. I didn't actually look at it in the old graphics. But
this
I
is
really
like
like the way it
the
looked.
first and only time you like get or see a longsword for a while.
Mm-hmm.
You see them up in the skies in some levels, but like they're never really like referenced again except for Reach in a level.
I was gonna say,
And
do you pilot? Are those the things you pilot and reach?
Yeah.
So you do pilot. Oh, I was like, am I remembering a
that's what
Halo
I said
game
when
where you
I-
pilot?
Yeah,
and-
that's the
I think,
first
yeah,
thing
I
I
thought
thought of when I
so.
saw it.
Yeah, so you pilot a longsword, but like I remember that being like my trivia fun fact for Halo that ship is called a longsword. Like she says it once and that's it, and you really never
Interesting.
hear it again. So if you beat this game on Legendary, while you're flying out and the Pillar of Autumn's blowing up, you get an Easter egg where Johnson
Not
is-
canon, by the way. Not canon.
Yeah, Johnson is like fighting a elite, like they're struggling for an assault rifle, and he says if you, oh wait, I have the dialogue. He goes, "Come here, mother," and he's like, "I'm gonna," and suddenly they stop, turn to see the ship explode, and Johnson goes, "Oh shit!" And Johnson turns to the elite and goes, "This is it, baby." And
This is it,
and
baby.
hug.
And they
hug.
And, okay, so in the original, the elite touches Johnson's ass. In the
Oh,
remaster, Johnson touches his ass.
Classic.
And then the hugging elite's like, yeah. So that's an Easter egg. for
And was that
Legendary.
from the original game?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, so he was meant to die, or which is
Yeah,
not
it's
confused.
not-
Like,
yeah,
it's
it's
not
not
really
canon.
clear. Yeah.
It's
yeah.
not a canon
So-
ending.
I'm gonna talk about survivors in a sec, but it is interesting. Like, what the fuck happened to Johnson?
Yeah.
Like, how did he get off?
Yeah, you really.
And why
And
is
even
he-
at the
why is he
beginning of
there?
2, they're like, "I'll tell you later." Like he doesn't really even like give you like
Oh
a vote.
yeah, does he say it?
He's like, well, like the guy's like, Johnson, one of these days you're gonna have to tell me how you got off that fucking Halo ring or whatever. And he's like, yeah, whatever, or something like
Yeah,
that.
fuck you.
Not worth my time.
Yeah.
So that is it. Alpha Halo is destroyed.
And he, I'm sorry.
no, that's it. That's all I.
And then he pulls away, right? And then that's the last shot. He takes off his helmet. I did not notice. I don't remember that part.
What?
Really?
You didn't notice that?
I noticed it.
No.
It's
We're,
when
we're
he's-
surprised you forgot.
Oh yeah, no, I totally.
That's like a
no,
big thing,
I
huh?
totally forgot. Like when he just and then he puts to a side, but then it cuts to like obviously you can't see him.
Yeah. So
I did.
Chris,
Yeah,
The,
no.
the
Grad.
PC, you can like kind of You can like mod it, and
Yeah,
that's
and
what
see
the camera
around
just,
a
like,
little-
takes off. His
He doesn't have
helmet.
a
It's
head.
just-
Yeah, I
it's
was
just
gonna say
another
it's just
helmet.
yeah.
Oh wait, is it?
It's just another helmet.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that makes sense. They were like, we're not making this asset. Yeah,
yeah. It's
we're not
so
spending time on his face that no one's seeing.
So,
funny.
some dialogue from that final cutscene. Cortana, or Master Chief asks, "Did anyone? You beat Cortana. I'm gonna be Chief.
Oh gosh, hold on.
Do you have to scroll down?
Yeah, I gotta scroll down. Is it at the end? Yeah.
Yeah.
Where did it go? Oh. Final cutscene.
Yeah.
All right, go. You're chief.
Did anyone else make it?
Scanning. Just dust and echoes. We're all that's left. Sorry. Scene. We did what we could do, what we had to do for Earth. An entire Covenant Armada obliterated, and the Flood. We had no choice. Halo, it's finished.
No. I think we're just getting started.
Love it.
So that is Halo. That is it.
We did it.
We got through.
So let's talk about
Thank God. No, I'm kidding.
survivors.
Yeah.
It is assumed that only 8 members of the Pillar of Autumn were in space and therefore survived the blast. 4 of which were on a Pelican, 2 Spartans, Linda, who was in a cryopod, and the other one, John 117, was on the Longsword Fighter. Every other person at the battle presumably died when Installation 4 was destroyed. However, since Gunnery Sergeant Marcus Stacker and Private Chips Dubbo, among others, have been seen again in later games, it can be assumed that they were the other survivors. However, the Autumn was operating as a skeleton crew. As the remaining non-essential crew members remained in cryo when the Covenant infiltrated the ship, most of the crew were still asleep and their tubes were shot into space to save them from being killed in the crash. John managed to retrieve 3 tubes. One contained Linda. The other people in the other 2 had died in sleep due to malfunctions. It is not known whether this was a malfunction in one of the cryo storage rooms or if it happened
Outside
to
the ship,
almost
yeah.
every tube.
So he picks up Linda in the longsword, right?
Yeah,
I
at
assume.
some point.
Yeah.
Interesting. I did notice that the second time through the ship on the mall, I saw her vital signs or whatever.
Oh,
And the thing,
yeah,
that I missed the first time.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I didn't catch I think either times.
Yeah.
Or no, I caught it the first time. I didn't know it was there the second. You go through a different cryo like there are some. The level was talking about a lot of inconsistencies between the first level and the last level on the Pillar of Autumn. Like apparently the doors are smaller when you enter, like where the Bumblebee escape pods are,
Yeah.
and like like the cryo area is a little bit different.
Yeah.
Like there are things that are like don't exactly line up
Sure.
with the first level, which I
yeah.
thought was kind of interesting. But you know, it's an old
Yeah,
game.
there's like walkways in when you go for the first time.
Yeah,
when come back.
you go to like the other side, but I'm like, I always thought it was like, oh, this is the other part you didn't access.
Yeah,
but yeah,
sure.
it's kind of like a totally different room.
Well,
So guys, what are our final thoughts on Halo Combat Evolved? Let's get into it.
it was fun to replay. I don't know if I'm ever going to replay it again right now.
Maybe achievement hunt.
Maybe, something like that. I mean, that's
Trio-
not really my
Trio isn't
style,
a
but like,
fucking dedicated man.
I'm
like
not.
I am.
Not a gamer.
sadly not.
like
I'm not a
that,
true, here's my
Understandable.
card. No. But
I'll call you.
yeah, it's my gamer card. Jeez, I don't give out my personal information. God, no. But yeah, no, I thought it was a lot of fun. I thought it was really cool, honestly, more than anything, to explore the lore of this first game
yeah.
that I really didn't know much about. And I thought that was a good time. I thought there were a few levels where I wanted to blow my brains out a little bit. But and also, assault on the control room. Like, I would say it's a great nostalgia replay. Absolutely, just brings up memory.
I have to agree. Yeah,
Chris.
it's definitely a great nostalgia replay. But I wouldn't see myself replaying it again. It's definitely. It holds up. It holds up really well, surprisingly, for a game that came out. In 2001.
It's not gonna like you're not gonna
get wowed or anything. But I mean, there's things in this game that aren't in games today. Like,
absolutely.
Like, little things like idle animations, like ice physics. Even it's just like
it made its mark.
yeah, it definitely made its mark, and that's why people love it. And, that's why John 117's still here. And
why we're still getting more Halo games.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm kind of the same way with you guys. This replay, whatever number it is, it didn't do anything for me. It didn't change my opinion. If anything, while doing like the research for the outlines and stuff, I kind of learned a little bit more. But it didn't really do anything for me. Like I played Halo 1 a lot, and I think most people would kind of say the same thing. Halo 1 is just like pretty known. Yeah. It's a good game. It's aged pretty well, but it's bland.
It's still playable, absolutely.
at our
But yeah, I
halfway
think bland
point.
really is bland and samey at some points.
Yeah.
But
It's fun for a nostalgia trip, but I don't think any.
I would be surprised, like if like my cousin, my like 15-year-old cousin who never played a Halo game, like who never played Halo, like how
What
he
would
would
he think?
if he played, like someone who has no real connection. I think that would be interesting to know, like someone's
Never played a Halo game?
that just really doesn't have that nostalgia connection.
Yeah. I agree.
But again, lore and just sound design, and there's a lot of things in this game, music-wise, just it's iconic, and that really speaks for itself.
Very iconic.
Yeah. So I know, Trio, you've played a little bit of Halo 2. Any expectations going into Halo 2? Like what you think you're gonna feel or think or
I mean,
know.
I'm
It's
not
kinda
gonna
hard
lie.
to say.
Halo 1 like kind of really knocked me down, like in the way of like my expectations of like, oh man, I feel like I really remembered enjoying this game more, and I won't get much into it. But with Halo 2, I'm like, oh, I was saying this before the pod. I was like, this is where my real like consciousness of Halo comes in. This is what I remember. But yeah. I'm so excited.
I don't really remember much of Halo 2, so this should be...
Yeah, the last time I played it was when I played Halo 2 again and for achievements and stuff, but this is like the second time I'm going through the anniversary edition for story. So it'll be cool to see these cutscenes again. Halo 2 was always a Halo. I'll probably reiterate this point in the next episode, but it was always a Halo that like I never really feel like I truly grasped story-wise.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on.
Absolutely.
Long, too. It's a very long
We're
game.
gonna get not only with Chief again, but the Arbiter. We're gonna talk about him. There's a lot more of a Covenant storyline in this one, and that's where I'm gonna, like, if you notice, I didn't specifically talk about the Covenant in Halo 1 because the Covenant are just what we see. They are nothing
they're an
else.
alien. They're a bad guy.
We
Right.
get more into
Yeah.
like the politics and stuff about the Covenant.
Right.
It
and
really does like double down in this next one, especially just with the
Right,
the
right
cuts
at
with
the start.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And absolutely. I mean, I don't know. It's been just the first level to replay. Now that we finished recording this, I feel like I can now go back and start playing the next one too. I've been taking notes this time around too. Again, it just seems to already be enthralling me more.
Yeah, and there's also
Yeah.
more to talk about. Like, I'm excited to actually talk about the story,
Yeah.
which we don't do in this one.
Because there's just not much.
Yeah, there's really not-
We can cover it in 2 sentences. The story, really.
Yes.
Like
Yeah,
like
my synopsis. Like
exactly.
I might like depending if the synopsis is too long, maybe I won't do that because I kind of put them in for the point of like, oh yeah, like it. I
Sure.
don't even know how to talk to some of the stories sometimes
Absolutely.
because it is like you just said 2 sentences of an explanation.
It's like, oh, we go to this facility and fight through it.
But how did I'm gonna keep this in the podcast, but it's sort of like behind the scenes. How do you like the way I sort of like presented the lore and stuff? And
I think it's good. I like it a lot.
I liked
because
it a
like
lot,
that
yeah.
we can kind of
Okay.
talk about it more. I think it was very good.
Yeah. Well, the first time we recorded, I'm like, am I talking too much? But
No,
then
I
again,
think
I
that's
think
'cause
it's
that's what
good.
this
I
is
think
supposed
it's
to be.
good that I
You're
take
doing
a hosting.
that. We comment on it.
Yeah.
And then
Right.
I think that works
Right,
perfectly.
because if we were sharing it, I feel like
You
we
are
get-
keeping the through line while we are just kind of commenting, and then the keeper of the
terminals.
the terminals pops
Yeah.
in, and then I give my 10 out of 10 commentary, my best commentary.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
here's a question.
you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Trio's 10 out of 10 commentary. You heard it here first. Do we want to rate these games? Obviously, right now we can't, but maybe.
No,
by
I
the
think that would
time-
be fun.
By
Yeah,
the
no.
time
Oh,
we
yeah.
hit Halo 2, we rate them.
No, I think so too. Yeah, and I think I can already pretty much tell. I think that 2 is gonna beat it for me. But no, yeah, I think we should. So
Yeah.
right now we only got Halo, but we'll get into more.
It's the best game we played so
Yeah.
far.
And
Absolutely.
that, boys and girls, was Halo Combat Evolved. We hope to see you in Halo 2 and further games.
We can't wait. It's going to be a good time. We appreciate you guys listening along with us on this journey through Halo Combat Evolved. That concludes Combat Evolved itself. So we cannot wait to talk Halo 2. We're going to start recording those soon. If you want to listen to this anywhere, it's found on all your favorite podcast services. Just search Delco Nerd Network. We are also on all your favorite social medias. Just go to @Delco Nerds there. You can find our. I don't know when I'm having like major. I'm gonna restart the outro really quick. Do you care cutting it?
No, yeah,
Because like I just totally fucked up. I just stepped on my words. All right. Thank you all so much for listening along with us today. We've had a great time discussing Halo Combat Evolved. We cannot wait to come back for Halo 2. Chris joining us once again, so it's going to be a great time. Thank you so much for listening. We appreciate you can find this podcast everywhere podcasts are found. We are on all your favorite social media platforms @Delco Nerds. You can email us, delconerds@gmail.com with any fun topic ideas or just to let us know something. We always love hearing from you.
And before we sign out, before Trio signs out, share this with your friends. I think the
Absolutely.
best way that podcasts are spread is through word of mouth, and
Play along with us too. Yeah,
right. This is kind of like a different series where we are kind of like
we're trying
play
it
along
out.
with us. We're going for the long haul with this. It's kind of very different from our podcast before. So if you're new to this, like check out our other podcasts. We do reviews of games and we talk about topics, but this is the first kind of thing like this we've ever done.
Absolutely.
So any feedback you have on this process would be great. I'm sure we're gonna evolve as well as we go through the games and find out what works and find out what sticks, and maybe we do a little less of that, more of this, whatever.
And it's always fun to have you on this journey with us. We can't wait to do more. Did I say the Discord already?
No.
You can find our Discord, Delco Nerd Network Discord. We have a lot of fun conversations on there, a lot of fun people, a lot of nice people. It's always a good
A lot
time.
of fun, a lot of nice people, good people.
Good people, good people. It's magnificent, all right? I think that about covers us. All this info can be found on our website, delconerdnetwork.com. For Gooch, for Chris, I've been Trio. Thanks for listening, guys. Stay nerdy, and we will see you next time.